It's the fourth season of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Portimão. They said, come to Portugal. They said, you'll get a suntan because the sun shines for 300 days a year. Well, let me tell you, it hasn't shone for a little while. The rain has been coming down. It's had a significant effect on this season opener of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe already, but we are good to go. We are ready for the first two rounds of this great championship. My name is Brian Oliver. Welcome along, everybody. You are going to be entertained. Over 4 weekends, we will have 8 rounds of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and the first 2 rounds kick off here at Portimão, a circuit that is 4.665 kilometers around with 15 turns. Now 6 of those are to the left and 9 to the right, about 30 meters of elevation change. One of the characteristics of this track is the undulation. It's one of the most undulating tracks in the world, with lots of blind crests to test the drivers as they get ready. Summer wins are made in the winter. Well, we're getting a lot of wet weather training here. Over the last few days, there has been a lot of rain, but we are optimistic, as you can see from your graphic, that we're going to have some dry weather running today when it really counts, especially for the racing that will come up later on this afternoon. There's the possibility of some light rain during the second half of this afternoon, but we've got all of our fingers crossed that that is not going to happen. It has been Storm Ingrid who has been battering the Algarve for the last few days. Talking to Burkhard Bechtel, the German commentator, he said that Ingrid didn't just come on her own, she brought her family with her. He's been staying in his motorhome here in Portimão, and he said it has been rocking up and down like a roller coaster. But the rain has stopped for the time being. The temperatures are around about 13 degrees centigrade, so we're optimistic that the track is going to dry out. So Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, it is, as I've mentioned already, the 4th ever season of this championship. It's often referred to as a training championship, but not a lot about training here. The drivers want to win this one, and last year was a fantastic championship. We saw Flint Schuring winning in the sport division. We saw Chester Kiefer winning the rookie championship and Henry Tuamala winning the Pro-Am championship. They went on to win in their respective championships later in the year. In the club championship, it was Philip Wills who took the wins in the overall and in the AM championship, and Patrick Kuhnhaar who won in the GT4 championship. So it is a very different kind of format to some of the other Porsche Cup racing championships that you might follow. The cars are divided into 2 divisions. We have the sport division and we have the club division. In the sport division, we have new for this year, the Michelin Cup. Well, that kind of replaces the AM Championship for last year, and we also have the GT4 cars, and they're running together in the club division. We also have the sport division, and they are fighting for the Pro Championship and the overall championship, and also the Rookie Championship. So lots of racing to come here today. Rounds 1 and 2 taking place today. We cram in 2 rounds into 1 day. My name is Brian Oliver. I'm sat in the dry in the commentary studio. The man who deserves a medal, and he's going to be bringing you a lot of the roaming over this series. He's down out on track at the moment. We're so pleased to have him back this year. Often heard the voice of Formula 2, Formula 3, Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup. Piers Pryor is out roving around getting all the news that we need, and I believe he's currently down in the pit lane with some news for us. So good morning, Piers. How are you doing?
Brian, I'm fine. Great to be back in Portugal. Great to have you on the commentary once again, Brian. Yes, I'm Piers. I'll be down in the pit lane getting all the scoops, the behind-the-scenes bits and pieces, bringing you some information, Brian, and also getting the reaction from the drivers as it happens. Currently stood outside the MDM garage for the 919 Jelter Hoffner, a driver that started his racing career with us in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe last year, in these 911 cars. Was fastest in practice this morning in wet conditions, so he's moved on quickly in his career, and we've had a very, very young front of the field in practice this morning already. Jelter Hoffner was fastest. Milan Marchak, who made his car racing debut at Estoril last year at this championship, has had a successful season. He was second, and then Jut Müller, Mace Müller, his younger brother, 19 years old, was third place. So a 19-year-old, a 17 and a 19-year-old currently fastest this morning. Looking forward to seeing how qualifying goes. Practice is one thing, qualifying is another. I've got my raincoat on just in case. It's not actually raining at the moment, but Brian, I'll hand back up to you to get us up and ready for this first qualifying session of the day.
Thank you so much, Piers. Yeah, these young Chargers, they make us all feel a little bit ancient, don't they? Certainly Jelter Hoffner, he has made a big impact, as indeed has Mace Müller over the last year. Milan Marchak, of course, who went on to become the rookie champion in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. This field is absolutely packed with talent, and a lot of that is young talent. A lot of these are the superstars of the future, and indeed of the present. You can see just a mist and rain just drifting across the screen slightly, but we are optimistic it's going to dry out. So to just tell you a little bit about the format of today, we're going to have two qualifying sessions. So the first one, which will be coming up in just a couple of minutes, will be for the sport division. So as already mentioned, that is for the pro drivers and the rookie drivers. It'll be a 30-minute qualifying session. A lot of that is going to be spent just trying to find a dry line, trying to generate the heat into the tyres. It's going to be a really tricky session. The fastest time from that session will determine the grid for the first round, which will come early this afternoon. Then the second round, race 2, will be determined, the grid will be determined by the second fastest times from the qualifying session. So once the sport division have been through, then the club division will also have their qualifying session. 10 out of 10 to that man there, wrapped up warmly. I have to tell you, there's a hell of a breeze up there as well, and it's maybe a long afternoon. The marshals here doing a great job. Yes, so already mentioned, that was the sport division. Qualifying for club division will come afterwards. Same format, 30 minutes of qualifying. Fastest time setting the grid for their first race, and then the second best time forming the grid for the second race. So we are getting ready for the quali to come up in just a few moments. So that first qualifying session now about to get started as we look there at the car of Jut Müller, the younger brother of Mace Müller. There's a name that has been making the headlines over the last year. Mace Müller has been spectacular in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, and his younger brother now joining the field as well. His father also a racer in the SLK Cup Championship. All three of them are racing family, so we're really excited to have them as part of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe here this season. And Jut Müller has already shown well, as mentioned by Piers earlier, has been doing well in practice and has been showing well on the timing screen. So he's one of the early doors out on tracks. You can see there's an awful lot of moisture, a lot of puddles out on the track at the moment. So it's going to be about survival. We've already lost one car. I don't think that Alex Ryman is going to make it out for qualifying, as we ride on board at the moment with Milan Marchak, and we're looking at him tiptoeing around this circuit. But we've already lost Alex Ryman in practice this morning out of the final corner. He put a wheel onto a curb, onto a white line, lost the back end, has done a lot of damage to the car. We don't think he's going to be out for this session, which is a real shame. But it shows you how tricky it is here in Portimão at this circuit. So the drivers are going to be out just trying to find a dry line, trying to generate some heat into the wet weather Michelin tyres. They're going to be working overtime. So it's going to be the long game. It's not going to be about coming out and trying to set a quick lap straight away as we look at Milan Marchak there in the number 96 car. So last year, well, the pole position time for round one was set by Chester Kiefer. It was a 1:43.833. I don't think we're going to be getting into that kind of territory at any time soon with the track this wet. But the one good thing about this circuit and the undulation is that it does dry out reasonably quickly. So we're hopeful that a dry line will appear if the rain holds off. It is a 30-minute qualifying session, so it is about the long game here for these drivers. So at the moment, most of the cars are out on the circuit, all just trying to generate that heat. So in a normal situation, the drivers would do an out lap or several, well, an out lap, then several build laps, just building the temperature into the tyres before the push lap, the opportunity to really give it everything. When the tyres are in the temperature window, that is the point when the driver will want to push as hard as they can and try and go for that pole position. But in these tricky conditions, then it's all a little bit out of the window. So at the moment, it is just out there finding where the traction is, finding where the limits are. We currently look at Joop Muller. He's preparing for a season in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. So he's going to be joining his younger brother in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux this season, which is going to be very exciting. He's come from Porsche Sports Cup Germany, part of their talent pool as well. Already mentioned, he and his brother and his dad have been in the SLK Cup as well. There's the 144, Levin Gelf. Great to have Levin here. He's come from Porsche Sprint Challenge Germany. Another one who is moving up through the ranks for Seaback Motorsport. So he's in the rookie category. So the rookie drivers, as you would guess from the title, they have no experience or very little experience. They need to compete in no more than 4 cup races. They need to be 25 years old or younger. It's the young chargers, and we've had so many superstar drivers coming through the rookie ranks. And of course, as already mentioned, last year it was Chester Kiefer who won the rookie championship, and that was a battle that went all the way down to the wire. So Levin Gelf, one of several rookies. We've going to keep an eye on all of them, and of course Joop Muller, who is also in that rookie category. Now there's a driver who's come an awful long way, Marco Giltrap. He's come all the way from New Zealand. We saw him here a couple of years ago, and he really shone, a real superstar. He's the Porsche Sprint Challenge Australia champion from 2023. Last year was in Porsche Carrera Cup Australia, got 3 podiums. He is definitely one to watch here this weekend and in this series. He's preparing for a season in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, but he is hugely talented, has had some great mentoring over the years, and is now in Team 75 Motorsport. Now that's a legendary team. The team that is from the garage of Timo Bernhard, a Porsche legend. Look at him snaking as he goes under braking into turn 5. That just shows you how slippery it is. But Team 75 Motorsport, yes, Timo Bernhard, that legendary name is his team. His sister, Jennifer Reisling, who runs the team, they have a real talent of spotting good drivers, as you'd expect. And Marco Giltrap, well, we knew already that he was something of a talent. Just on his showing a couple of years ago, we didn't see him in last year's Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, so really good to have him back. He comes an awful long way, but it is great training. And although the drivers were looking for a dry weather track, to do their training for the coming year. There's some great wet weather training that has been going on as well. Taking a look at the timing screens at the moment, well, the best time at the moment is a 2 minutes and 1 second, 0.783. So we're certainly a long way off a dry weather time. We're some 17 seconds off what would be a dry weather time. But we'd expect, I'm hoping, we're going to see the 2 minutes 01 eclipse somewhat as this session goes on. At the moment, it's Milan Marchak who holds that fastest time. Second is Jelta Hofner with 2 minutes and 2 seconds, 0.205. And third is Nikola Milkovic, another driver. Great to have him here. He was in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux last year and was looking good there as well. So Milan Marchak quickest. Marco Giltrap now pops up into P2. So 2:02.205. So 0.421 off the fastest time of Milan Marchak. Remember, it's not just fastest times, it's second fastest times as well to determine the grid for round 2. Great to have some onboard cameras here, and that is the view from the fastest car at the moment. Milan Marchak for the legendary Red Ant Racing, a team that have been part of this series, part of Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, very much part of the motor racing scene for a long time. And with Milan Marchak behind the wheel of that car. And there's one that we've lost, so that is Cesar van der Voosteen. So nice to have Cesar van der Voosteen here. He is racing this season. His dad is also racing in the clubs division. He's preparing for a Porsche Sprint Challenge France season, but he's found the limit of adhesion there. Looks like he's managed to keep it out of the barrier. He's managed to rejoin. So no big dramas there. It'll take him a little while just to get those tyres cleaned up. But the other thing that happens is, of course, it just shakes the driver's confidence. The next time they come to that spot, they're just wary of the fact that they lost it last time around. And maybe that just affects the confidence for a while. So he'll need to get back into the rhythm. A driver that doesn't need to get into too much rhythm is the one that's on your screen now. So good to have Walter Burkamp here. He has come from Dubai, actually. He was racing in Dubai only a couple of days ago. He says, I'm leaving the hot sunshine of Dubai to come to the wind and the rain and the cold of Portugal. But he is a hugely talented driver. He's going to be one to watch in this season of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We saw him take a win in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup at Monza last year. We also saw him take a win in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany at the Red Bull Ring. He has proven that he is an absolute talent. He's racing for Team GP Elite. He's also coaching quite a few of the other drivers on the grid. He's been a driver coach for a fair amount of time. He started off in Formula Ford back in 2012 and 2013. Has always been very quick, hasn't always had the budget to go racing, and it's been such a shame that we haven't seen more of him, but now he is back, and he's back with a vengeance. I'm expecting to see him in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany in the coming season, so he'll be one to watch. Also, his teammate, who he is also coaching, is the identical car you've just seen on screen there, Nick Ho. He is another of the up-and-coming talents. Really excited to have him on the grid. He was here last year. If you remember, he had a couple of fifth places. He finished 11th overall in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. He too is preparing for Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. He took his first ever overall win in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux last year, and that was at Assen. And we knew that Nick Ho was going to be one to watch, and he proved that by taking the top step of the podium. But his mentor is that man there. He's been doing a lot of coaching. Walter Burkamp, finally, Piers has actually told me how to pronounce his name. It's Walter, not Volta. So Walter Burkamp. It's only taken me about 10 years to get that right. He currently is in fourth place. No one has got below the 2 minutes time yet, which surprises me, because although the conditions are slippery, I wondered if we might be into the tops of the 1 minute 59s, but we're not yet. It's a 2 minute and 1 second, 0.783, as we see the identical Nick Ho car. He is loving it. in the number 98 car in the pit lane at the moment. So Nick Ho currently in 8th place. There alongside is the 27th car, Tio Elinus. So really good to have Tio here. He is preparing for Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux and Porsche Carrera Cup France. And he, if you've been following Porsche for a while, will remember him as the pro champion in Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. That was back in 2018. But he's a driver who came so close to making it into Formula One. He did in fact do a Formula One test from the Marussia team back in 2013. So he is a real asset. You don't get in to be a Formula One tester unless you are pretty reasonable. We saw him in Porsche Mobile One Super Cup in 2019. He got a couple of third places, so he will be one to watch. Track temperature is rising now, according to Piers. It's all right for me. I'm sat in the warm commentary studio. He's down there. He's wrapped up, but he says we're up to 15 degrees centigrade. No, you'll have the shorts on by the end of the day, won't you? So the temperature is rising. So that means that hopefully the times will start to come down. But we are actually approaching the halfway point of the session already. So 17 and a half minutes remaining. Remember, it's the fastest time and the second fastest time as we look at Matheus Comparato. Now, you may have heard his name if you follow Porsche Cup racing because he was in the Porsche Junior Shootout at the end of last year. The Junior Shootout is the opportunity from drivers who are selected from their various series. He was selected from Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil, where he finished third last year. The top drivers, the best drivers in their respective championships, are selected for a shootout that takes place in Iberia, in Spain, during the month of November. And the winner of the shootout becomes the Porsche Junior driver, which is a massive step up. The winners this year, well, Flint Schuring was one of them, and he of course the driver who won here last year. Matheus Comparato was one of the drivers in the Junior Shootout last year. It was Marcus Armand, of course, who was the other who won in the Junior Shootouts. Flint and Marcus, who both won. They don't often give two winners to the Porsche Junior Shootout, but they did this year. So we have two Porsche Juniors, and they are sponsored and pushed through various series by Porsche. So it really is a prestigious thing. But to even be in that shootout shows that you are a good driver. And so Matheus Comparato was one of those drivers. Right, I believe that Piers has some news for us. So back down to the pit lane with Piers.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, just keeping an eye in the pit lane here as everyone most of the drivers come in midway through this qualifying session. Of course, you mentioned before 2 flying laps needed for race 1 and then race 2 for the grid. A lot of drivers choosing to put on new wet tyres for this second half of the qualifying, which says to me that it's not drying out as quickly as it maybe was yesterday, even though it does feel slightly warmer. Also been speaking to the drivers. These brand new Michelin wet tyres are absolutely their fastest on the first or second flying lap. So the new tyres definitely got an advantage. However, with the track drying out, maybe the track's fastest at the end of the session. So a bit of a balancing act for the teams and drivers to be playing.
Great stuff. Thank you, Piers. Some good tyre intel there. Of course, tyres heavily regulated in dry conditions. It's 2 new sets for quali and the race per weekend. So that's for both rounds. Of course, with wet weather tyres introduced into the equation as well. So there is no option of running running slick tyres, should I say, here. It clearly is wet weather tyres. If you try to go out on slicks in these conditions, you just go straight on. So it's all about tyre preservation. Interesting to hear that the best of those tyres is in the first couple of push laps. So that's some really interesting information from Piers there. As we look at Nick Ho, still in the pits at the moment. So he's down in 8th place in terms of timing. Quickest is still Milan Marchak. So we've only got a couple of cars out on track at the moment. So, of course, if the rain holds off, then the track is going to get drier as the session goes on. So a lot of drivers will want to be waiting till the last minute in this session before they use those valuable tyres, that valuable grip, for their push lap. So it's going to be really important for the drivers to time this correctly. And I think in the last few minutes of this session, we're going to see a very busy track because potentially the tires will be at their best, potentially the track will be at its driest, and then potentially we're going to get the quickest time. So a little bit of a waiting game at the moment. 13 and a half minutes remaining, but I get the feeling that maybe with about 6 or 7 minutes remaining, it's suddenly going to get very busy because drivers are going to go out on track, get the heat into the tires, and then try and get that push lap in as the session is coming to the close, when the track could be potentially at its quickest. And and Piers has just confirmed there are an awful lot in the pits at the moment who are just waiting for the track to dry, waiting for the best possible opportunity to move up the grid. So that's certainly what I reckon the likes of Nick Ho are doing at the moment. That's why we're seeing him in the pits, even though he's only at P8. Remember, though, they need 2 good times, not just 1. So they need to allow time for 2 push laps once the tyres are into the window. And they need to be laps that don't have mistakes. Piers is saying, it's feeling warmer. Well, that's good news. And that will help to get this track dried out. I know there are a lot of people that are watching on the terraces and listening as well. So to those of you who have braved the elements to be here, thank you. We hope you're going to be rewarded. This feels like a bit of a ticking time bomb that is about to explode. We have 12 and a quarter minutes of this session remaining. Our quickest at the moment is Milan Marchak at 2 minutes and 1.783. But that is almost certainly going to get eclipsed if things remain as they are. We see Tia Elenis just struggling for traction as he comes out of turn 14, out towards turn 15. You saw the back end of the car just sliding. Drivers really running on the knife edge here. You want to be extracting everything out of the tyres, everything out of the lap. But of course, if you get it wrong and you end up in the barriers, you're going to be in a situation where you're going to damage the car. You might not even get to race this afternoon. So really important that the drivers are exploring where the limits of the adhesion are and just getting to that edge, but not overstepping the mark. I've already mentioned we've lost Alex Ryman, who had a moment in practice this morning where he did lose the back end, damage the car, and now the team having to work hard just to get him onto the back of the grid for the 2 races that are going to take place this afternoon. Right, we can see that the fastest man at the moment, our provisional pole sitter, is back out on track. So Milan Marchak, out of the pit lane, he comes in towards turn 1, 2 and 3, which is a fairly sharp right-hander. Now, one of the things I haven't mentioned yet is track limits. That is an issue, always is here at Portimão. And the race directors have said that they are going to be very strict on it this year. There is no leniency at all. The race director for the sport division is Max Brahms, and the race director for the club division is Paul Beck. And they are keeping an eye on track limits. There's an automated track limit system, and it's particularly on turns 1, 5 and 15 where the drivers are being monitored especially. And it's an automated system that is triggered. So if the car goes over the white line with both wheels in those, particularly in those corners, it triggers a track limit warning. That's then reviewed in race control. And I've watched it happening. It's really interesting where there is someone who's there just reviewing these automated warnings that come through, and they will review it. And if they see that a track limit has been exceeded, they will then issue the necessary penalty, which can be the lap taken away, depending on which corner. If it's out of the final corner, it could be the lap taken away and also the next lap, because if you come out of turn 15 and exceed track limits, you are perceived to have gained an advantage, not just on the lap you're on, but on the lap that you're about to go into. So drivers need to keep it within the limits. And we have been told there will be no leniency this year. So it is really important that the drivers pay attention to this. Turns 1, turns 5, which is the hairpin, and turn 15, the final turn, especially important here. And that's where we're looking at. Right, Milan Marchak is getting ready to start a lap here. So he is currently heading out across the start-finish line. So here he comes now in the dry conditions. He'd be looking at about 265 kilometers an hour in 6th gear up to here. It's a little downhill section into turn 1. So around turn 1 he comes. 3rd gear corner in dry conditions, and then up to turn 2, taken flat out in dry conditions, put that in brackets. Then up to turn 3, Lagos, which is a 55-kilometer turn in 1st gear, and then around into turn 4. Then we head in towards turn 5. You can always tell turn 5 has got that big tower in the middle of that hairpin. The Torre Vip turn 5 normally would reach about 225 kilometers an hour, 5th gear, then heavy braking. That is one of the spots where track limits are an issue. Then it's up towards turn 6. Now this is quite a blind crest as they come up over the hill. It takes a bit of courage because it's taken flat out down towards turn 7, the right-hander, and then in towards turn 8. Now turn 8, this is one that is a blind crest again. Look at that. All you can see is the sky as it goes up over the top of the hill, then back down the other side, and towards turn 9, which is the Craig Jones turn. Then we've got another steep uphill towards turn 10, around to the right-hander, turn 10, and into turn 11. And then out of turn 11, it's another downhill. We told you there's a lot of undulation here, didn't we? Then it's uphill again towards turn 13, normally 195 kilometers an hour. A sharp uphill and a corner as well, really difficult. Then it's back down again towards turn 14. And then out of turn 14, it's a 2nd gear corner normally, then into 3rd gear, and then it's a fairly quick run towards turn 15, reaching about 180 kilometers an hour in 4th gear. Downhill again as we head towards the start-finish line, and then out, uphill, and then downhill along the start-finish line. This straight is about 969 meters, so getting on for a kilometer long. It's a great overtaking opportunity for drivers because it is such a long straight. It's also quite wide. So into turn 1, great overtaking opportunity. So that was Milan Marchak. His last lap there was a 2 minutes and 1.789. So that sets his 2nd best time of the session. So he still hasn't beaten his quickest time so far. Yeah, we're looking at the 46 car of Cesar van der Voosteen, the French driver for 2B Autosport in the pro category. So he is there at the moment, currently 13th, so the last of the runners at the moment. But we've got a little over 6 minutes for all of this to change. Looking now out along the pit straight, there's Walter Burkamp in 4th place at the moment. He's about 6/10 off the quickest time. There's Jelte Hofner, currently P2, 0.216 of Milan Marchak's time. But now, with 5 3/4 minutes remaining, we have every car that is going to run is out on track. That's everybody with the exception of Alex Ryman, who is not taking part in this session. So everybody else out on track. So now it's going to get busy. Is that rain coming down in front of the lens? That is bad news because it has started raining again. So that is really bad news. The rain is starting to come down. I've just looked and it is raining hard. So the drivers who have been leaving it till late in the session, they have now got rain to deal with. It was always a gamble to leave it this late. You're trying to wait for the track to be at its driest possible position. But of course, that doesn't allow for more rain coming down. So suddenly Milan Marchak's pole position of 2 minutes and 1 second, 0.783, is starting to look a little bit more secure because with the rain coming down, the drivers who have been waiting are now having to push hard in what are treacherous conditions. And this is proper heavy rain. We're looking at Jelte Hofner. Well, he's in 2nd at the moment, so he got his lap in quite early on during fairly wet conditions. Didn't improve on it. Now when the drivers are thinking about all that time they were sat in the pits when it wasn't raining and the track was, as it turns out, probably at its quickest point, and they didn't put in a lap. But of course, with tyres being restricted, it was always the gamble to wait till late in the session to when the track would potentially be quickest. But we can now see it is monsoon conditions. So Milan Marchak, 2 minutes and 1 second, 0.783. That is looking pretty secure at the moment. Marco Giltrap has set a quickest of anybody in Sector 1. That's a purple in Sector 1. So he's up to P3 at the moment. But I can't see anybody improving as things stand at the moment on the lap time that Milan Marchak has set. A 2 minutes 1.783. They've got 3.5 minutes in which to do it. Looking at any potential track limit issues, there have been some. Cesar van der Voosteen has had 3 track limit infringements, so that is up at turn 1. Joop Muller has had a track limit infringement as well, as we look at Jelte Hoffner tiptoeing around that corner. So yes, Cesar van der Voosteen has had his time disallowed for track limits, which is why he's down in last place at the moment in the timing screen. So Jelte Hoffner looking to improve on his time. So he's second at the moment, a 2:01.999. So where is he at the moment? He's up towards turn 10 at the moment, and he's going to come up over the top of the hill. A lot of bravery, keeping your foot planted on it when it's a blind crest, doubly so when the conditions are like this. So these conditions really are treacherous. So all the cars out on track, also trying to find space to put in that fast lap as well. At the moment, Milan Marchak's time looking secure. You can see Jelte Hoffner just trying to extract everything he can out of the lap. In third place, Marco Giltrap, he's into the pit, so he's clearly decided he's not going to improve any more on the time that he has set. Walter Burkamps in fourth place ahead of Tio Ellenes. Nikola Milkovic has peeled off into the pits as well. A sixth place for him. And you can see from Jelte Hoffner's car there, as he backed out of it because it doesn't look like he is going to improve. And I think drivers now deciding that discretion is the better part of valor. Milan Marchak climbs from the car. I don't think anybody is going to improve in these conditions. And you can see already with a minute and a half left, the team are congratulating him, because we can all see that it is going to be really difficult to improve on any lap times. I say difficult, I say impossible, because the track now is absolutely soaking wet. The heavy rain that came at the end of the session has put a cat amongst the pigeons for all those teams and drivers that were waiting for the end of the session when the track was potentially going to be driest, and the rain came, and it meant that the track was probably at its fastest with about 10 minutes remaining of this session. So everybody now peeling off into the pits. We've got less than a minute remaining of this qualifying session, and it's going to be Milan Marchak who starts on pole position. I'm looking at second best times, and he is also got the quickest second best time as well. So it looks like it's going to be Milan Marchak who starts on pole position for both of the races this afternoon. For the first race, Jelte Hoffner will start in second place. His second best time looks like he's going to be on the front row for the second race as well. We've got a yellow flag up at turn 14, so that is just the rest of the cars coming into the pits. Piers Price back down in the pit lane, hopefully somewhere dry.
I don't know if we're jumping the gun a little bit, seeing as the clock is still going, but it looks like everyone's in the pits. I'm here with Milan Marchak, pole position for race 1 and pole position for race 2. That must be the perfect start to the year.
Yeah, it's perfect. I'm gonna try to do the same in 2 races, but it's of course very nice to start from pole.
You've clearly got a good feeling this weekend. In the practice this morning, you were right up there in the times in the top 3, then double pole position, and your lap times were only a couple of thousandths apart in terms of both your first and second fastest lap. So clearly very consistent.
Yeah, the first 2 laps on the rain tire are the best ones. And then it's drop-offs like 1 second or 1.5 seconds. So it's very important to stay consistent on the first 2 laps, and the best you can do is try fast.
Absolutely. What are the challenges here at the Portimão circuit in the wet conditions? It's not the easiest, is it?
Yeah, the corners, they still need to be on throttle. The banking corners and the elevation is very difficult, but we made it work, and thanks to the team also for the perfect coaching and a great car.
Also amazing for you, we saw you do your first car race with us here not here, it was in Estoril last year, as you're getting celebrations. To come so far in such a short amount of time, last year first race, a year on, pole position double.
Yeah, it's great. It's hard to believe that it's gone so fast, and previous year was also the steps were quite big, and I didn't expect that it will be this great. So.
I also know that you've actually had a pretty difficult winter, haven't you? You've went karting, had a little bit of an issue, and it hasn't slowed you down.
Yeah, I broke my collarbone. I flew upside down in the last race of the season, so I didn't do much testing over the winter, and this is the first time yesterday was the first time in the car since 3 months, so it's great.
You haven't lost it. Milan, I'll let you go and celebrate with the team. We'll see you go from pole position in race 1 and race 2. That's the qualifying session done for the sport division. Club division is up next. Brian, I'll let you talk us through the start of that one.
Thank you, Piers. I'll tell you what about Milan Marchak. He is Mr. Cool. I interviewed him after his first ever rookie win in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux last year, and I thought he'd be ecstatic and jumping up and down. He was just like, yeah, of course, I'll just win it. And he did. There we go. There is the result from qualifying. Milan Marchak, he predicted it well. Looked like he was going to be quickest anyway. I have to say, Jelte Hoffner in second, Marco Giltrap in third, ahead of Wouter Burkamps, Theo Ellenis in fifth, Nikola Milkovic in sixth, Mateus Comparato, he'll be disappointed with seventh, as will Nick Ho. Jesse Polderdijk, haven't even spoken about him yet. He was in ninth, ahead of Joop Muller. Levin Gelf in 11th place, ahead of Luciano Martinez. He'll be very disappointed with that. And Cesar van der Voosteen in 13th place. So it has been a challenging session for these drivers. It was all about trying to predict the weather, and it looks like only a couple managed to do it. I have to say, Milan Marchak, as the local wildlife, has a brief moment of respite. The Milan Marchak, he's always quick. He's been quick in testing. We always knew he was going to be good, so even in dry conditions, he would have taken a bit of beating. But he got out there in those tricky conditions. Despite the injury over the winter, doesn't look like his confidence has been shaken in any way at all. And he got out there, put the car at the top of the timing screens, and never looked back. Other bit of information from Piers is that Wouter Burkamps had no new tyres and was just 0.6 off, so that is very good, and some very pretty wildlife that occupies the Portimão circuit here when we are not racing, and jumping back in while it's quiet. But yeah, Wouter Burkamp not on new tyres. Having said that, in those conditions, perhaps he's felt it a little less than he might have done had it been dry. But it has been a challenging session for all the drivers, and everybody who kept it out of the barrier was a winner. Now we're getting ready to do it all again. It's Club Division qualifying. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division, exactly as we've just seen in the Sport Division. It is 30 minutes of qualifying. The fastest time setting the grid for round 1, which takes place this afternoon, and the second fastest time setting the grid for round 2 that takes place later this afternoon. A lot of these drivers will have been watching the Sport Division qualifying with great interest, and looking at many of the drivers getting caught out by the weather. And I don't know if it's raining or not at the moment. It looks as though the rain may have stopped, but again, we're going to have this issue where you're trying to predict when the track is going to be at its driest, and well, the windscreen wipers are not going, so that would indicate that the rain may have stopped. There's a few that jump into life just on cue. The cars coming out on track. So trying to predict when the track is going to be at its driest and when there's potentially a dry line and when to do the push lap. I've said it numerous times before. I'll say it again. Tires are restricted. In dry conditions, 2 new sets of quali tires, slick tires per race weekend. And in the wet, we've got wet weather tires as well. But as Piers has already explained to us, they're only really good for a couple of push laps. So it's really important that the drivers pick their time to go for those push laps. So you're not only trying to be a racing driver, you're trying to be a weather forecaster as well, as we ride on board with Alexander Dobic for Hadacre Racing, the owner of Hadacre Racing. Great to have him back in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He was 9th overall last year in this championship. He had a 3rd place at Valencia, as we see some of the cars from the sport division just getting pushed back into Parc Fermé, where they're checked out before we head into the racing this afternoon. It's a new set of drivers. We have the Michelin Cup, so that's new for this year. The Michelin Cup, that replaces the AM category that we had last year. So we'll be looking for a Michelin Cup champion. We'll also be looking at an overall champion in the club division, and we'll be looking for a GT4 champion. Well, if things remain as they are, the GT4 champion could be done and dusted already, because we've only got one GT4 car on the grid, and that is Daniel Lewis. So great to have him coming all the way from the UK for race car consultants. On board with a legend for Est1 racing, the Venezuelan driver Javier Ripoll Jr. He had 5 third places in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe last year and 1 non-finish. So almost made it 6 third places out of 6 races. There's a car pointing in the wrong direction. That is Hugo van der Voosteen, beg your pardon. That's the father of Cesar van der Voosteen that we saw in the previous Sport Division qualifying. So great to have Hugo here at the wheel of the 245 car for 2B Autosport, but finding out quite how slippery it is there. He has swung it around, rejoins, doesn't look like there's any harm done, but looks like, well, I was going to say it looks like the sun's coming out, but I'm told that there is some rain in turn 1. So it is going to be a tricky session. At the moment, we're riding on board with Javier Ripoll Jr. We know that the quick times in the sport division was just over 2 minutes. These are going to be a little bit slower. Last year in the drive, it was Evgeny Leonov with a 1:44.307 who got the fastest time of the session. We're not going to be anywhere near that. I can comfortably predict that. But Javier Ripoll Jr. will be one of the drivers looking to push forwards with this. One of the things we didn't mention in the sport division was that the new for this year, the cars have ABS fitted, and that would have been very nice indeed for these conditions. In the club division, we had ABS last year. ABS is permitted again this year, as indeed is traction control. But I'm told that there are a couple of drivers in this session who are not running ABS because they're preparing for Porsche Sports Cup Suisse, where they don't run ABS. So this is practice for that. So those 2 drivers, Ernst Inderbitzen is one of them and Jan Klingenberg is the other, and they are not running ABS by choice. They may be regretting those decisions in this weather, as we have a double yellow waved at turn 13. So clearly someone's had a moment there. Don't know who, can't see who's had an issue, but that is now cleared. So clearly everything is all right. At the moment, the GT4 car, which is allegedly slower, is the quickest. So Daniel Lewis at 2:13.905. That's now been eclipsed even by Joel Monegro. Great to have Joel here. He is in the Track Experience by Manthey car, and he was originally down as a Pro-Am runner. He's now into the Michelin Cup of the club division, and he has gone quick. He will be one to watch this weekend. So keep an eye on Joel Monegro. He has come from the 24-hour Middle East Trophy. He's been in the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup. He's a graduate of the Rennsport Academy, which is a fairly legendary academy that brings drivers through the ranks from the Dominican Republic and racing for Track Experience by Manthey. You mentioned the word Manthey, everybody sits up and takes notice, because Manthey Racing, a absolute legendary team in the world of GT3 racing. At the moment, Javier Ripoll Jr. has just eclipsed his time, so 209.073. So, new quickest driver, Javier Ripoll Jr. We continue to look at the number 19 car, Daniel Lewis, for Race Car Consultants. Daniel, as already mentioned, from the UK, he was third in the Porsche Sprint Cup of Great Britain, the AM category, last year. And he's preparing for Porsche, I believe, Sprint Challenge Great Britain next year as well. So he getting a lot of practice, and in these weather conditions, that's good for a bit of British racing, isn't it? Because it's always raining here. Javier Ripoll Jr., that is your quickest car at the moment. The number 91 car for S1 Racing. And he, as driver, who lives in Miami, actually. He's Venezuelan, but he lives in Miami. Very much a feature of the Porsche American Cup racing scene. Good view there from in one of the garages where it is dry and vaguely warm in these conditions. Right, has the rain stopped? I'm looking to see any messages. I haven't seen any messages to tell me that it is raining any harder. Certainly the windscreen wipers are going on the Javier Ripoll Jr. car, but of course a lot of spray being thrown up into the air. You can see the sun is starting to poke through. So this is kind of similar. Look at the colour of that sky up there. Kind of similar to the previous qualifying session. Looking at the skies, trying to decide when the circuit might be at its quickest. Well, as far as I can see, every car is out on track at the moment. So maybe some of the drivers learning from what happened in the previous session and deciding it's better to get out there and get the lap in while it's not absolutely chucking it down with rain. Joel Monegro has responded in the Track Experience by Manthey Porsche. So he goes back to the top, a 2 minutes 6.864. So these cars are the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, of course, based on the 992 generation. Generate about 510 horsepower. And then we have the one GT4 car, the Porsche Cayman GT4. Oh, we got two cars that have rotated. That is down at turn 5. And it may well be one of those was Uds van der Voosteen, and I think the other was Eric Santos. I think one might have been a response to the other spinning in front. But yes, I was mentioning the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport car. It's only about 500 horsepower with no restrictor. It's about 4 litres naturally aspirated, water cooled. But in these conditions, Daniel Lewis in the GT4 car might find that it's a little bit of a leveler. He's currently in 10th at the moment, so we'll see how he goes as this session progresses. At the moment, the person they're aiming for is Joel Monegro. Right, I've had news that it has stopped raining, so this is going to be a gamble for the teams and the drivers. Do they go now while it's not raining and potentially get a quick lap in, or do they wait for the track to dry out, but risk more rain coming? Because, of course, if it starts raining when you're in the pits, as we see Alexander Dobic pointing in the wrong direction there, so he has had a bit of a moment. He spins it around, looks like he's kept it out of the barriers. If it starts raining when the car is in the pits, then it's too late to go out and try and put in a dry lap, because you need a couple of laps to get the tyres up to temperature and into the window. So it is really very much about looking at the clouds, looking at the radars, trying to decide when is the best time to go. Well, Joel Monegro has set a purple last time around, a 2 minutes and 5 seconds, 0.110. So he is some 1.128 quicker than Marabi Mekvabishvili. Good to have Marabi back again. He was here last year. The lap time performance driver had a couple of 9th places at Valencia and is back in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for this season. So good to have him here. in the 218 car. 224 though is Joel Monegro, the person who is currently quickest, the person who has just gone purple in sector 2. Purple meaning that he is the quickest of anybody. The track divided into 3 sectors. So sector 1 runs from the start finish line to between turns 4 and 5. Sector 2 from between turn 4 and 5 around to just after turn 11, and then sector 3 the remainder of the circuit. So we have the 3 sectors, and the drivers' times are indicated. If on the timing screen, the timing screen goes purple, it means they are the quickest of anybody in that sector during this session. If the timing screen goes green, it means they've set a personal best. The longest sector is sector 3, and Joel Monegro has gone purple in both sector 2 and sector 3. So he is by far the quickest of any other runner in the 224 car. Currently the quickest at 2 minutes 4.184, so some 2 seconds quicker than Marabi Mekbabishvili in the 218 car, who is in second place. In third place, the number 77 car, Levent Turkman for MDM Motorsport. Kind of fairly late addition to the runners here, but a very welcome addition ahead of Javier Ripoll Jr. in the number 91 car. But Javier looking for some 3.3 seconds in a lap to try and get up with Joel Monegro. And you can see Alexander Dobik just encountering a bit of traffic there. So up over the hill comes the 218 car. So finding space out on track, really important for these drivers. Not just finding the grip, finding the limits, but also having the space. You don't want to be running directly behind another car. You want to have the track pretty well to yourself. We've got 12 cars out on track, make that 11 because Javier Ripoll Jr. has now come into the pits. So he, with a 2 minutes and 7.493, 3.3 off the pace. Clearly, he's going to wait now for potentially the track to dry out a little bit and maybe try and come back and have another go. But Joel Monegro currently feels like he's on a different level with a 2 minutes and 4.184. That was his last lap. That was the quickest of anybody. On the subsequent lap, the lap he's on at the moment, he's gone purple again, the quickest of anybody again. So he is continuing to get quicker as the track looks like it is getting quicker now as well. Monegro's middle sector, 41.473. So he clearly had a bit of a moment in sector 2. He's now coming round to complete sector 3. So he's coming out of turn 15 at the moment and out towards the pit straight he comes. So will he improve on 2 minutes 4.184? We're about to find out, and no, it's a 2 minutes 5.110. But still very, very quick, and by far the quickest of all the runners at the moment. So it's the 224 car of Joel Monegro into the pits now. Eric Santos is second in the 221 car. And then Marabi Mekbabishvili. So Eric Santos, another one who we saw last year. He had an 18th and a 13th here at Portimão. He just did the Portimão round last year. Part of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Brazil, and a winner in Imperio Endurance in Brazil as well. And the 218 car of Marabi Mekbabishvili has had a moment. He's turned it around. That's heading out towards turn 5, maybe heading towards there, but where it is, he's turned it around. I think he's out of turn 4 actually. Let's have another look here, see what's happened. Oh, that's actually towards turn 1. So Marabi Mekbabishvili going wide there, getting a wheel onto the white painted line. And once you're onto that painted line, there's very little traction. He's kept it out of the gravel trap, so he's able to rejoin, but it'll take a few corners to get the tyres cleaned up. So this lap clearly is scrapped. He'll try and come round and potentially run the next lap and have another push. So Marabi Mekbabishvili just realizing quite how little grip there is out there as he heads in towards his next lap. So we're over the halfway point of the session. At the moment, Joel Monegro is by far the quickest driver at 2 minutes and 4.184. The quickest time, some 1.494. So Eric Santos has jumped up into second place. So he has clearly found a bit more pace. He's another of the track experience by Manthey cars. As we ride on board with Javier Ripoll Jr. once again in the number 91 car. He's currently in 6th place at the moment. He's on an out lap, so he's come out of the pits. He's now going to be starting to build the temperature in the tyres to try and get a little bit more grip, try and get the tyres somewhere near the window in these wet conditions. Also, to try and find some space. There's a bit of traffic in front of him at the moment. So we'll be trying to clear that. That's Hugues van der Voosteen, who's in front of him at the moment, and he'll want to try and get past him and try and find a bit of space, get the tyres in the window, and then it'll be the big push lap. But he's got a lot to find. He needs to find about 3.3 seconds to get on terms with Joel Monegro, who still is in a very comfortable position. He's in the pits at the moment. Marabi Mekvabishvili also into the pits. So we're just on board with Javier Ripoll Jr. You can see the visibility is not great as well. Looking through the mist, and that's out along the pit straight comes Javier Ripoll Jr. once again in towards the right-hander of turn 1. In the dry conditions, would be looking at somewhere near 250, 260 kilometers an hour in 6th gear. Significantly slower than that here in these greasy conditions. Around to turn 1, turn 2, then turn 3, which is fairly tight. Normally taken in about 1st gear, then up to 2nd gear, round to turn 4, 150 kilometers an hour corner in 3rd gear. So many blind crests here. So much courage required by these drivers. This has been tricky in towards turn 5. This is where the track limits issues have been. Into this hairpin, you can see how deep into the corner Javier Ripoll Jr. takes it. Then getting a good line out of turn 5, up turn 6 in the dry, about 180 kilometers an hour, flat out through turn 6, and then in towards turn 7, dropping down to about 4th gear. In fact, he's down to about 3rd gear for that corner into turn 7, then round in towards turn 8, the Samsung corner. And that is a steep uphill, another blind crest, then down the other side in towards turn 9 once again. You can see how hard he's having to fight, how much he is having to concentrate just to not encounter the white lines. He wants to extract everything he can out of the circuit. He wants to use as much of the circuit as he can. He cannot go over the line for track limits, but if he gets a wheel onto the white painted line, he may well find himself heading straight to the scene of the accident. At the moment, he's heading in towards turn 14. And then it'll be the final sweeping corner, turn 15. They come out of turn 14 about 3rd gear. Then it's an uphill in towards turn 15, the corner that is called Gulp. And they reach about 180 kilometers an hour in the dry and 4th gear. And then it's the downhill towards the start-finish line. And the pit straight, it's the down, then the up, then the down. A really unusual undulating pit straight. The teams in the garages, nice arty pictures there as we look through. You can see there's 10.5 minutes remaining of this qualifying session. The teams all looking at the data, looking at everything that's going on, trying to keep on top, keep everything together, make sure that their car is out on track at the best possible time. Right, there's Daniel Lewis in the number 19 car. So at the moment, he's in 8th place. Remember, he's in the GT4 car, the only GT4 car in the pack. So pretty good to be running in 8th place, considering the fact that he has a car that does not have the power of the cars around him. Right, 224, Joel Monegro. Oh, as if he hasn't made everybody suffer enough. It looks like he's going to come back out and try and improve on his 2 minutes 4.184. And of course, all joking aside, looking to cover off the fact that if this track does start to dry out, and it looks like it is starting to dry out a little bit, the times could start tumbling very quickly. So out onto the track comes Joel Monegro once again. in towards turn 1, so this will be his outlap. So this will just be where he starts to generate the heat in the tyres, in the brakes. He'll be looking to see where the puddles are. He'll be looking to see if there is any potential dry patches. He'll be just getting it ready, and then it'll be the build laps. The next couple of laps after this, where he'll be gently building the temperature in those tyres. And then when he thinks he's ready, when he thinks those tyres are in the window, it'll be the push laps, where he will try and improve on that 2 minutes 4.184. But Eric Santos, in the other of the track experience by Manthey cars, is not a million miles off him, a 1.153. So we've got every car out on track now. Monegro, I'm told by Piers, is not running on new tyres for this session. Again, in these wet conditions, maybe disadvantage less than he might be in the dry conditions, but he's not running on new tyres. So this is very much just trying to ring fence that pole position that he has, that 2 minutes 4.184. The other drivers around, we've got some personal bests that are popping up as Hugo van der Voosteen once again finds himself pointing in the wrong direction out at turn 3. He spins it around, rejoins, no dramas there, but clearly pushing hard and just trying to find where the grip is. We've got a few drivers that are setting green, so improving a little, but nobody is setting purple. So the first of the greens I can see is Javier Ripoll Jr. So he's done a personal best in Sector 1. So Javier Ripoll Jr. currently in 4th place. Looks like he is improving. He is about 100th down from Marabi Mekvabishvili, who is just ahead of him. So 7.5 minutes remaining of the session. There is Daniel Lewis in 7th place at the moment. What a great job from Daniel in the Soul GT4 car. Very much here, getting up to speed, preparing himself for a season in the Great Britain Series, a Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain. Really welcome here in Portimão. There's Ernst Inderbitzen in the number 9 car, just passing through. Remember, he's one of the drivers that's not running ABS in preparation for his season in Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. There's a driver pointing in the wrong direction. That's Levin Turkman, and the number 77 car currently in 5th place. So he's had a spin. He's turned it around, so doesn't look like he's made contact with anything. Right, Javier Ripoll Jr. said he was improving. He has gone the quickest of anybody in Sector 3. He's jumped up into P2. So Javier Ripoll Jr. is suddenly finding that the track is drying out. He's found a bit of pace. You can see how hard he is fighting the wheel. And that is why Joel Monegro is back on track, because suddenly his fastest time, his pole position, could be under threat. Javier Ripoll Jr., 8.877, so just under 9/10 of a second off the fastest time. So he's still got a bit to find, but if the track is drying quickly, he could just find that. So keep an eye on Javier Ripoll Jr. We're riding with him now. He's up at turn 5 and heading up towards turn 6. So this is going to be very significant. 5 3/4 minutes remaining. Suddenly, Joel Monegro's massive lead on the timing screens has been eaten away by that man there. Javier Ripoll Jr. in car number 91. Eric Santos down to P3. Marabi Mekvabishvili in 4th place, but he not a million miles off either. He's about 1.5 seconds off, 1.6 seconds off the pole position time at the moment. But with the track drying, the gains could be massive in the last 5 minutes of this qualifying session. Remember, we're not just looking for a fast time, we're looking for the second fastest time to determine the grid for round 2 that comes up later this afternoon as well. So we need some consistent laps here from all the drivers. At the moment, Javier Ripoll Jr. is the chaser. Can he reduce that 0.877 seconds? Out he comes once again. Now, looking at his times, he hasn't improved this time around in Sector 1 and Sector 2. So unless he can do something spectacular in Sector 3, doesn't look like he's going to close in on Joel Monegro. Sector 3 is a longer sector, But at the moment, P2 is looking as good as it's going to be. And yes, so the last lap at 2:05.767. So some 7/10 down on his previous and best time. So Javier Ripoll Jr. not able to close in on Joel Monegro at the moment. Eric Santos in third. Marabi Mekvavishvili. Then Levent Turkman in fifth after that spin. There is Alexander Dobik once again having a moment. He's down in 10th at the moment. He is looking for some 3.6 seconds to get up somewhere near the front row of this grid. So he's got a steep mountain to climb. But Alexander Dobik in the number 33 car spins it around, rejoins, carries on his way. Heading towards the last 3.5 minutes of this session. The rain is holding off, so potentially the track could be getting quicker. Right, this was in towards turn 5. Just losing the back end, under braking. The car spins around. He's able to rejoin straight away, but time starting to run out. There's Marabi Mekvabishvili in the yellow car, 1.179 down. Right, Eric Santos has jumped up to second place. And that is the view of the sky from Alexander Dobik. And that just shows you how steep the climb is on the blind crests. Right, Santos, as already mentioned, 0.688. So he's at a 2:04.872. So Eric Santos has closed in on his teammates' fastest time. So we've got track experience by Manthey first and second. We're looking here at Hugo van der Voosteen, who also has a moment on turn 5. Puts it into gear and just rejoins straight away. But turn 5 clearly catching a lot of people out as Eric Santos heads down there, shows him how it's done. Up the hill he will come. It really is tricky into that turn 5, the hairpin turn. Less than 2.5 minutes remaining. We've got a purple from Marabi Mekvabishvili in sector 1. So keep an eye on Marabi Mekvabishvili in the 218 car. His sector 2, though, not great in comparison. So he's lost time in sector 2. But for a moment, Marabi Mekvabishvili, who was in 4th place, was looking like he could challenge for pole position. There he is in the yellow and black car. So at the moment, his sector 2 wasn't great, but he could improve on his P4 if things remain as they are. He's into sector 3 at the moment. He's heading in towards turn 15, the final corner of the track now, to head out across the line. Can Marabi Mekvabishvili improve on his 4th place? His best time was a 2:05.363. He's going to come out to cross the line. We'll see what it is as he crosses the line, a 2:05.130. So he does improve, but he doesn't move up the grid. So he's improved, but not enough to catch Javier Ripoll Jr., who's in that P3. But Marabi Mekvabishvili is certainly finding some pace in the closing stages of this qualifying session. We've got 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. So when the clock strikes 0, any drivers that are on a lap, as long as they've crossed the line before the clock struck 0, that lap will count. So still potential for it all to change. On board with Javier Ripoll Jr. at the moment. He's in 3rd place, 2:05.061. His previous lap was a little bit off that. So still trying to improve. His previous lap was a 2:06. So he is trying to close in on Eric Santos, trying to get the car up onto the front row of the grid, but he's got traffic in front of him. That's not going to help his cause at all. So he'll need to avoid that. Out comes Javier Ripoll Jr. So is he going to stop the clock and improve? Doesn't look like a particularly spectacular lap that time around. So he crosses the start-finish line in a few seconds, and we'll see whether he has improved or not. Meanwhile, Joel Monegro has responded. He has got a purple in sector 1. So Monegro now the quickest of anybody in sector 1 once again. The checkered flag is out. So any drivers on their lap at the moment are able, that lap is able to count for a grid position. But Monegro with a purple in sector 1, a quick 39.8 in sector 2 as well. So looking very solid to retain the pole position. Everybody has been charging hard to try and close in on him. but it doesn't look like anybody's going to do it. Javier Ripoll Jr. has peeled off into the pits. Eric Santos in the 221 car. Doesn't look like he's been able to improve either. So it's now looking like Joel Monegro quickest and the second quickest time, potentially giving him a double pole position subject to confirmation as he too peels off into the pits. I don't see anybody else improving. The clock has struck 0. Out across the line come the remaining few cars, but I think Joel Monegro now looking very solid for a double pole position. Both races this afternoon with Joel Monegro starting from that pole position. Eric Santos second in the timing screens and looking to see his second best time. Looks like he will be a double P2 as well, and a 2:04.9. So yeah, he will be on the front row for both races. So track experience by Manthey are going to lock out the front row for both races here. Javier Ripoll Jr., the first of the non-Manthey cars, in third ahead of Marabi Mekvabishvili, who for a moment looked like he was going to challenge for that pole position. Then Levent Turkman in 5th place ahead of Kasper Huckerboom in 6th place. Daniel Lewis in the GT4 car qualifying in 7th. A good job there ahead of Jan Klingenberg for Fact Autotech. Ahead of Hans Frisch for A-Works. Then Alexander Dobek, he'll be disappointed with a 10th place. Ernst Inderbitsen in another of the Fact Autotech cars. And in 12th place, it is Hugues van der Voosteen in the 245 car for 2B Autosport. So a challenging session for all the drivers. They say that the summer wins are made in the winter. Well, they've had a lot of wet weather training during these sessions here. A very entertaining couple of qualifying sessions. We see the rain starting to come down again. So we managed to get this session finished just in the nick of time. And the remaining cars now just going to be peeling off back into the pit lane. We're looking at the very challenging turn 5. That's where the track limits issues have been, and it's where a lot of drivers have also found the rear ends swapping ends with the front. But it looks like everybody's managed to keep it out of the barrier, so that's pretty important. The only driver we haven't seen in either of the divisions has been Alex Ryman. I'm told the team are working hard, whether it's the same car or it'll be a new car, but he will be starting in the sport division from the very back if he starts at all. So he's the only driver that looks to have sustained damage during these sessions. But everybody has survived, and I think anybody who's got to the end of this session and put a time on the board is a winner in my book. So great qualifying sessions, really testing the drivers. But Joel Monegro in the club division is going to be one to watch. And with Eric Santos making it a track experience by Manthey front row, the legendary Manthey team, of course, Manthey, who have just taken their second DTM title, I think just the end of last year. They are an amazing team, and they certainly know how to prepare a car. Right, Piers Pryor is down in the pit lane, in the rain. Rather you than me.
Yeah, down here with our pollster for race one, Joel Monegro. Joel, a good session for you out there. It looked like you had the pace right from the start.
Yeah, it seemed like it. I mean, the warm-up this morning was really helpful, but, you know, with tricky conditions, it's always kind of tough. But the track stayed pretty consistent, then it improved towards the end. So, yeah, it was pretty good.
I noticed that some of the drivers put on new tyres halfway through the session. You chose not to.
Yeah. Well, we used tyres for the warm-up session, and so we wanted to go straight to sitting a good time, then come in and wait to see if the track conditions changed. The track got a little bit better, and so we wanted to set a good time and then see if with the track getting better we could get another good time.
Clearly, the track experience by Manthey crew gave you a good car because you were pole in race 1, and I think your teammate Eric Santos, he's pole in race 2, pipped you by just a 10th or so of a second.
Okay, awesome. Well, we have the same setup, so it'll be a fun front row.
It's clearly a good setup.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I was about to ask you whether you prefer wet or dry for the race later. I'm assuming wet.
No, always dry. Always dry. Yeah, we can manage in the wet, but racing in the dry is way more fun.
Joel, great to have you back in the championship. A good start to the year, and we'll see how you go later on.
Awesome. Thank you.
Amazing. That's Joel Monegro, pole sitter for race number 1. I'm going to hand back to Brian to round off the qualifying sessions before I get myself ready for our lunchtime pit walk.
Thank you so much, Joel Monegro. So we thought, oh well, he'd be doing his rain dance, but no, he prefers the dry. This series, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, it is a wonderful series. We're in the 4th season of this, and it continues to grow. Of course, the organisers taking advantage of the glorious hot and sunny weather that we experience in Iberia, as can be seen here in Portimão. We got 2 rounds here in Portugal, no, 4 rounds, 2 weekends in Portugal. The Portimão, which is where we are for rounds 1 and 2 today. On Saturday of next weekend, we stay in Portugal and we head to Estoril for rounds 3 and 4, and then we head to Spain for the final 4 rounds. So we'll be in Valencia on the 21st of February, another Saturday, and then it all comes to a close in Barcelona on the 28th of February on the Saturday again for rounds 7 and 8. But it is a great series. It is well, it's referred to as a training championship, but as I've already mentioned, every driver wants this on their CV. Right, it's the lunch break, which means only one thing. It's so good to have this back. This is one of the highlights of the day. No pressure, Piers. It's time for your pit walk.
No pressure indeed, just me talking on my own for about 45 minutes. No, I'm sure that's exactly what everyone wants. We're starting right at the start of the pit lane here. Are at the scrutineering bay, and to right of camera, this is where the cars all get weighed. They get checked for the event. And I asked the scrutineering team before the event, actually, how does it work? And they actually is a centralised app on the phones that the scrutineers use, where all the information is logged to a server which cross-references all of the car data, so the chassis number, the roll hoop number, the tyres, the fuel cell, the extinguisher, everything like that, all the stuff that goes on these race cars to make sure that they are working absolutely at their best and safely, so that if there's an issue with a car, it has a crash in one event, let's say on one side of Europe, and then that car then goes to the other side of Europe, that they make sure that it's been fixed correctly and approved by Porsche to go out racing again. So a well-integrated system and part of the Porsche experience if you do come racing. So I thought that was really interesting. That's why we're starting here. But let's start our walk down the pit lane. It's a long pit lane here at the Portimão circuit, all the way down the long start-finish straight. We've seen the drivers going flat out in tricky wet conditions so far this weekend already. It was changeable yesterday. We had some dry running in practice and wet running as well. So a bit of practice ahead of the year. They had some opportunity to test as well the day before yesterday. Some of the drivers took that up. First garage, in garage number 7. No, that's wrong. Number 6. Here we are. Is the Ombra Racing Team, a team that's been with us in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for the last few years, a very experienced team. They race in Porsche Carrera Cup Italy, they race in the Porsche Mobile One Super Cup. 2 cars this year, the returning Luciano Martinez, that's an ex-TCR racer, very experienced driver. He did race in the Porsche Mobile One Super Cup at times this year, and is looking to push on with that. And I'm actually going to grab a word with team manager David, who's on my right here, just on my right. Yes. Sorry. Okay. David, great to have you back in the championship. You've been supporting the championship for many years. How is it been this year? 2 drivers, returning Luciano, Matthias Comparato as well, a really exciting young talent. Great driver lineup for yourself.
Yes, we are happy with the drivers. Luciano is back with us for a 2nd year in a row, so it's always good to keep working on the basis that we built last year, and a new driver in Mateus, young driver, very talented, and challenging condition for them. Not exactly what we needed for the purpose that we are here for, but you need to adapt, and we are trying our best to do so.
Challenging conditions, race conditions, that's exactly why you're here, right? To get your wheels moving, shall we say, for the year, because this is a preparation. It's a great championship to be involved in, but good preparation for the drivers and the team into your main summer season, I'm sure.
Yes, that's the main task, the main reason to be here. And the environment is good. We have a lot of seat time and challenging competitors, which is always good to understand where you are. Of course, we need to work on technique, on tire preparation, so having some dry driving will have been appreciated. But of course, we need to build this experience, and you always can find this condition over the season, so it's good for them to get some experience.
David, amazing to talk to you. Are any of your drivers around? Would you mind to go and have a... Luciano's around. I'm going to wait around for Luciano. Luciano's always a good guy to chat to. Actually, I might grab Keegan Masters if Keegan's around for a chat. Can we grab Keegan? Keegan Masters races for the Ombre Racing team, has done for many years, has raced in the Porsche Mobile Super Cup. This side for me, Keegan. I've only got short arms and you're a tall man. Keegan, you're coaching here for the Ombre Racing team, both Matthias and Luciano. How are they doing so far?
Yeah, not too bad. Matthias is obviously new in the team. Obviously from Brazil. I'm not too sure if he's been here before, but he's keeping up pretty well. Both Luciano and Matthias is doing a good job. Luciano didn't have the greatest qualifying right now, but he's going to get there in the race. I'm sure he's going to fight hard, so we'll see how it goes.
What sort of things are you helping the drivers, or what are you talking to them about in between sessions that helps them?
Well, also with my experience on the track, I've had a few days here that I know. I also had mixed conditions, wet and dry. So everything I learned on the track, I try to give off to them. Little tips and tricks of the track, I guess.
Of course, you're not going to tell us that on live on air, are you?
No, obviously can't. But it seems to be helping here and there. They also integrate their own driving style, and then I would also give them some advice on what I would do. And it's their choice whether or not to choose that advice.
Will we see you on track again this year?
Yeah, we'll hope so.
Can you give us anything more than that, or is it still to be announced?
We'll have to see.
Keegan, great to chat to you. Thanks very much for taking your time out of your day. I'm going to grab a word with Luciano Martinez. Now, Luciano, come on in. Come this side for me. I've only got a short arm. Luciano, great to have you back in the championship. I know qualifying didn't go exactly as you wanted to, but how's things been going so far this year?
Hi, how's it going? Thank you. We had a good FP at the morning. I wasn't quite able to put everything together on the qualifying session. We've been taking a look at the data and seeing where kind of I messed up during the qualifying. So we had a few points now that I know I can not necessarily improve on, because what we did in the morning was good, but just make sure that I'll keep doing the same thing that I know works and not try too different of a thing for the race, especially now that we aren't quite sure about what condition we'll find on track. But we've been just reviewing the qualifying, checking out what we can do different and keep up improving.
Luciano, it was great to see you in the championship here at the Sprint Challenge Southern Europe last year. Back again, it was good preparation for your year. We saw some racing from you in the Mobile One Super Cup. That was a good experience for you. Can you tell us a bit about what you're going to be doing this coming summer season?
Absolutely. Last year was amazing. We did a lot of stuff that at least I didn't think was going to happen so early as it did. This year we're going after a quite similar program. We'll do, again, I believe, the full season of Super Cup this year. And then also to keep on driving during the year, because Super Cup will get very little track time, we'll be doing the Italian season of the Porsche Carrera Cup too.
In the blue Ombre colours, of course.
Yes, sir.
Amazing. It looks like a really good team. Everyone's always cheerful and enjoying themselves here.
They work great. There's a very good energy in between the team. Everyone's quite good friends with everyone else, and they're very focused on working the way they do. And I've been finding myself super comfortable working with them.
Amazing. Luciano, I'll let you go and have some lunch, get yourself prepared for the race later on. Thanks very much for chatting to us. We'll see how you get on later on. Whether it's dry or wet, I can't tell you. You'll have to figure that one out on your own. You've got Keegan Masters. Oh, and why don't we grab a word with Luciano, Matthias Comparato as well while we're here. A new drive to the championship. We just spoke to David, your team manager. He was singing your praises, a young driver, a talented driver, only 19 years of age. I'm gonna rattle off some stats about your career. First season of Formula 4, second in Brazil. The year after, you won it. The first season in Tin Tops Porsches last year in Brazil, third place. You're going for the win this year. Very talented young driver. Good to have you in the championship. How have you found it so far?
Happy to be here. Happy to be back on track. We spent like 1 month without races, and really happy with the opportunity to race here in the team of David and to learn a bit more. This week was a bit different, a lot of conditions of track, and now we have 2 races and try to improve the position. We start in P7 and P10 in the second, and looking forward to the races.
Must be helpful for you to have some competitive racing in the winter because, of course, I know that the Brazil season doesn't start until, is it March time or end of February?
Yes, in the Brazil start in the last week of next month, and it's good to be on a championship that is competitive because I need to improve myself in the car, and it's really important to get a great result in Brazil.
And also, I was speaking to your parents earlier on, right, when you were getting ready for qualifying. In the Brazilian Championship, it's 9 rounds, 6 sprints, 3 endurance, if I'm not mistaken. And in the endurance, you have a teammate, and you're sharing the car with a different Matthias, who we saw in this championship last year.
Yeah.
Just tell us about that.
Yeah, Matthias is my friend, my personal friend, and we races together in Brazil and in Formula 4 and in kart. And
Matthias Ferreira, this is.
Yes. And when I decided to do the transition to the Porsche last year, I was talking with him, and he told me that he's gonna do the Porsche Cup here in Germany. And I remember that I was able to choose one driver to be my teammate in the endurance, and I chose him. And we almost win the championship last year. Was missing like 2-3 points, and
You're going for it this year?
Yes, I'm really excited to start this year to try to take the championship with me to the end.
Amazing. Matthias, I'll let you go and get yourself relaxed, get some lunch, get yourself fueled up, ready for the race later on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Matthias Comparato, our driver number 11 for the Ombra Racing team. We move from garage number 6, which is Ombra Racing, to 7 and 8 is the Fach Auto Tech. 3 drivers in the club division, all in the Michelin Cup category. The 2-2-2, that first driver there of the 222 is Jan Klingenberg. Races in the Porsche Sports Cup Swiss in the past, has also been racing GTs for a few years, and also has done guests in series like British GT, GT Open, and has done a few 24 hours over the year. You can see on top of the our car there that the little triangle, Parc Ferme, they've just had their qualifying session. Parc Ferme is basically a code word for don't touch the cars for the teams, because after the qualifying sessions, any competitive sessions, all the cars must be left exactly as they are, so that the scrutineers can check that everything is eligible, nothing has changed, all the components are right, and the Parc Ferme means that it must be left exactly as is. So we'll see a few of those cars with those on. That's the 222 there of Klingenberg. We also have returning driver number 9, Ernst Inderbitzen, a very passionate racer here in the grey car to our right-hand side there. He's been with this championship definitely last year. I think he was also part of the championship in 24 as well. Experienced driver, loves his racing. He's probably one of, if not the eldest driver on the grid. And I don't think he'll mind me saying that, because it shows he's got youth in him. Great driver is Ernst. He's been in the championship in 25. He came 13th in the AM division, which is now rebranded to the Michelin Cup. In 24, he was 26. He was in it in the first year of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe as well. 7th in the AM category in that 2023 season, and has also been racing in the Porsche Sports Cup Swiss. I'm actually going to stop in the Fach Auto Tech team and turn around, because we've got a new driver for us, Mr. Turkman. Great to have you at the event. Thanks for joining us. I know you were a last-minute addition to the entry list.
True.
Are you glad that you're going to be racing today?
Well, absolutely. It was a little bit, unexpected, because I just started on Thursday, first time in this car. But, we finally managed to do some decent lap time. So I'm happy, yeah.
You look happy. You look like
I am, thank you.
You look like you're having a great time. Every time I see you in the paddock and in the pits, you've got a smile on your face. You look relaxed. You're enjoying yourself.
Well, not every time. The first day was really awful. I mean, I started in this car for the first time in my life with rain and everything, and it was horrifying in the start. I started sleeping on the couch in the pit box because I was too tired. But the second day went well, and today not bad.
Not bad at all. I know you've got some experience in racing. You've raced BMWs the last couple of years. How has it been, your first experience of this 911 Cup car? It must be a whole different ball game.
Well, this is overwhelming. You think you drive the car, but the car actually drives you in the beginning. So I'm just starting to get used to it a little bit. But actually, if you compare this, for example, with M240s, which I used to race and still race, these are more predictable. So that's a good thing, but there's so much power, you have to really get used to that.
Amazing. Well, Levens, thank you very much for taking the time to chat to us. We'll see how you get on in your first Porsche race, will be, won't it, this afternoon?
Yeah, this is the first one. So hopefully I speak to you afterwards in a good mood.
Absolutely. If not, then maybe we'll talk to you at the next round instead. Okay. Levin, thanks so much for talking to us. We'll let you go and get some lunch and prepare for that race. Great to have new drivers on the grid every year here at the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We'll turn our attention back to the Fark Auto Tech team here. We spoke about the number 9 there of Ernst in the bits, and we've also got the number 18, Marcus Liebengut, a new driver in the championship. Not a huge amount to talk about Marcus. I haven't actually spoken to him in person yet, so maybe we'll grab a word with him at one of the other rounds if he does choose to join us. But look out for him in the number 18 car, really striking livery, nice white with the red accents as we see often from the Fark Auto Tech team. Right, moving up the grid further, or the paddock, should we say, the track experience by Manthey team here. Now, we've just spoken to Joel Monegro after he was the fastest driver in that club division qualifying in the Michelin Sprint Cup. His teammate Eric Santos in the car that is actually currently at scrutineering, you can't see in the garage at the moment. Eric Santos in the 221. He will be going from pole position in the second of today's club division races. So both pole positions in the club division and Michelin Cup are taken by the track experience by Manthey. And for those of you who have heard of the Manthey name before, that will be no surprise that they are right at the top of the field. Manthey, a name synonymous with success, and especially in Porsche racing. The track experience team here, led by Manthey. Track experience is an opportunity for drivers who have Porsches or want to get involved in Porsche racing to sample it, and then sort of almost a gateway into Porsche racing, and they're allowing the likes of Joel Monegro to do so. And Joel Monegro came up from the Rennsport track experience and is now making his way into Porsche racing, and it's clearly doing him pretty well, going from pole position, isn't it, for Joel Monegro. He's from the Dominican Republic. I spoke to him yesterday. My geography isn't the best. Didn't know where the Dominican Republic is. Was reliably informed it's in the Caribbean. He said that the weather there at the moment is somewhat better than it is here in Portugal at the moment. The 224 that we're looking at there is Joel Monegro. He actually had a last-minute change. I think there was a chance he could have been as a pro-am in the sport division, but will be going for the club division in the Michelin Cup. Joel Monegro, really friendly guy. You heard from him after that qualifying session. I think Eric Santos might be at lunch. Of course, qualifying just over now, so this is an opportunity for the drivers to cool off, relax, and get some food in as well. Right, let's continue on down. Otherwise, we are going to get very bored of me just rambling about all the different cars and teams. Another returning driver, number 218, Here we go, Mekvavishvili, there we go. There's the bright yellow car. Great to see this very experienced driver join us once again. The 218 from Lap Time Performance, Marabi Mekvavishvili. He's a driver that's been very much in the mix of the club division for the last couple of years. He had 2 9th places in the club division last year, and at Valencia, they were his best results last year. He was also in the championship in 2024. He was 7th place in the AM category with a best place of 5th place, so he'll be looking for more top 5s this season. Great to have Marabi Mekvavishvili back for the Lap Time Performance team. Lap Time Performance have got a couple of cars under wraps on the right-hand side there as well, so who knows, maybe we'll see some more drivers from them as the season progresses. Moving on to garage number 12. Coming up next, that is the Red Ant Racing team, another team that have been with us in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for the last few seasons. We saw the likes of Ajit Kumar joining us in the club division last year. He brought a lot of support last season. Isn't joining us, at least for this first round this year. The completely grey cars, the number 29 of Jesse Polderdijk, who is a new driver to the championship and one of our rookies, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he is a guy that's come over from karting, only started karting since 2021, has had lots of success in karting and will be racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux this year alongside, I hear, a karting campaign. So still very much involved in shifter karting, a very experienced driver in karts. So we'll be looking to use that experience from karting and add to his car racing experience. And then the driver that we're looking at right now, the number 96 who we spoke to earlier, Milan Marchak. Who's just coming in the back of the garage. Why don't I grab a word with Milan? We've already spoken to him once, but he's a nice guy to talk to, and we can have a little bit of a less rushed conversation. Milan, come to my right-hand side. We spoke to you earlier on, of course, after your wonderful pole position. We've got a bit less time pressure now. Yeah. Milan, let's talk about your season, because I think, from my perspective, a really incredible journey you've been on. Of course, experienced in karting, but then we saw you last year at Estoril for your first ever car race, if I wasn't mistaken. And then your season, I mean, rookie champion in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. I think you're in the top 5 a couple of times. Talk to us about that journey.
Yeah, the Porsche Benelux was very difficult because you had a lack of experience with the other drivers, and we had some tight rookie battles all over the year. So yeah, it's been great to of course win the rookie championship, and it's also great to be back here after the beginning of the season of 2025. So and yeah, to start it off like this, it's perfect.
Amazing start to the year. It must give you real good confidence.
Yeah, we prepare ourselves through the data and everything what could be better for race 1, but I think I'm ready.
What could be better? Because it was a good session from you, double pole position, but you're still always looking for more.
Yeah, maybe something in the car with the setup, or made some mistakes in my fastest laps, and it was very difficult, the conditions. It was not really wet, so it was very slippery, and yeah, we'll try to adapt to that, and we'll see.
Let's talk about the conditions, because I've spoken to a few drivers up and down the grid, and they say that this is one of the harder tracks in wet conditions.
Yeah, this was actually my first weekend to drive in complete wet, and for me, Zandvoort, we did one race in the wet, and that was also quite hard. But now with the ABS, it's more forgiving if you brake too late or anything. So it's probably easier than previous year. So that's also plus.
It's good, yeah, great. You're a Polish driver, if I'm not mistaken, correct? Yeah, you're under the Polish license. The Polish motorsport fan community is very strong. I've commentated on a number of Polish drivers. There's always a lot of support from Poland. Are you seeing some of that support now coming your way as well?
Yeah. It's also great to see for the next season in Porsche Benelux to see already, I think, 4 or 5 different Polish drivers. So it's great to see that, to have more drivers of the same nation. So it's great.
And of course, you want to be the fastest pole.
Yeah.
Of course. Milan, I'll let you go and... actually, your team's here, isn't it? I'll let you chill out, have some lunch, and then we'll see you go from pole position later on. Twice, of course, twice. Milan Marchak, pole position in the sport division. Our fastest driver so far in the wet conditions this morning. His teammate as well, Jesse Polderdijk. How did Jesse get on in the qualifying earlier on? Let's get the sport division qualifying up. Jesse Polderdijk, well, team pole was Milan Marchak, Jesse Polderdijk. We'll be going from 9th place in race number 1. So he'll be inside the top 10. A good start to the season for him. We're moving further down the pit lane here now. We've got a few empty garages, which has given me an opportunity just to talk about some of the talking points that I've made notes on so far this weekend. The addition of the smart marshalling system this weekend, great addition to the championship, which means the cars all have a little display inside on the dashboard, so the drivers are kept up to date and absolutely aware of what's going on circuit. If there's a yellow flag in the sector they're in, if there's a full course yellow, a safety car, there's a countdown to safety car periods, a countdown to full course yellows, a countdown to green flag periods as well. So the drivers have no excuse not to say they didn't see it, but also means that, of course, the safety of the championship is being taken another step forward, and it's great to see that addition this year. Track limits have been a talking point here at the circuit Algarve in previous seasons. It's a circuit where there is plenty of runoff. It's a FIA Grade 1 circuit, and actually, we've heard in recent couple of months that this circuit will be hosting the Formula One World Championship in 2027 and 2028. So a world-class circuit, absolutely no doubt about that. But with the runoff comes an opportunity to extend the circuit beyond potentially the defined track limits. And we've seen drivers getting penalties and lap times deleted in qualifying and races in previous years. This year, a step forward, again, thanks to some technology that the time service timing team are implemented, cameras at turns 1, 5 and the last corner turns 15 to keep an eye on the drivers and see who is staying within track limits. And it's an automated system, which is really cool. I was actually shown how it works yesterday. The driver goes all 4 wheels over the white line on the exit of the corner. The software recognises that, sends a notification via a list to one of the members of the timekeeping team. They then approve or reject based on the image, so that they have to just confirm or deny whether the software has made a mistake or whether there's whether it's actually a track limit infringement, and also they can then decide if they were pushed off or if they had made a mistake and didn't gain an advantage, they can reject that. And then that system will then log the number of times throughout a session and throughout the weekend each driver goes over track limits. And then 3 in the race will give you a final warning. 4 is a black and white flag. The 5th, you will get a time penalty, so the drivers have no excuse not to do that. And also, the team manager will be updated via the live timing that you can also access by getraceresults.com. If you want to keep an eye on the live timing while you're watching the races, by all means. It also gives a list of when the drivers went off at each time, and with the ship to shore, the pit radios that the teams have to the drivers, they can keep them informed. We now made our way to garage number 19, which means we're the S1 racing team. We've also got the Spark racing team as well. Spark Racing is a team I don't think we've seen this championship on the broadcasts before. They have got the driver of Nikola Milkovic, the number 111 there. It's a very striking livery. If you look on the side of the car, there's some pretty cool graphics on that. Great to have a driver joining us. So I don't know, potentially the first Serbian driver we've had, Nikola Milkovic from Serbia. In the back of shot there to the left, you've got the car number 28. That was going to be Alex Ryman, our Pro-Am champion from 2024, who came 19th last year in the Pro Division. Big accident, unfortunately. As you can see the engine out of the car. He had an unfortunate incident, dropped a wheel over the curb on the exit of the last corner in practice. Heavy contact with the inside wall on the pitch straight. Big damage to the car. The has made it all the way up to and including Formula One. Was actually a test and reserve driver, I believe, for the Marussia F1 team in 2013. Was very successful in GP3 and GP2 back in the day, so the ladder towards Formula One. Then in the mid to late 2010s, he made his switch to tin top racing or GT racing. Was British Porsche Carrera Cup, the Porsche Carrera Cup GB Pro Champion in 2018. He also raced in the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East, or Porsche Cup Middle East in that year as well. Has guested in the, or has raced in the Porsche Mobile One Super Cup. Has had top 10s in that, and both with 2019 and 2021, and will be joining us for this season. I think he's also planning to do the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux and some Porsche Carrera Cup France this year. So great to have Theo on the grid. I'm actually going to see if I can grab a word with Theo Elenas. I've just caught his eye, so we'll bring him out to the front of the garage and grab a word with the Cypriot driver as he makes his way down. Theo, thank you so much for taking some time out of your briefings to have a chat with us. Come to the right-hand side of me for a second now. Theo was just going through some of your racing accolades over the years, but great to have you in the championship. Tell us about why you're here.
Basically, I'm back because I was off for since 2021. That was my last race in Super Cup, and I found a very good opportunity with S1 Racing. They contacted me and they have a very attractive plan in mind to start building again from here, from this race, doing the Sprint Challenge, doing the Benelux this year, and also doing the French Porsche Carrera Cup. So yeah, it's been great. Trying to get used to it again, trying to get back in the groove, and it's looking promising.
Looking promising indeed. I think your career CV speaks for itself. I mentioned already, British Porsche Carrera Cup champion in the past, a driver that always pushes for the front. Yeah. Talk to us about that plan. You've got this year in plans, but maybe something more in the future. Is it a longer plan than 1 year?
It seems like it's going to be next year as well. So it's a 2-year plan at the moment with the team. We are planning to do, if everything goes well, fingers crossed this year, and they're happy with everything, the results and how we work together. The plan is to do Germany and Super Cup for next year. This is the plan. But let's see.
You've got experience in Super Cup before, so it'd be great to see they're back in that again.
One step at a time.
Yeah, well, okay. You've only just on your first qualifying session. Sorry, Theo. Sorry. No worries at all. Talk to us about how it is to be back in a Porsche Carrera Cup car, because I know they're super enjoyable to drive.
I mean, it was great for me. I was looking for that opportunity, and as soon as I stepped in Barcelona for 2 days of testing in December, I was like, this is my thing again,
I can see it on your face.
I missed it too much, and I wanted to find ways to get back into it. Unfortunately, there's a lot of you need to have a lot of sponsorship behind you to achieve that, and I want to thank Quanloop and S1 Racing for making this happen, and hopefully will be a long-term collaboration, and we progress from here.
Amazing. Theo, thank you so much for taking a bit out of your lunch. Go and get some lunch, relax, and we'll see you for a good result later on. Where are you going in? I think, was it P5 from race 1?
Yeah, P5. I had another good lap. At some point I was like minus 1 second up on my lap time, but unfortunately it started to rain, like 7 minutes to go heavily, and I couldn't complete the lap. So I could have been P2 or P3. I have the lap to be there. So my aim will be just to move forward and finish in top 3.
I think your experience was really showing to me in that session, because you were the driver that actually came in the latest for the new tyres. You could put some new tyres on midway through the session. A bit of a gamble, unfortunately, because the rain came.
Yes.
If that rain didn't come, that could have been a really, really good.
Yeah, I was, as I told you, I was 1 second up by turn 10, so I was going for P2 or P3 for sure if I was finishing that lap. And then I made the corner, and then I've seen the big cloud just chucking it down. I was like, but it's okay. It was a bit unlucky, but we have it's going to be a long races, long season, and we progress from here.
I must say, good work for the team, actually. They got all 4 tyres on and off really quickly to get you out.
Yeah, they did. They did a great job, like a mini pit stop just to get out on the track. But so let's see what happens on the races, and we take it from there.
If you ever need to do an endurance race, then you know the team's going to be good at that. Yeah. Theo Elenas there for the S1 racing team. Thanks, Theo. Thanks for chatting to us. We're going to walk and continue our way down the pit lane as I just pop myself back into frame. That was Theo Elenas. Great to chat to Theo. He's a very friendly guy, Cypriot driver, lots of experience in single-seaters and tin-top racing. Always finds himself at the front of the field. We're getting towards garage number 21 now, which is Team GP Elite. They've closed their doors on us, which is not helpful. I think garage 22 is open, which is their other door. Team GP Elite, not sporting as many cars this year as we have seen in previous seasons. I think we've had up to 6 or 7 cars over the years in the GP Elite. This year, just the 3, but that doesn't mean that we're lacking anywhere near any quality. Nick Ho, number 98 over there on the right-hand side, the McDonald's-sponsored driver there. He is the highest placed returning driver from last year's Pro Championship or Sports Category Championship. He was 11th place last year, had some good results. I think he managed to get a couple of top 5s in the number 98. If my memory serves me correctly, yeah, his best results last year, I think, was a 5th place. He guested in the Porsche Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany last year. I think his plans are for Germany this year, and he will be looking for a strong start to the season. Qualifying didn't actually go his way. I was expecting him to be higher. 8th place he will be going from in the first part of qualifying. Then to our left here, the number 30, Wouter Boerkamps. I would say, on paper, the most in-form man in the world in a Porsche Cup car. He won the last round of the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup, which is the pinnacle of Cup Porsche racing at Monza, ahead of a world-class field. He had a really strong year, managed to get a full season in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup after just doing guest rounds in the years previous and having basically a sabbatical from racing. It's in effectively his second section of his career, should we say. It had a hiatus of a few years after racing in single-seaters in the early 2010s, then has been doing a lot of coaching, mostly with the Team GP Elite, and we've seen him with GP Elite in the last couple of years coaching the drivers, and I'm hoping to grab a word with Wouter as well while he's mid-conversation. Sorry to interrupt your conversation there, Wouter. We'll get you on out in the pit lane so we can get some good light. Wouter, I was just singing your praises there. I was saying that I reckon on paper you're the most informed man in a Porsche Cup car in the world, taking the last win in the Super Cup at Monza. So that must give you confidence going into this season.
It gives me confidence. You don't see it in the results yet today, but I have to take the rust off a little bit. But no, I feel really good in the car, and I feel really in my place here at GP Elite. So yeah, it's a good preparation for my Super Cup and Carrera Cup Germany season. So it's good to just have a day of proper racing with fast guys. I really like to be here in the preparation for my main season. Yeah,
absolutely. Really gets the season off to a good start and gets your mind in the sort of the competitive groove, doesn't it?
Yeah. I've done the 24 hours of Dubai last weekend, so that's a completely different mindset. So it's good to get back into the sprint rhythm. It's completely different. Like every lap counts and every tenth counts. So it's good to be in that rhythm again and to work with my engineers again. Because it's such a competitive field, and we have to take everything out of it, extract everything out of the car, and that's what we're doing today. Like we're 2 days behind the rest because the rest already done a lot of testing, For me, it was now on new tires for the first time. And then we noticed the balance was a bit off, so we'll change a lot. And then I hope to make the guys in front really hard for the race.
And you're still doing a lot of coaching. I know you're helping Nick Ho as well. Again, in the start of this season, you're doing a bit of the coaching behind the scenes, getting some reference laps in as well. Yeah. It must be really good to see some of the drivers that you're helping, really develop quickly. We've seen so many drivers start with GP Elite and then go on to be front runners as well, and you've helped a lot with that.
Yeah, I like the coaching. I think the biggest part of where I am now is also due to my coaching, thanks to my coaching, because I got some reference laps. I think no one's busy more with the dynamics and the way you have to do the techniques with the car than me the last few years. And it helps me get in the right mindset. And also if I see now Nick being my teammate, I've coaching for 4 years now. Jelte, who is in front of me, I started with him 3 years ago. His first laps in a race car was with me. So, and his first lap in a Porsche Cup car as well. So it's nice to see those guys grow, and I think I'm the one they want to let pass the least. So that's good to fight with guys I've been coaching, because I hope if I taught them well, I think they're quite predictable.
Yes, of course, because you know exactly the way they think. But it's really good to see you getting a full campaign in Super Cup last year, and then again for this season coming up with Porsche Carrera Cup Germany as well. I mean, a lot of work goes on behind the scenes to get the funding to go together. Just give us a bit about the journey from basically not racing in the sort of the mid to late teens into early 20s, and now full Carrera Cup Super Cup campaigns. It's amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing, and it's been quite a journey, but it's mostly being there at the right place at the right time. So I've been coaching a lot. Then after being the coach, they also put me in the car for some reference laps. I took the most out of it, so I really make sure I was fast. Then you're on the radar, and when you're on the radar, there were also, because I got such a big customer database, I could get some funding for my first race. So my first race was Carrera Cup Benelux in 2023 in Assen. And the good thing there was that Larry Trevorder did a guest start there, and Robert de Haan was driving at that moment, and I could share a podium with them. So right at that time, I think that picture was a big one for me, because then I could get the funding for the season after. And for me, there was no other team than GP Elite to do it with. And I've started there when I was 15, got my racing license. I was the first racing driver of GP Elite. So it's full circle to be back with them, and then to see now us grow as a team. And last season, the Super Cup win in Monza, I think I'm really ready now for a challenge, to fight for a championship.
I can see you itching for it. I can see the enthusiasm. It's honestly an amazing story. I love stories like this, and it's really good to see you doing so well in the Super Cup. It's great to see you back in this championship. Wish you all the best for the season.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Well, to Boerkamps, as I said, the most informed man in a Porsche in the world right now. So hopefully a good year for him. And then to the left, the number 8 in the club division is... I'm going to give this my best go, because this is a very Dutch pronunciation. Casper Hogebom. Now, the Porsche team, who are made up of lots of Belgians and Dutch people, I'm sure will rinse me for my pronunciation there, but I gave it my best shot. Casper is another returning driver. He was with us last season for number 8. He was in the GT4. So it's his first taste of the GT, or the 911 Cup car with us. In 2025, he was 3rd in the GT4s. Porsche Sprint Cups experience. He's been in Benelux as well. He was 4th in GT4 and 25 in the GT4s, and the year before he was 4th as well in GT Am in GT4. So making the move up to the full Cup car this season. Casper Hogebom, a really entertaining guy. I was hoping to grab away with him this lunchtime, but I think he's gone for lunch. The club division drivers, this is about when they will be having their lunch. Moving on now, garage number 23. That makes us at the Seebach Motorsports. Levin Gelf. One of our rookie drivers. I can see him at the back of the garage, and I'm going to wave Levin down and see if we can grab away. There he is. Rookie driver. Driver that's not done a huge amount of racing in Carrera Cup cars. That's how you get in the rookies. Come to my right-hand side, please, Levin. First of all, great to have you in the championship. I spoke to you briefly yesterday, but introducing yourselves to all of our adoring fans at home. Levin, one of the rookie drivers, means that you haven't had a huge amount of experience in Porsche Cup racing. Starting the year with the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe means that you're going to be preparing yourself as best as you can, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for the warm-up, for the real season when it starts in summer. But yeah, it's hard competition. Good for warming up.
Give us a taster of your racing experience up till now, because I know a lot of drivers start really young now, but you started a bit later.
Yeah, I started a bit later. I started in 2020 with sim driving. And my first track experience was in 2024 with the Cupra TCR. Then September with the Cayman GT4, and 10 days after my first race in Spa with German Sports Cup.
Wow, so pretty condensed time between your first car outing and then racing.
Yes.
All been brought together pretty closely. I know you've been working very hard. You're getting faster and faster with every session. It must be good for your development to be actually racing at this time of the year as well, because I feel that's always more effective than just testing.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to have a little bit of a jump start ahead of the others when you start in winter and they have their first race in, I don't know, maybe April or May, and you're already there. And no, it's good. I like the challenge. It's like the Champions League. Every good driver from every series is here, and to prove myself here is a good start to the year.
Amazing. And what's your plans for this year after the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe?
I do German Sports Cup, Swiss, and Creventic, 12 hours Mugello.
Amazing. Well, we look forward to seeing how you get on in this championship, and hopefully it starts your year off right.
Thank you.
Levin Gelf, rookie in the sports division. Big thumbs up for Levin. He's going to be going in the number 144 Liqui-Moly sponsored car. Liqui-Moly, a sponsor we see in lots of motorsport. Great to see them supporting a young driver. And in the next garage, number 24, we have the PG Motorsport team. And I'm glad that all the people I wanted to speak to are here, because we've got quite an entertaining conversation coming up, I can guarantee you of that. We have Team Muller. Come on, Team Muller. So we have Joop Muller, who is our driver. I'll grab a word with Joop first, and we'll grab the rest of you in a moment. Joop, come to my right-hand side. Joop Muller, another rookie driver. And we were just speaking to Levin Gelf, one of your rookie competitors. Yes. Joop, talk to us about your racing experience up to date, and also great to have you in the championship this year.
So I've started in karting in 2018, and I did that for 6 years. Then I moved up to a Dutch class in my region. First year I became champion, so then we were looking for the next step, obviously. Last year was Porsche Sports Cup in Germany, and I did it in the GT4 class. And that's where I learned how to race these cars, and now it's time for the next step.
Now it's time for the big car, the Cup car, and you're joining us for this championship. What's your hopes for joining us in the Sprint Challenge Southern Europe? I suppose a bit of experience, but are you looking for results? Are you looking to gain experience? Why are you here?
Well, for me, it's just for training for the summer season. Of course, I like to gain some good results. The goal for me is to win in a rookie class, but the focus is on learning for the next step for the summer. And that's the most important thing for now.
You mentioned the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, and that segues nicely into other people I want to talk to. Let's grab Mace in now, because Mace Muller is your elder brother. Yeah. Mace, you guys stand side by side. You guys are both racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, both in the Cup car. Take a step forward for us, Mace. You're going to be racing against each other. Mace, first of all, it must be cool to see your brother racing in the championship you were in last year, but also, how do you feel about going wing mirror to wing mirror this year?
Well, I think it will be good. We can have a lot from each other, because at home we're always wing mirror to wing mirror as well.
On the simulator?
Yeah, and also like even when we're like needing to run upstairs or something, we're also wing mirror to wing mirror. But I think we'll be good. We can have a lot from each other, and we can learn a lot from each other. Maybe sometime he will be a little bit faster than me, but I hope I am faster.
It was quite funny. I spoke to you yesterday before I met you. Yeah. Of course, with Mace, we've seen you for a couple of years, and I thought it was quite funny the fact that I said, "Oh, are you coaching Joop?" And you were like, "No, he doesn't listen to me."
No. He won't listen to me at all. No.
Amazing. And the third part of the Muller trio is our bring-in father. I didn't actually catch your name yesterday. What's your name?
Lars.
Lars Muller, father of Joop and Mace. Probably the most stressed man in the paddock, I reckon, this season.
I think so, yes. And I'm proud of it, to be the most stressed dad in this paddock. Yeah.
You've got double the stress. First of all, yes, stressful, but also you must be really proud to have both of your sons doing so well in racing.
Absolutely, yeah. But it sometimes is hard if you look into the spreadsheet.
Yeah. Let's just skip over the cost of having two drivers in Porsche Carrera Cup cars, but it's really cool and must be a great family experience for you as well.
It is very much. I'm very proud of these guys, and they are very, very eager to learn from each other, but also to put down a good performance. And I'm proud of them. Yeah.
And also, you have the unenviable job of having to do when you've had a race together, once someone's done well, someone's done badly, you have to manage that quite well. So I can't help you with that. You'll have to figure that one out on your own. Team Muller there, racing for PG Racing. You who's racing this weekend. Mace, who's joined us previously, and then Dad as well. So we'll keep an eye on how Joop does as in the rookie category. He was very fast in practice this morning. How did Joop do in qualifying? Joop Muller, actually not as fast as he was in practice. He was in the top 3 in the final practice this morning. 10th place he'll be going from in the first race. Moving further down the grid, we're getting towards the end of our lunchtime grid walk. MDM Motorsport, a 2-car entry this year. Jelte Hofner is our returning driver in the sport division. Come to my right-hand side, Jelte. Jelte, every year you get... We've seen you basically mature as a driver, mature as a young man as well. You're still only 19, but you look a year older to me. You look like you're more confident this year. You look like you're more at ease in the car. The pace has been amazing. I mean, practice this morning, you were right up there, qualifying as well, right up there, second place you were going from in the first race. You must be really pleased with your progression this year.
For sure, yeah. I learned a lot last year in the Cup cars, which was only my first year in the Porsches. And I got a lot of help from MDM Motorsport and Team Malucelli. And I'm just excited to be back racing again here for the Sprint Challenge Southern Europe.
Always sporting the 919 number, I like that.
Yeah, I love the number. It's part of my whole visual brand.
Absolutely. And let's talk to us about your year since we last spoke to you last year at the Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. You were racing in Europe. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so after Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, I first drove the 12 Hours of Mugello, which is an endurance race, a completely different kind of racing for me. And
how did you find that?
Yeah, it was really fun because I was immediately at ease with the car, also driving with ABS, which helps me a bit with this weekend, of course. And we got a good result there. Afterwards, I drove in Porsche Carrera Cup Italy, and we also learned a lot there. So, yeah, overall, really happy with my last year.
And you've had a taster of the pinnacle of cup racing as well. We saw, was it 1 or 2 guest events in the Mobil 1 Super Cup?
Yeah, I drove 3 rounds of Super Cup with Team GP Elite, which was also really beneficial for my career.
Amazing. And what can we see from you this coming season after Sprint Challenge Southern Europe?
Yeah, so I will do this for a full season, and for the rest I haven't really decided anything yet, but I hope to be driving with the team MDM Motorsport, who have supported me since I've been 16 years old, so for 3 years now, and I'm just excited to keep on going.
Amazing. Jelte Hofner, thanks so much. Go and get yourself ready for your first race coming up very shortly. Thanks very much. His teammate is, we've already spoken to, Levent Turkman. He will be going in the club division, number 77, in that lovely white, and I don't even know what you call that, a dark green? Is it turquoise? Looks very, very professional, doesn't it? That is the MDM team there. We move past towards garage number 27, where we have A-Works, Hans Frisch in the number 92. He's a driver that I don't think we've seen in this championship before. He's racing Porsche Cup, my goodness, my mouth. Porsche Sports Cup Swiss in 2025. I believe he's planning to do another campaign in that this season, so keep an eye out on the lime green number 92 for the A-Works team. He will be going in the club division. And then our lonely GT4 this weekend is Daniel Lewis. I haven't actually managed to catch Daniel Lewis this weekend, and it looks like he's not here at the moment either. It'll be easy to spot. This car looks slightly different to all the other cars that we have this weekend. It is the GT4 Cayman car. It's got a slightly different front end. It's a bit squatter, a bit shorter, equally as fun and thrilling to drive, but ever so slightly slower. But keep an eye out for him. He's almost guaranteed a podium or a win. Wait, basically, if he finishes, he is guaranteed a win this weekend as the only GT4. That's garage number 28. Garage number 29. We normally have the Hideka Racing team, but they've closed their garage, choosing to keep some of the limited warmth that we have here in there. That's Alexander Dobic, the team owner. He's a returning driver in this championship. We've seen Alexander Dobic many, many times in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Was 9th last year in the club division. Had a podium, I believe, last season. Did Alexander? Yeah, he did at Valencia, and then also was with us in 2024 as well, 18th with the best place of 9th. So great to have Alexander. Easy to spot the Hideka Racing team. It's black or charcoal grey with bright, luminous yellow highlights, and also great to see that team, Hideka Racing, moving up in the sport. They joined the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup for the first time this year. Had some great results from Michele Scona, who was well inside the top 10 at many events. We'll hopefully see that team back in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup again this year. The final 2 teams in the pit lane. Team 75, Marco Giltrap, is behind this door. and I'm going to see if I can peek in and see if Marco's around. Door's closed, unfortunately. Marco Giltrap right up there in qualifying, a driver that is very friendly, great to chat to. I was hoping to grab a word with him, but it looks like he's locked in trying to stay warm and getting prepared for the first of today's races in the sport division. He's a driver that we've seen in this championship before, didn't join us last year, but was with us in 2024, Marco Giltrap. He'll be running the number 66 car for Team 75 Motorsport, an Italian-based team. He'll be racing actually in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia this year. Looking forward to the new 992 Mark II Cup car. He'll be racing that this year in that championship and maybe doing some guest races down under where he is originally from as well. Had an amazing season in 2025, did Marco Giltrap. I think he won 10 out of the 13 GT Open races in New Zealand. Also did some Porsche Carrera Cup Australia race. I think he might have come, was he third in that championship, Marco Giltrap? No, got 3 podiums in the Porsche Carrera Cup Australia last year. Or was it Porsche Carrera Cup Asia? He had a good season last year in Carrera Cup in cars. And then the final team in the pit lane is 2B Motorsport. We've both got 1 car in each of the divisions, the sports and the club division. The 2, 4, 5 that you can see in front of you there, that is Hugues van der Woestijn. He is the father of the other car in this garage, which is César van der Woestijn. César is a Porsche Sprint Challenge France racer, has raced in the Ultimate Cup before with his brother Carl as well. In fact, I'm going to grab César if he's around to see if he can come and have a chat. Yeah, he says no, but he's coming anyway, so he's clearly not the keenest to have a chat. César, you're not going to get away with that easy, unfortunately. Come on my right-hand side. Let's have a quick introduction to the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe fans. César, great to have you in the championship.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
Well, not very well. Very hard condition. It's raining and sunny all the time. I have a new coach just trying to make me better, but I have to change a lot of things in my driving, so it's kind of hard. But I'm trying, and now for the race, I'm just going to have fun and see the next one.
You've still got a smile on your face, that's the main thing.
Always.
Tell us about what you're planning to do this year after the Sprint Challenge Southern Europe.
We're doing the Barcelona one. After we're going to do the Porsche Sprint Challenge France and some other like racing championship like the Peterto with classic cars and 2 or 3 rally with classic cars with my father and my brother maybe.
I was going to ask about this. When I spoke to you yesterday, you said you're going to think about some rallies. That's a whole different ball game, isn't it?
It's very different. Like, for example, we're doing the Corsica Tour, so you go all around the Corsica, and it's quite very dangerous. Like, you have also the passenger next to you, so if you do a mistake, it's not only your life, it's someone's life too. So, but it's very fun, like, so all week, and all people with classic cars having fun. That's cool.
Amazing. Great to have you in the championship. 2B competition doing a great job. What are you looking forward to? What's your aims for being in this championship this winter?
Well, it was to also start the season earlier, because in France right now it's not very weather to drive.
Well, it's great weather here, isn't it?
Not true. It's the same.
It's exactly the same. Might as well stayed in France. But no, it's good to have a competition as well, rather than just testing.
That's why, it's competition like this. We train to start earlier the season and try to get better all the time. So,
César, thank you so much for chatting to us. We'll let you get prepared for your first race this year in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Good luck. And I'm actually going to wander over the other side of the pit lane because the man I wanted to talk to has appeared, the New Zealander Marco Giltrap. Let's have a chat on the pit wall. Let's have a change of scenery, shall we? Can I interrupt this team meeting? Sorry. I want to chat to our man here, Marco Giltrap. Marco, come over here. Come this side so we can shoot down the pit lane. Great to have you back in the championship. I thought you'd shut me out. I was looking through the window, couldn't see you, but you're here anyway. Marco, great to have you back. You're preparing for the season ahead. Tell us about what you're preparing for.
Yeah, heading over to Asia this year to do Carrera Cup Asia in the new Cup car, which will be really nice. But in the meantime, we're here in sunny Portimão for some.
Definitely not freezing.
Yeah, no, I'm quite hot actually. No, but yeah, it's some great miles. You know, you get so much time on track and then also so much time racing against other people doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, and some of the best drivers in the world still here. I was just chatting to Walter Borkamps. You know, he won the last round of the Super Cup, so you know you've got some good competition. Qualifying was really close as well.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, you've got some great competition, which is always nice to measure yourself against. And yeah, qualifying was super close in the wet weather. I made a couple mistakes which hurt us, but you know, running off P3 is not too bad. We can work with that.
I can see you've got some good pace. I think on your final lap you went went purple in Sector 1 and then the lap didn't finish, did it?
Yeah, I went purple Sector 1 and then the rain came down again. And I was like, oh. Anyway, that's a game.
That's how the cookie crumbles, as we say in the UK. Marco, we'll leave you to your preparations and chat to the team. I know I interrupted you there, so let's cross back over into the sun. Wow, look at this. It really is, was it summer weather in the winter or to go racing in. Looking forward to some really good racing this afternoon. Can't wait to see our first, for many of the drivers on this grid, their first race this year. First Porsche racing that you've probably seen this year. Please do make sure you join us. I'm going to hand back up to a countdown as we've got probably about 10 or 15 minutes until we go racing for the first time, and that will be the Sport Division. And we've got 4 races coming up this afternoon. It is Sport Division, Club Division, Sport Division, Club Division, and then that's the weekend done, or the racing done here at Portimão. But for now, sit back, relax, maybe get a cup of tea or a hot beverage or some lunch before we go racing for the first time this afternoon.
Welcome back to Portimão. It is the opening 2 rounds of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2026. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome along. A more welcome sight is the fact that looking in towards turn 5, the track actually looks to have dried out somewhat. It has been several days where it has been man versus machine versus the elements. It has been raining an awful lot over the last few days, and it was raining an awful lot during qualifying this morning. It was a very mixed qualifying session that saw many teams and drivers caught out. A lot of the drivers waiting till late in the session, waiting for the track to dry out to try and maximize the potential of a drying circuit. But the rain came in the end, and it meant that Milan Marchak scored his first ever pole position. You can see the grid there in what looks like the Portuguese sunshine, and in amongst that crowd, let's head down to Piers Pryor.
Brian, it is Portuguese sunshine. This is lovely. I'm very much enjoying this so far. The sun has come out. The gloves have gone on since the lunch break, so I don't know whether that was a wise choice of mine or not. But anyway, we are about to go racing for the first time in 2026 for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And let's grab a word on the grid with someone we've spoken to a couple of times already. Milan, can we have a quick word? How are you feeling on the grid? First race of the year. Nervous, excited? Tell us about what you're feeling.
I'm excited, but now it's pretty difficult because it's a gamble between wets and dries. So we'll see how that comes out. And
the circuit dried out quite a bit, has it?
Sorry?
Has the circuit dried out quite a bit since qualifying?
It has dried out quite a lot. You see some dry spots up here on track already. So yeah, in 30 minutes when all the drivers will drive on it, it's gonna be it's gonna dry up really quickly.
Interesting. Milan, we'll let you get yourself prepared for the start of the race. Interesting that the track's drying out quite quickly. The sun has got some heat in it. The air temperature not still that warm, but definitely that heat from the sun drying the track quickly. Tyre pressures, I think, are going to be crucial. Jelte Hofner getting a couple of words of advice from Jaap van Lagen, very experienced Porsche Cup racer. I think I'll leave him to that for now. We just spoke to Jelte a few moments ago in the lunch break. Third place on the grid. That is our grid. Milan Marchak pole position. Second place, Jelte Hofner. Very, very young front row. 17 and 19 years of age, respectively. The 22-year-old of Marco Giltrap goes off third place outside of the second row. It's a staggered 1x1 grid, so outside of the grid is pole, and it's 1x1. Was going to grab a word with Marco Giltrap, but he's very much in the mix. They are deciding between wets and slicks. There's a pair of slick tyres getting prepared in front of the car here. I don't know if camera operator Luke, I think they want to leave it to the absolute last moment. So it must be drier out on the other parts of the circuit than it is here on the start-finish grid. Don't know whether you can see, but it's still very much wet here on the start-finish straight. A breeze still in the air to keep the circuit dry. Man who's very calm, staying on wet tyres for now, is Wouter Boerkamp. Wouter, can we have a quick word ahead of the race? A lot of decision-making going on to your left there. They maybe considering slicks. Is it dry enough?
I went out on slicks, for me personally not, but it's also a risk game. I don't want to take that risk, I don't have the budget. I see the cars around me on wets. If I want to go for a championship, then probably I would stay on wets. If you want to take risk, I think slicks it's an option, but you have to stay on track for the first 5-6 laps. And I'm here to learn, I'm going to just stick with what the rest is doing as well. But I would love to see him gamble for slicks.
I bet you would, pick a position off the start. Which part of the circuit is the driest at the moment?
Everything high up, so the straight towards turn 5, the tabletop 10, 11. That's where the sun is on, the wind is on, so that's drying the hardest. But I think we're just not enough cars to really dry the track.
Tyre pressures must be crucial there for you're on the wets.
Yeah, we're going to take a risk with that as well.
Okay, I won't pry any more than that. I'll let Team GP Elite get themselves prepared for the race with Wouter going from 4th place. Spoke to him on the lunchtime show as well. Very much looking forward to a year of Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup with Wouter Boerkamp. He is the man in form. Took the win at the final round of the season in Monza for the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup. The driver in 5th place, Theo Elenas, he also looks like he's sticking with the wet tyres. Wet tyres for now, Theo?
Yeah, wet tyres for now, although it will be a bit tricky because the conditions are drying up.
and but it looks like it's going to be the same for everyone from the guys that they're in front of us. So yeah, it's going to be a gamble, but let's see what will happen.
Did you see that they had the slick tyres out for Marco, but they've decided to stay with the wets? Do you reckon it would have been too much of a risk?
Yeah, a little bit too much of a risk because Sector 1 and Sector 3 is a bit wet at the moment. Sector 2 is drying up, so yeah, it's going to be tricky. Hopefully everything goes well.
What's your plan for the race? What's your outlook? What are you going to be concentrating on?
I mean, I just want to get a good start and be clear by turn 4 because it's going to be a little bit all over the place. But yeah, I mean, as long as I can survive the first lap and try to aim ahead for the top 3 positions.
Amazing. Right, that's it. Theo Elenas, he's going from P number, is that 5? Yeah, P5. So 5th place on the left-hand side of the grid outside. Then we've got Spark Racing driver who's sort of is joining us this year, Nikola Milkovic. He's deep in conversation with his race engineer at the moment, so I think I'll leave him to it. Just a few moments away from our race. A young driver that's joining us is the Matias Comparato. We briefly spoke to him during the lunch break as well. Races in Brazil, so they do get a fair amount of rain in Brazil. Can I jump in and have a quick word with Matias? Matias, first race of the year. It's a wet one. Does that play to your strengths, or will it be tricky out there for you?
First year of the race, I will try to do my best, improve my position, and try to stay in the track in this wet condition.
I think that's going to be crucial. It's just staying out of trouble. Good luck, Matias. It's his first race in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Very young driver, 19 years of age. We've got a lot of young drivers racing with us this year. Great to see the talent of the sport coming through the field. Another young driver who's actually, as I mentioned during the lunchtime walk, is our highest placed returning driver in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Nick, I've spoken to a lot of the drivers ahead. It is definitely wets out there. I don't think anyone's gone on slicks that I can see, but some drying parts of the circuit. A lot to think about in this one.
Yeah, for sure. I think the crossover point will be near the end of the race, but to start on slicks now, we will lose too much time.
Yeah. Do you reckon any chance of a pit stop, or would that be too much time lost?
That's too much time lost. It's a sprint race. It's only 30 minutes, so pit stop is not in the game.
What's on your head now? What's your plans for the first couple of laps?
My plan is to survive the first few laps, and then the race will come towards us because the track will dry up, and let's see from there.
I think you've got better pace than you showed in qualifying. You can go forward?
Yeah, we struggled a bit in qualifying, so we have to look forward now.
Looking forward indeed. Nick Ho there for the Team GP Elite. The number 29, Jesse Dijkert, going on the outside there for Red Ant Racing. Haven't had a chance to chat to him yet. Hopefully we'll get a chance to chat to him at some point this weekend. At the very least, we'll make sure we catch up with him in Estoril. Then Joop Muller, who we spoke to, part of the Muller clan for PG Motorsport, another driver that I think has got more pace than he showed in qualifying. He was in the top 3 in the wet practice this morning, didn't manage to replicate that pace in qualifying. He will be going from 10th place on the grid, 11th on the outside of the row number 6, the 144, Levin Gelf. We spoke to Levin, one of the least experienced drivers with total race experience here on the grid. He is also one of our rookies. He'll be looking for a good race. Thumbs up from Levin. We've got 3 minutes, so time for one quick word. Levin, looking forward to the race. I can see a smile on your face there.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's in your mind right now? What are you thinking about?
Just manage my first standing start well.
Your first standing start ever?
Yeah, my first standing start.
Good luck with that. I'll leave you as much time as possible to concentrate on that. That is not an easy feat. You might think it's like pulling away from the lights, traffic lights. Nope, these cars, a lot more horsepower, clutch is a lot more tricky, so it's definitely a skill in itself, especially considering the circuit is wet. A lot of these drivers won't have had a chance to do a standing start here at Portimão before. Wet circuit here at the start-finish line. We've heard that there's dry patches out in the middle sector. This is going to be a great start to the year. Really looking forward to the first Sports Division Club race here at the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Brian, over to you to call us through the start of this race.
Thank you, Piers. What a great job. What a lot of interesting insight there Oh, what a way to start the season. This is going to be fascinating. The tyre issue is going to be something that is going to rage on for the whole of this race. I think if Walter Burkamp is going to stick with wet tyres, then that is the sensible one. I enjoyed hearing him saying, yeah, if anyone up ahead wants to do it, that's fine by me. But of course, these wet weather tyres are made to run in the wet. So what we're going to see once this race is settled down is a lot of the drivers are looking for wet patches on the track to keep these tyres cool, because if they overheat, they fall apart. And towards the end of the race, just managing those tyres and having some kind of grip towards the end is going to be critical. I don't think anybody is starting on slick tyres. And as was already mentioned, you can't come into the pits for a tyre change because you'd lose so much time. You'd never make that up in a 30-minute sprint race. So this opening round of the season, round 1 of 8, is going to be a real nail biter. It's going to be about the drivers, about the cars, about the tyres. And of course, that's presuming the rain holds off. I don't think there's any rain in the neighbourhood at the moment. I think we're due some later this afternoon. So at the moment, we're looking like it should be dry for the next half an hour plus 1 lap. For the sport division, it is a clutch start, a standing start. And on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see our pole sitter, Milan Marchak, did all the hard work in the rain. His first pole position, so the pressure is on him. He always looks cool, calm, and collected. Seems very, very chilled, but this is going to test that one to the limit, because let me tell you, Jelte Hofner, who starts alongside him, is not scared to get his elbows out. And if he sees any kind of opportunity into turn 1, that red and white machine will be in there. Keep an eye on Marco Giltrap, who will also be starting from 3rd on the grid. And of course, Walter Burkamp, who starts alongside him. We've got Tio Elinus on row 3 with Nikola Milkovic for company. On row 4, Mateus Comparato with Nick Ho. He'll be making progress from 8th on the grid. Then it's Jesse Polderdijk with Joop Muller, who's starting a lot further back than he had anticipated. Then we just heard from Levin Gelf. Remember, he's going to be making his first ever standing start, so that'll be an experience for him from 11th on the grid. Then Luciano Martinez starts 12th. That's car number 12 in 12th place. And then bringing up the rear, Cesar van der Voosteen. Not so much pressure starting from the rear, but will be keen to make up for what was a fairly traumatic start. And it looks like the trauma is continuing for the number 29 car. So Jesse Polderdijk has had an issue, has not got off the line. So Jesse Polderdijk being pulled back into the pits. Oh, don't hit the wall. So they'll have to just turn that around, and it's if they can get the car running, then it'll have to be a pit lane start. But at the moment, Jesse Polderdijk, this is not what he had in mind when he got out of bed this morning. The car being pulled back into the pit lane before the rest of the field come around. The rest of the field currently up at turn 9. They're weaving hard to generate heat into the tyres and into the brakes so that they have a bit of grip when they come round to the start-finish line. But you can see the marshals having to work very hard and very quickly, because here come the rest of the pack. They're up at turn 12 at the moment. So the Polderdijk car should be pulled clear, but that is a disastrous start. And now I'm told that he is clear of the grid, so there shouldn't be any delays getting this race going, but not how he wanted to start his 2026 season of racing. Porsche Sprint Challenge, and there's another car. Now that's just a show car. I thought that was one of our competitors for 1 minute, strategically placed to foil us all. So Milan Marchak now leads the pack out towards the start-finish line, towards turn 15. At this circuit, which is 4.653 kilometers around, 15 turns, 6 to the left, 9 to the right, characterized by an awful lot of undulation. Best overtaking opportunity probably into turn 1, because that pit straight is a little under a kilometer long. It's fairly wide as well, so great opportunity. The only problem the drivers have, as you can see from Milan Marchak there, is that it's a fairly blind crest coming out of the final corner and then out towards the pit straight. Right, well, I've been told by peers that teams are preparing slicks. So this, well, who knows? I can't believe that a driver could come in, make a pit stop, and be able to get out and not lose position. But there's somebody who's peeled in already. Now that looks like, is that Walter Boerkamp's? I'm not sure. I think it's Walter Boerkamp who's into the pits. Yes, it is. So, well, he's sold us a W there, hasn't he? He told us all he wasn't going to do it. But suddenly, he's into the pits now. He won't lose as much time here because he'll be able to start at the end of the pit lane, providing the team can get this turned around quickly enough, and he may well be coming through the pack. So Walter Boerkamp, he has taken the gamble. Everybody else is on wet weather tyres. This is going to be exciting. 5 red lights on, 5 red lights off. We are racing at Portimão Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and Jelte Hofner has made the start he dreamed of. It's been a bad start for Milan Marchak. He's been swallowed up by the rest of the pack, but now he's trying to fight back on the outside. Just behind him, Marco Giltrap. You can see Jelte Hofner fighting with the wheel, trying to keep the car pointed in a straight line, but Milan Marchak now coming back on the outside after that awful start. He picks it all up and gets back into the lead. What a monumental first couple of corners. We're riding on board with Theo Elenas there. He can see the fight in front of him. He goes to the inside under braking. There's Milan Marchak up ahead, leading the way. Elenas goes deep into the corner. There's Jelte Hofner just to the side of him. The cars all fighting for position on this opening lap. What great racing. Milan Marchak looked like he lost it all, fell back through the pack, but then came back around the outside. Meanwhile, Theo Elenas has had a great start. He's mugged Jelte Hofner. He's up into second place. Hofner's not done yet. He's trying to fight back, but suddenly he's got Marco Giltrap all over him. Looking to the outside now. Giltrap ducks back to the inside. Heading down the hill, they come into the right-hander. Hofner taking a cautious tight inside line. Theo Elenas on the wide outside. All of this allowing Milan Marchak to break a little bit clear at the front. What great racing we are seeing here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the opening race of the season, and it's all kicking off at the front. Remember, the drivers need to look after these tyres because the wet weather tyres are going to fall apart if they take too much out of them too soon. Looking for the wet patches to keep them cool. Jelte Hofner back to the inside of Elenas for second place. Hofner just keeping it tidy on the inside, not allowing himself to get hot under the collar. The two cars run side by side out along past the start-finish line in towards turn one. Hofner has the faster inside line. Will Theo Elenas be able to outbrake him? No, he won't. But look at Marco Giltrap coming on the outside as well. He ducks back to the inside. Theo Elenas now. Elenas on the wide outside, doing what Milan Marchak did on that first lap. Marchak sees Elenas on the outside. Brilliant racing here, side by side for the lead of this race. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars all in the lead battle. Theo Elenas has got his nose in front, leading the way. Milan Marchak getting mugged by the 27 car. Out they come once again. Marchak has a little look to the inside, under braking into turn 5. Now up the hill. Marchak has that inside line. It's a drag race up the hill. Is it Marchak who has his nose in front? I can't see Theo Elenas to the side of him. Elenas now back in front. The two cars almost making contact. Marchak back to the inside. Amazing racecraft. Look at Marco Giltrap, Jelte Hofner there as well. And also Nikola Milkovic. Milkovic joining in this battle. 5 cars all fighting for the lead. Brilliant stuff. What a way to start the season. Theo Elenas in control. Now Marchak muscles his way through on the inside. Marchak back to the lead. Theo Elenas in second. Jelte Hofner now fighting for that second place. He's in third at the moment. No, he's not. He's down to fourth because Marco Giltrap has now muscled his way into third place, challenging for second. We knew that Marco Giltrap would be a contender here. Such a rapid pilot, but he's in third place at the moment. Tio Ellenis continues to lead. Milan Marchak, our pole sitter, down to second place, but now Giltrap to the inside. Marco Giltrap with that tight inside line. He has a nose into second place. The back end of the car sliding around the corner out onto the pit straight. They come once again. Sensational racing from Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Great mature racing. All the drivers respecting each other, giving each other space. Marco Giltrap now under pressure from Jota Hofner. Hofner ducks back to the inside. Hofner in third place, having started second. He won't be happy about that. But look who's in the background. There is Nick Ho working his way forwards. Meanwhile, just to keep an eye on Walter Burkamp, he's still at the back at the moment, but he'll be moving forwards as his tyres come up to temperature. There is Tio Ellenis, our race leader, but for how long? Marchak with a nose retakes the lead once again. Ellenis tries to duck back to the inside, out of 5 towards 6. Ellenis back to the lead. Brilliant stuff. This fight for the lead. The two cars running side by side. It's Marchak once again. Tio Ellenis in second place. Going to be fighting back though. Keep an eye on Marco Giltrap in third place. He's now lining up the car that was leading the race. Only one lap ago. Marchak's back in front. You can see the dry patches appearing on the track. Marco Giltrap goes deep into the corner, leaves the door open to Jota Hofner. Our race leader at the moment, Milan Marchak, from Tio Ellenis, from Marco Giltrap, from Jota Hofner. These four pilots absolutely nose to tail. Nick Ho has worked his way past Nikola Milkovic. The two cars got together. They're just out of shot. It looks like Ho's managed to keep it together, but Milkovic is off. I think he might have picked up some damage. We saw him and Nick Ho just making slight contact coming out of the corner. Milkovic goes wide. But Nick Ho in the Rapid Team GP Elite car closing in on the lead four cars. Jota Hofner flashing the lights out towards turn 1. We come once again. Can we stand this for another 23 3/4 minutes? It's Milan Marchak who leads. Tio Ellenis in second place. Then Marco Giltrap. Then Jota Hofner. Remember the tyres. The drivers need to look after the tyres because they need to be able to fight, attack and defend in the closing stages of this race. At the moment, Walter Burkamp is some 27 seconds back from the leaders. That was the moment Milkovic and Nick Ho got together. Now, has Milkovic got problems with that car? Just look and see where he is. He's dropped all the way down to 11th place. Now, it looked like a racing incident to me, but I dare say the race directors will be looking at that. So, less than 23 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Let's take stock. Milan Marchak leads, having surrendered the lead several times over, but now Jota Hofner challenging the New Zealand driver Marco Giltrap. All four of these drivers at the front are so rapid. Marco Giltrap, probably the more experienced of all of them, but he's got Jota Hofner, a driver who has already shown that he's not scared to get his elbows out. Giltrap goes deep into the corner. Hofner's not able to take advantage of it at the moment. 22 minutes of this race. Brilliant stuff. Keep an eye on Nick Ho in 5th place, who continues to close in on this lead battle. This 4-way battle could soon become a 5-way battle before too long. So, Milan Marchak leads the way. Second, Tio Ellenis. The gap was about half a second the last time they crossed the start-finish line. Quickest man on the circuit now is Milan Marchak. He's going to have to nurse those wet weather tyres though, because they will be starting to get a little bit worn. You can see the cars aiming for the wet patches on the track. Out along the pit straight into turn 1 we come. Once again, Marco Giltrap still holding on to that 3rd place. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all in one shot. I don't think Nick Ho has settled for 5th place by any stretch of the imagination. He started 8th, so he's made up 3 places. He's closing in on this lead battle. Here they come. Here's your race leader at the moment. The fight for second. Theo Elenis has Marco Giltrap now looking to the outside. Into turn 5 they come. Giltrap has a look to the inside now. But Elenis goes to shut the door. But Giltrap has his nose in front. The two cars are running absolutely neck and neck. Now Elenis with a nose in front. Into turn 7 they come. Marco Giltrap looks quicker, looks impatient. In the Team 75 car, he pulls alongside the number 27 car. And then he sails past. So he takes that position away. Is up to second place for Marco Giltrap. Now Theo Elenis in the S1 racing car, trying to fight back to the inside. Dive bomb into the corner they come, back into second place. Meanwhile, this allows Milan Marchak to stretch his legs a bit at the front whilst the cars behind are fighting with each other. It allows him to break clear. Marco Giltrap side by side with Theo Elenis. Jelter Hoffner now having to defend from Nick Ho, who is now looking for that 4th place. Second place very much up in the air. These drivers giving each other so much respect. Great to see such mature driving. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division side by side. Going out wide, Theo Elenis can't afford to exceed track limits. If he does, the race directors may well get involved. There have been a couple of incidents noted by our race directors. I don't want to look away from the screen. Look at that. Walter Burkamps is the quickest man on the track. You saw that flash up. He is in 13th and last place at the moment, but he's now putting in laps that are quicker. So his last lap was a 1:58.1. The last lap for our race leader was a 2 minutes 1.1. So Walter Burkamps is lapping 3 seconds a lap quicker than our race leaders. So Burkamps could well be a factor as this race comes to its closing stages. Once again, the battle for second place. Marco Giltrap currently ducks back in behind Theo Elenis, but you know he is not done yet. Will they know that Walter Burkamps is coming up through the pack? He's in 13th at the moment, but it won't be long before he starts to challenge the number 29 car of Jesse Polderdijk in front of him. Polderdijk, who's able to run in 12th place. We're on board once again with Theo Elenis as he has a look to the outside of Marco Giltrap. Brilliant, brilliant driving. He tucks in back behind Giltrap into that second place. These two have swapped positions so many times. They're not allowing Milan Marchak to get too far away. At the moment, 1.544. When they crossed the start-finish line, it was about 1.3. So Milan Marchak just holding a fair bit of pace here, holding that gap, but not able to pull much further clear than about 1.5 seconds. The cars behind settling down just for a moment. It is Marco Giltrap in second, Theo Elenis in third. Nick Ho has dispatched Jelter Hoffner, so Hoffner will be distinctly grumpy about that down in 5th place. He will no doubt be fighting back. Walter Burkamps, where is he? He is setting purple after purple after purple. He is 20.08 seconds back from our race leader, but he is currently lapping in a 1:57.5. He is lapping 3.5 seconds a lap quicker than any other car on the track. Walter Burkamps took that gamble at the end of the formation lap. When Peter spoke to him on the grid, he was like, yeah, only a lunatic would wear wet weather tyres for this race. But he sold us the dummy, because at the end of that formation lap, he decided the track was dry enough for slicks. He came in, he's changed to slicks. Now he is playing catch up. Now he is going to have to use all of his experience, everything that he's coached all the other drivers with over the years. He's now going to be applying to himself as he tries to work his way through the pack. He's got Levin Gelf up ahead of him in 11th place, and he's going to be picking off the cars fairly rapidly once he catches up with him. And catching up is exactly what Marco Giltrap has done to Milan Marchak. Did Marchak take too much out of those tyres at the start of this race? Because we now have a fight for the race lead. Marco Giltrap to the inside. Marchak didn't look to have very much that he could defend with there. So our new race leader, Marco Giltrap, he's been in the wars, he's been fighting, and now he relegates the pole sitter Milan Marchak, who falls back into the clutches of Teo Ellinus. So Marco Giltrap will want to put as much daylight between himself and the pack behind as he can, because Walter Boerkamps very soon will be on the same straight as the leading pack. Boerkamps at the moment is just about to come out of the final turn, and this is the race leaders heading into turn 1. So Boerkamps now within a straight of the leading pack. Jota Hofner has peeled off into the pits. So Hofner is into the pits. Is he going to go for slick tyres, or is he retiring? We don't know yet, so we're keeping an eye on that. So into the pits comes the car that started on the outside front row, and this is not for a tyre change. He's out of the car and he is furious. Jota Hofner slams the door shut. It looks like he's probably got damage. They're looking at the left front of that car. So Jota Hofner, the car that started second on the grid, retires to the pits. The car that started stone last in the pit lane, Walter Boerkamps, now fighting his way back up through. He's up to 7th place. It's Luciano Martinez up ahead of him. He's not going to waste much time dispatching the number 12 car because he has so much more grip, so much more pace. He is still running over 3 seconds a lap quicker than any other car on the track. We're over the halfway point of the race, but Walter Boerkamps is no doubt now going to be thinking about giving Marco Giltrap a headache. Giltrap, who is 0.786 clear of the silver car on your screen. Milan Marchak defending from Teo Ellinus, and an impatient Nick Ho. Nick Ho will be eager to get past the car in front of him. Teo Ellinus looks to the inside of Milan Marchak. Oh, these wet weather tyres shot on these cars into second place. Teo Ellinus with his nose in front. Ellinus, who spent most of this race side by side with other cars, now dispatches Milan Marchak, the pole sitter, down into third place. Nick Ho will be trying to close in. You can see once again Walter Boerkamps sets another fastest lap, a 1:54.778. He is absolutely flying. And next up the road ahead of him will be the 98 car. But there's a gap at the moment of 7.9 seconds that he's going to have to close up. But once he catches up with Nick Ho, he will be on rails in comparison. Those slick tyres up to temperature, now gripping better than anybody else on the track. Our race leader, Marco Giltrap, will be wishing away the next 13 minutes plus 1 lap, because the number 30 car is closing in on the leading pack. Our leader, Marco Giltrap, at the moment, he is some 3.5 seconds clear of Teo Ellinus. So the two cars that have been fighting, as they fight again for second place, have allowed the leader to break well clear, and the two of them fighting has allowed Nick Ho to pass both of them. Nick Ho waited for his moment, bided his time, and sailed past both Teo Ellinus and Milan Marchak from 4th to 2nd in one move. This is critical for Nick Ho, because when Walter Boerkamps gets up with him, he'll want to have as much space as he can to defend. But now Teo Ellinus is coming back in the background. You see Walter Boerkamps, now Ellinus back up to 2nd place. What an attacker. But there's Boerkamps now rushing to join this battle. He's taken 3 or 4 seconds out of that gap in front of him in just 1 lap. Now Teo Ellinus in 3rd place. There is Nick Ho, also in there as well as Milan Marchak. So in fact, Ellinus up into that 2nd place, of course. Nick Ho in 3rd, but who can live with Walter Boerkamps? At the moment, Marco Giltrap has a 5.6 second lead, but that is going to melt away once Walter Boerkamps can get past this battle in front of him. Boerkamps looks to the inside of Milan Marchak. Marchak will have nothing to defend with. To the inside goes Boerkamps. He's doing his best to hold on round the outside, but Borkamps is through. Next will be his young protege, Nick Ho, just ahead of him in that third place. Borkamps said he didn't fancy the idea of fighting his protege, but he's just going to drive around the outside of him. The dry patches on the track are where Borkamps is aiming, and the number 30 car is through and into third place. Theo Elenis is going to have nothing to defend with either. We have about 10 3/4 minutes remaining. The entire field on wet weather tyres, but that car there, number 30, sails into second place. The only slick runner. He took the gamble at the end of the formation lap, and now he's into second place. All that remains is a gap of 5.6 seconds. In fact, it's now 7.2. Now they've crossed the timing beam, but he is so much quicker. The last lap from Marco Giltrap was a 1:59.2. The last lap from Walter Borkamps was a 1:54.213. So some 5 seconds a lap quicker. So by my reckoning, Walter Borkamps will be up with race leader Marco Giltrap in less than 2 laps. We're into the final third of the opening race of the season. It has been a phenomenal race. What a way to start the season. There's your race leader looking for the wet patches. There is second place looking for the dry patches, heading in towards turn 1. That car is on rails. Walter Borkamps now just 3.4 seconds back. So on this pace, we'll be up with Marco Giltrap by the time they reach the start-finish line next time around. Nick Ho in 4th place. Just ahead of him, Theo Elenis has broken clear. Milan Marchak, our pole sitter, will be disappointed with that 5th place. Now trying to make damage recovery, but the tyres on the 96 car potentially shot away. He looks to the outside of Nick Ho into turn 5, tries to duck back to the inside. Now the drag race as they run almost side by side, but Ho looks to have the legs coming up towards the flat out turn 6 and then into turn 7. Ho looks to have this covered off at the moment. This is the fight for 4th place. The fight for the lead will be on in just a few moments. 8.5 minutes remaining of this opening race of the season. Second place, Walter Borkamps closing down on Marco Giltrap. Closing down, closed down, job done to the inside. Marco Giltrap had absolutely nothing to defend with because Walter Borkamps had the legs. He had the grip. He took the gamble when he was 30 seconds back from the entire pack of cars. We wondered whether he had messed up with the gamble, but he hadn't. And now look how quickly he pulls clear at the front of this race, leaving Marco Giltrap in his wake with 7 3/4 minutes remaining, lapping at a 1:52.755. Now some 6 seconds a lap quicker than the remaining cars in the field. I see that an investigation between Jelter Hoffner and Marco Giltrap has flashed up on the screen. It's going to be investigated after the race. And I wonder whether that might have had something to do with Jelter Hoffner retiring, whether those 2 cars got together. We'll find out about that. A track limit warning has been issued to Theo Elenis in 3rd place. So he is under observation by the race stewards as well, and he needs to keep it between the white lines. Riding on board with 5th place Milan Marchak, who put up such a fight, and into the pits comes Cesar van der Voosteen. So the 46 car coming into the pits. Looks as though that's going to be an issue. I don't think it's worth him coming in for a tyre change at this stage of the race. Just 6 3/4 minutes remaining. Walter Borkamps leads the way from Marco Giltrap by 2.6 seconds and increasing. Giltrap in a fairly solid second place is some 7.3 clear of Theo Elenis. and Theo Ellis is about 1.8 clear of Nick Ho. A track limit warning now issued to Ute Muller in the number 10 car, who has been getting on with it up into 6th place. So Ute Muller, who started down in 10th, now up to 6th place. So done a sterling job just staying out of trouble, keeping everything pointed in the right direction. Nikola Milkovic, that we saw having a problem. So whether that was a puncture or whether that is a change for slicks, we will see. Change for slicks, I'm told. So the number 46 car coming in late in the race for slicks, getting a bit of dry weather running in on that car. More of a test session now than anything else, because Cesar van der Voosteen is going to be running down in 11th place. I was about to mention Nikola Milkovic in 8th place. We saw him earlier on dropping back after that incident. Doesn't look like he's got any damage, so he continues in that 8th place. So just over 5 minutes remaining plus 1 lap of this race. We're looking at Nick Ho in 4th place. Up ahead of him, Theo Ellinus. Marco Giltrap in 2nd place. Walter Boerkamp's leading the way. On board with Milan Marchak in 5th place. Some 19.8 seconds back from the race leader, who continues to set fastest lap every time he crosses the start finish line. It is quicker than the lap before. Walter Boerkamp's now well in the lead. Marco Giltrap 8.474 back from him. So 2nd place is as good as it's going to get from Marco Giltrap. Then Theo Ellinus in that 3rd place. There is Nick Ho in 4th place. Milan Marchak. You get the feeling the tyres on that car absolutely shot. He had to fight so hard for position in the early part of the race. Theo Ellinus also probably struggling for traction just a little. There's Nick Ho in the McDonald's car. He is loving Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Milan Marchak trying to recover something from this race. High hopes having started from pole position, but you can see that car just struggling for traction into the corner. Nick Ho in 4th place, has it covered off at the moment. Unbelievably, on the last lap, Walter Boerkamp set a time that was 7 seconds quicker than 2nd place Marco Giltrap. That is the difference between wet and slick tyres on a drying track. There is the slick shod number 46 Cesar van der Voosteen car, just moving out of the way, not getting in the way of any battles. On board with Theo Ellinus in 3rd place at the moment. Everybody's spaced out, so it looks like things are likely to finish as they are now, but they've still got to get to the end. We've still got tyres that are falling apart. Walter Boerkamp has disappeared. I mean, he is getting on for coming towards quarter of a lap clear of 2nd place Marco Giltrap. Giltrap 15 points, well, not quite quarter of a lap, but 15.3. That gap has increased since they crossed the timing beam. There is the 3rd place, Theo Ellinus. Not under immediate threat from Nick Ho at the moment. There's Nick Ho, who made such good progress, but it looks like a podium is going to be just a little bit too far out of reach for him. Milan Marchak marches on. So at the moment, our 3rd place car just keeping out of trouble, keeping it together, looking for the wet patches on the track. At the moment, he's heading into turn 13, and Walter Boerkamp is just crossing the start-finish line. That's how far ahead he is. He started absolutely stone last. He started in the pit lane. We've got some track limit warnings coming as well. Car 10, that is Ute Muller, who has been asked to respect track limits. And we already know about the 27 of Theo Ellinus. So the steward's keeping an eye on things. There is Theo Ellinus, the driver who we're hoping to see in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux and Porsche Carrera Cup France in this coming season. The driver who once tested Formula One and was a reserve driver for the Mauritia Formula One team. Running in 3rd place making his comeback to motorsport after some time off. And there is Walter Boerkamps, a man who has really stepped up a gear. Took a win at Monza in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup last year. Took a win at the Red Bull Ring in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany last year. Very much a contender in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany this year. He will be a championship challenger. There is no doubt about that. Behind him, Marco Giltrap warming up for his season in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia in second place, but now nearly 22 seconds back from Boerkamps. Dennis Tierelener some 11 seconds back. Look at those clouds. A sudden cloudburst could have changed everything. It looks like the sun is going to stay shining for what remains of this race. It's going to be the remains of this lap, and then I think a couple more. The clock has still got 30 seconds on it, so it'll be what remains of the lap that Walter Boerkamps is about to start, then one more before he sees the checkered flag. And with those dark clouds on the horizon, I expect that Walter will be quite happy to see the checkered flag, because there is an awful lot of rain in the area, and a sudden cloudburst would certainly make those slick tyres almost unusable. At the moment, all is good. He's got a 29.2 second lead over Marco Giltrap, who has now just started this lap. Boerkamps so far ahead, aiming for the dry patches only. Out he goes towards turns 7 and 8. Keeping it tidy, keeping it all together. The driver who we saw in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux back in 2024 and 23. Took a couple of third places there, but has had to step away from motorsports driving. Has been coaching primarily due to budgetary reasons, but now has the budget. We heard him talking to Piers prior in the lunch break. He talked about how he was coaching and he got behind the wheel of a car and showed that he's still more than capable. Team GP Elite took one look and went, yes, we want you on board. He came back and he won in Super Cup. He won in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. And now he's getting ready to start the final lap of the race to take a win in Porsche 6, in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Out of the final corner he comes. Out across the start-finish line for the very last time. Just 4.653 metres now stand between Walter Boerkamps and a first ever win in this series. Continuing to put in fastest laps of 150.136, now circulating 8 seconds a lap quicker than second place Marco Giltrap. He made the gamble. The team looked at the weather. They made that decision and it paid off. Walter Boerkamps on his final lap towards turn 6 and 7 he comes. Meanwhile, further back, the fighting continues. Here comes Nick Ho. So Nick Ho in the number 98 car. There's Milan Marchak just working their way past back marking cars. Milan Marchak, the pole sitter, in 5th place. But no problems at all. Walter Boerkamps up to turn 10 and 11 he comes. Just holding it together. The sun is still shining. Their slick tyres doing exactly what he wanted them to do. He had to overtake every single car in the field, but he took the gamble and it has paid off. Now he heads into turn 14 and then towards turn 15 for the very, very last time. It's Walter Boerkamps who now comes out onto the pit straight. In just a few moments, he will see the checkered flag raised high in front of him. What a sensational drive. A first win of the season. A first win ever in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for Walter Boerkamps in car number 30 for Team GP Elite. A sensational masterclass in driving on a drying track We're still waiting for second place Marco Giltrap. He's up into turn 14 now, and then heading up into turn 15 in just a few moments. Then it'll be Theo Elinus, who's worked his way past the back marking Cesar van der Voosteen. Here comes Marco Giltrap. Those tyres absolutely shot on the number 66 car. Here he comes out onto the pit straight, and he will see the checkered flag. Second was as good as it was ever going to get today. And it's Theo Elinus in the number 27 car. He's not worried about the car that's with him. That's a back marking car. So to take the last of the podium positions, Theo Elinus, and then it'll be Nick Ho. And I should think Milan Marchak in 5th place will be thoroughly disappointed, having started from pole position, but 5th place. A great drive from Joop Muller, who's currently in 6th. We're still waiting for him to cross the line. Here comes Joop Muller. And then it will be Luciano Martinez in 7th place, ahead of Nikola Milkovic, who will emerge in just a few moments. Here comes Nikola Milkovic. After contact early on, saw him tumbling down the order. He was a fighter at the beginning. Then it's Levin Gelf. Managed his first ever standing start really well to come home in 9th ahead of Jesse Polderdijk. And then it'll be Cesar van der Voosteen rounding out the top 11 ahead of Matthias Comparato. So what a race. What an opening race of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We weren't expecting one quite as exciting as that. Walter Boerkamps decided at the end of the formation lap to come in and take the gamble. He went from wet weather tyres to slicks. He had to come back from a 30-second gap to the next car, and then he had to overtake every single car in the field. And eventually he won the race by nearly 45 seconds. An absolute demonstration. Second place, Marco Giltrap, the leading wet weather tyre runner, did a sterling job from 3rd on the grid. Theo Elinus was in the hunt all the time, constantly fighting, constantly side by side, and eventually it was going to be 3rd place. A podium for him. So here comes Walter Boerkamps. He was moaning a little bit because he said he'd left the hot sunshine of Dubai, where he'd been taking part in the 24-hour race, to come to rainy Portugal. He's happy he did it now, because he has just demonstrated why he is an absolute champion in the making, not just in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, but he is going to be a force to be reckoned with in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup and Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany this year. He has shown quite what he can do. What an absolute demonstration from Walter Boerkamps. There's second place Marco Giltrap, and Theo Elinus. We heard from him in the lunch break. An enthusiastic driver making his return to motorsport and showing how good he is. All of these drivers holding it together in these changing conditions. And there is Walter talking to the great and good from Team GP Elite, who know how to prepare a car. And they, along with Walter Boerkamps, made that strategy call that saw him absolutely paralyze the opposition. So, just receiving the congratulations from the team, and in a few moments he will be heading up towards the podium, and that will surely go down as one of his greatest races. I mean, he's won in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup, he's won in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, but have you ever seen a performance like that? There's Mace Muller talking to his brother. Or is that his brother, or is that Nick Ho? I think that is Joop Muller with the helmet on. So there's Piers, who's down in the pit lane, and he's with our race winner.
Wouter, I spoke to you on the grid. You said no, wets is too. It needs to be wet. Slicks is too much of a risk. You did the outlap, came in, and it paid off.
Yeah, after turn 1, I knew it was the wrong decision to stay on wet. So I asked the team, can we do a pit stop? Are we fast enough? Is it possible? They said immediately, it's your call. We can do it if you want. So I said yes. I waited until I think the second to last corner. And then we committed. The pit stop was perfect, was really fast. The first 5 laps were scary, properly scary. But afterwards, I felt the slicks coming up the temp, and yeah, it was the right decision. So,
was there any moment when you thought, oh, this might have been too much of a gamble?
Well, the car in front of me, who was in the pit lane, stalled twice, and I was like, okay, maybe this is going to hurt in the long run. But no, after 2 laps, I knew it was the right decision. I saw some dark clouds coming the last 3-4 laps, so that was a bit scary. But yeah, in the end, right decision.
You ended last year with a win in Super Cup. You started this year with a win. Things are pretty good at the moment.
I think we have to pull this streak along.
Absolutely. Wouter, congratulations. First winner this year. We'll let you get ready for the podium as we hand back up to Brian to go through some of the highlights of what is probably one of the best Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe races we've ever had.
Piers, what a race it was. It was Milan Marchak who started on pole position. Jelter Hoffner looked like he was going to have led by a distance out of turn 1. Marchak initially getting swallowed up, but look at the late braking going into 1 and 2. It was Jelter Hoffner who then led the way from Tio Ellenis, but Milan Marchak came back the long way around in tricky conditions, but maybe took too much out of the tyres doing that, because later in the race he was going to pay the price for it. We had such a fight going on all the way through the race. Tio Ellenis and Marco Giltrap were fighting hard for second place. They were reeling in Milan Marchak, who was trying desperately to keep that gap to the lead. In the background, Jelter Hoffner had fallen back a little, but that man there, Walter Burkamps, had been into the pits and come in at the end of the formation lap, had put slick tyres on. He said it was scary for the first 4 or 5 laps. You could see how hard he was having to fight to keep the car just on the track, but it would all pay off later in the race. These drivers were all fighting. They did not know what was about to hit them from behind. Jelter Hoffner, a very, very angry young Dutchman, exited the car, clearly with an issue. But Walter Burkamps was fighting his way forwards. Milan Marchak, having led, was then being challenged by Tio Ellenis lap after lap. Tio Ellenis appeared to be side by side with cars most of the race, but he was never going to stay alongside Walter Burkamps because the slick-shod car came through like it was on rails. In the closing stages, Cesar van der Voosteen did change to slicks, but it wasn't really going to get much in the way of results. Milan Marchak was there as well, trying to push forwards, but the tyres worn out. It was going to be an utterly dominant win for Walter Burkamps. What an insane drive. He congratulated the other drivers in the pits, but it was an absolute masterclass in how to drive on a drying track. You can see the clouds are rolling in at the moment, and Walter did say that he was looking at the black clouds coming in and praying that it wouldn't rain. Well, it didn't. It may well rain sometime soon, but it's all worked out for Walter Burkamps on those slick tyres, who eventually came home with a 45-second lead over Marco Giltrap. As Piers said, one of the best races we've ever seen in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. I've already blown my voice up shouting too much because that was so insanely exciting. If we get a race that's half as good as that again this season, I will be very happy. That was absolutely spectacular. And we get to see them all again a little later on this afternoon. But before all of that, we've got our podium. So it is down to the podium now with Piers Pryor.
Thank you very much for talking us through the highlights of what was an epic race there, Brian. We've got the podium, the first podium of the year, and we'll start with our third place driver, the number 27 from Cyprus, Tio Ellenis. Congratulations, Tio, and congratulations to the S1 racing team. Second place, the number 66 from New Zealand, Marco Giltrap. Team 75 giving Marco the car to take second place in that one. And our eventual winner, the only driver to take slicks on the first lap, a big gamble, but it paid off. The number 30 from the Netherlands, Wouter Boorkamps. Team GP Elite, along with Wouter, making the correct decision, and will now have the national anthem of the Netherlands. Congratulations to our podium. Third place in the sport division. The trophies will now be handed out by the series manager, Lars Plato. First up, third place to the Cypriot, Theo Elenas, making a return to Porsche Cup racing and starting that return with a podium. A return to the championship also for Marco Giltrap. He takes second place after being the highest finishing driver on wet tyres, keeping those tyres alive right till the end. And then the man that made it happen, Wouter Boorkamps, taking the victory, raising the trophy high. He knows that feeling, done it a couple of times last season, starts 26 with a bang, taking a win in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe round number 1 for Team GP Elite. The top 3 on the podium getting photos to get this memory. They won't spray the champagne this time, maybe later on, guys, maybe later on. That's our sports division podium. We've got one more coming up. 2 classifications in the sport division. We have the sport division overall and also the rookies for drivers who have not competed in more than 4 Carrera Cup races and are under the age of 25 years old. And we'll start with our third place driver in the rookie classification, the number 29 from the Netherlands, Jesse Polderdijk. Congratulations, Jesse, and Red Ant Racing. Second place, the 144 from Germany, Levin Gelf. Levin racing for the Seebach Motorsport team, but our rookie winner, round number 1, the number 10 from the Netherlands, Joop Muller. Congratulations, Team PG Motorsport as well. It's a win for the Dutchman, and we'll now have the national anthem. Congratulations, top 3 in the rookie. We now have the trophies presented once again by series manager Lars Plato. Third place is Jesse Polderdijk. Second place, Levin Gelf. Levin Gelf managed to get away off the line, his first standing start, and raised the trophy aloft. But our eventual winner, Joop Muller for PG Motorsport, taking the trophy for highest place rookie, and that's a good place to be. Our rookie champion in 2025 went on to be right at the front of the Porsche Motor 1 Super Cup in Flintshire. We'll do a photo on the top step of the podium for our top 3, the first rookie podium of the 2026 season. I'm sure we will see at least 2 of these on the podium, hopefully all 3 of them for the remaining races. The only 3 rookies in the category at this event. That rounds up the first podium of the 2026 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We have the club division race coming up next. That's going to be hopefully equally as interesting to watch as we have had in the first sports division race. They're already lining up on the grid, so let's look ahead to that club division round number 1.
Southern Europe the club division. We've seen the sport division have their first race of the season. Now it's the turn of the club division, and we are very much looking forward to this. The drivers, all bar one, are racing in the Michelin Cup, which replaces the old AM category that we've had in previous seasons. But we do have one car that is running in the GT4 category, and that is Daniel Lewis in car number 19. Once again, I think it's going to be eyes to the skies here. The last race, the sensational race that we saw just a few moments ago, very much affected by the weather conditions. Well, at the moment, the track is pretty dry, so I have no doubt that this will be a race that the cars start on slick tyres, unless, of course, it does start to rain. And, of course, if they are on slick tyres, it does mean if the rain comes during the race, there will be some big calls that need to be made. You can see there's a lot of black cloud around, and the showers are definitely in the neighbourhood there. We're forecast some light rain later on this afternoon, but we've had something a little bit heavier than that already today. And if you missed the sport division race, well, you need to wind back and have a look at it, because that was sensational. Again, this could be won and lost on tyre choices. At the moment, you can see a little bit of a blue sky. So the drivers, as they line up on the grid, at the moment, I believe, slick shod. But we will see how that shakes out, because we've got a few minutes yet before this race is underway. Unlike the previous race, this division start with a rolling start. So pole position is on the other side of the circuit, on the right-hand side of the circuit, the left, if you're looking on your TV screens at the moment. And it will be, as I said, a rolling start side by side. And it was Joel Monegro who this morning, in very wet conditions, who took pole position by some margin. Eric Santos locking out to the front row for the track experience by Manthey. Manthey, the legendary Porsche team. Of course, Olaf Manthey himself, a former winner in Porsche Cup racing, a real legendary gentleman who runs, of course, the DTM team, amongst many other things as well. And two of his cars starting on the front of the grid. An interesting little battle between those two as they head into turn one. You can see there are some dry patches on the track. You can see there are some wet patches on the track. And in a few moments, we'll be talking to Piers down on the grid, and he will give us a bit more insight into what tyres these drivers are likely to be starting on. All I would say is, having heard from Walter Boerkamps, is don't believe anything the drivers tell you, Piers. He's down on the grid now, ready to have a chat to some of the drivers. Over to you, Piers.
Yeah, I think I'll take what the drivers say with a pinch of salt this time, after Walter Boerkamp said, no, definitely wets, and then went and won the race on slicks. We're starting at the back of the grid this time, just to change things up. Why the hell not? Starting from 12th place, just behind us, is the 245 of Ugo van der Woestijn. He's the father, as far as I'm aware, of César van der Woestijn, who was in that previous sport division race. This is the club division race. We have 11 Michelin Cup cars and one GT4 car. We'll get to that in a moment. So we've had Ugo van der Woestijn. It's a 2x2 rolling start, so the inside is the odd this time. So that's on the inside there is Ernst Inderbitzen. Oh no, hang on, I've got my mask completely wrong. Which side am I looking? We've got the number 92 regardless. That's Hans Frisch going from the inside of the final row of the grid alongside Alexander Dobic and the 33. That's the Hideka racing car that I told you about during the lunch break. Very, very easy to spot. Black and luminous yellow. Alexander Dobic, I believe team owner, manager and also driver in this championship, enjoying running and racing his own cars. We move further up the grid. We have the Fark Auto Tech car here, the 222 of Jan Klingenberg. He's going to be going from the outside of the fourth row, so in 8th place. Easy to spot, the white with the green flashes there. And then the 19, this is our only GT4 entry of Daniel Lewis. And I'm going to grab a word with Dan. I haven't actually spoken to Daniel before. I'll wait until he's finished his chat with the driver coach, I would imagine. The GT4s can be very fun to drive, but I've heard from the drivers that they're sometimes a little bit unforgiving. Daniel, first of all, nice to meet you. We haven't spoken before, but hello, I'm Piers. Great to have you on the grid. I know your machinery is a little different to everyone else's, but you're still going to give it a good go, right?
Of course I am, yeah, it's a bit different. I kind of expected a few more GT4s, but since I'm the only one, I'll have to give it my best shot. Obviously the GT3s are a lot quicker than I am, but I'm excited to have a go.
Yeah, you punch above your weight, I'm sure. Looking forward to this one. We saw in that last one that slicks was definitely the way. However, the clouds are suggesting that it might not stay dry. So slicks for now?
Slicks for now. If it goes wet, I won't be mad because these cars in the wet seem to outperform them, so I'll be happy.
So you're going to do a little rain dance in the cockpit. I can see your foot jiggling away. That's the best rain dance you can do while you're trapped in here. Daniel Lewis joining us, the only GT4 for this event. Hopefully we'll have a stronger collection of GT4s for the next event. Let's continue our way towards the front of the grid. On the inside of row number 3, we have Levent Turkman. We spoke to him during the lunch break as well, enjoying his racing, lovely livery. In fact, probably one of my favourite, I would say, this year is the one of Levent. He's got some business sponsorship there, Sure Business, among some other bits and pieces. Let's jump in. I think he looks pretty chilled. He's got an open face helmet as well, so we can see all his emotions. I'll wait until Jaap van Lagen has finished having a conversation. Am I all right to jump in and interrupt? I'll wait for the wise words to finish, because of course the race is mere moments away. Do you know what? Actually, we'll leave Levent to it. He's deep in conversation there. He's alongside Casper Hocheboom, who's on the outside of the third row of the grid. Let's grab a quick word with Casper, because I was chatting to him during the race while this man won the sport division, club division. So everyone's on slick. So based on what Wouter did, I reckon wets is the choice.
I got some great tips from Wouter. Now it's just on the execution part.
Okay, execution part. Let's see how you do from that. Outside of row 3, good place to start.
Yeah.
How are you feeling? You seem pretty relaxed.
Yeah, and the car is yellow, so easy to follow and to overtake.
Amazing.
It's not red, so not green.
Casper, it's not your first race in the 911, is it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Have you had a chance to do a practice start?
No. We have a rolling start.
Of course. Same as last year.
No.
I did know this. I just forget. There's a lot going on. What are you looking forward to in this race? How do you think the race is going to go best for you? What are you concentrating on?
I think, basically just enjoy, learn, and we still got 7 more races after this one. But I will go for it, absolutely.
I don't doubt that for a second, Casper. Good luck in this one. Casper Hocheboom, the number 8 there for Team GP Elite. They took the win in the previous race with Wouter Boerkamps, and also Nick Ho as well was very quick in that race too, so look out for that. I'm sure that car's setup is pretty much well in the window. We now move to the second row of the grid. Inside of the second row is Javier Ripoll Jr., a driver that couldn't get off the podium but couldn't get on the top step, and actually haven't managed to catch up with Javier Ripoll Jr. yet this year, so I'm going to wait for him to finish his conversation with the engineer and then grab a word. Always entertaining driver, loves his racing, comes over from Miami to race in this championship, is a great supporter of this championship, has raced with us for the last few years. Getting a last few words of advice. Am I right to jump in when grab a quick word, Javier? Okay to jump in. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Well, let's see. I mean, everything depends on the track. I mean, obviously the other guys went on wet tires and the track dry out, but now there's no more sun, so we have slicks now. Let's see what goes.
It was clearly the fastest tyre in that last race, but not easy to drive in these tricky conditions.
The problem is you cannot make mistakes. I mean, you have to be the dry line. If you make a little mistake, you're gone. So let's see how that goes, how clean is the people on the back.
Absolutely, 2x2 rolling start as well, so we're going to be going side by side into that first corner.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, I've never driven with them before. I know he's kind of aggressive a little bit sometimes, so let's see how that goes.
Let's see how that goes. Javier, enjoy your race. Good luck. I'll let the team close the door because I don't want to pretend to close it and then not manage to do it properly. The last 2 drivers, or the first 2 drivers on the grid, should I say, Joel Monegro on the inside of row number 1, our pole sitter, and the outside of row 1, Eric Santos, both for the track experience by Manthey team. They're both in the zone, so I think it's about time I hand it up to Brian for the first club division race of 2026.
Thank you, Piers. Good job as always. Yes, so you can see down the pit straight there. It's lovely and dry at the moment. It really is the exact opposite of the situation we had at the start of the last race, where they were all starting on wet weather tyres and it looked like it was going to dry up. Well, they're all on dry tyres now and it looks like it could potentially rain. So this could go in any direction. At the moment, it's dry, so we're all good, and the cars are on the grid and getting ready to start their formation lap. It is a challenging circuit here at Portimão. To remind you, it is 4.653 kilometres around. That's about 2.891 miles with 15 turns, 6 to the left, 9 to the right. There's a maximum rise of 6.2%, a maximum fall of 12%. So there are 8 uphill and 7 downhill sections. So you can see why they say it's one of the most undulating tracks in the world. Lots of blind crests. You've got the Nordschleife, you've got the Spa-Francorchamps, and this circuit is said to resemble those on account of its undulating nature, albeit a little bit shorter. But I can hear the wind blowing. I can see the dark clouds. So I think the drivers are going to be quite happy if we can get this thing going. And if we can get through this without any rain, it will be something of a minor miracle. So it is, as before, a 30-minute plus 1 lap race. It's the first of 8 races this season. Round 1 is this race, and then round 2 coming up later this afternoon. As with the previous race, all the cars, bar one in this instance, are running the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car based on the latest 992 generation, 510 brake horsepower, with ABS and traction control. We didn't have traction control in the sport division. I am told that there are a couple of drivers that are not running ABS, though. Those being Ernst Inderbitzen is one of them, and Jan Klingenberg, because they're preparing for Porsche Sports Cup Swiss, and they want to make sure that they are as well prepared as possible by practicing without the ABS. Well, in these conditions, that is quite a challenge. At the moment, it's the Manthey front row, the track experience by Manthey cars. So it is Joel Monegro on pole position with Eric Santos alongside. Then on the next row, Javier Ripoll Jr., who we've heard from, and Marabi Mekvabishvili. Keep an eye on him. He looked really good in quali this morning. Then Levent Turkman in his first race. He said, when Piers was talking to him at lunchtime, sometimes you're not controlling the car is controlling you. What a great quote that was. Then we have Casper Hoekeboom alongside in the number 8 car, 6 on the grid. Then the only GT4 car, Daniel Lewis, who is doing a rain dance, as Jan Klingenberg for company. And then it's Hans Frich and Alexander Dobic on row 5. Row 6, Ernst Inderbitzen. And it's Hugues van der Voosteen who brings up the rear. Of course, the father of the Van der Voosteen that we saw earlier on in the sport division. So keeping it in the family. So the cars now starting on their formation lap. So I'm told that the rain is not due for another 56 minutes. So we'll see how true that is. That'll be just in time for the next sport division race, so that'll be fun. So at the moment, it doesn't look like there is any rain going to be coming in the next half an hour, but it has been notoriously unpredictable over the last few days. We have been recovering from Storm Ingrid, who rocked the joint yesterday and the day before, especially proper thunderstorms and rain and wind. And it has meant that testing and practice has been fairly interrupted, I think it's fair to say. So the drivers have had a little bit of practice of running in these slippery conditions. But we'll see how it all works out in this race here with these conditions. So we're on that formation lap, heading up towards turn 10 and 11. And the car's generating the heat into the tyres and in the brakes. So they'll be heading up towards turn 13 in a moment, and the instruction will be given for the cars to grid up side by side. And then they will come out of turn 15. It will be the decision of Joel Monegro when to go. When the lights turn green, he will then hit the accelerator, and Eric Santos will try and beat him into that turn 1, and we've lost one already. So that is Hugo van der Voosteen, who has had a bit of a moment. A spun just heading round. That shows you how tricky it is on these slick tyres. The rest of the cars now side by side, heading up towards turn 15. We come in just a few moments. The safety car will duck off into the pit lane, and we will be getting ready for the opening club division race of 2026. Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe lined up and ready to go. Out onto the pit straight we come. Are we ready for this? 5 red lights are on at the moment, and in just a few seconds we will be racing. And look like Marabi Mekvabishvili, a little bit eager out of the blocks. The race directors sometimes take a dim view of drivers who break formation earlier, but at the moment, under braking into the first corner, Joel Monegro just gathers it up. But a wild moment there. We've got Alexander Dobic spinning. We've also got Marabi Mekvabishvili spinning. So the tricky conditions have caught several drivers out. We saw our pole sitter having a big wobble going into the first corner. That's woken everybody up, hasn't it? Of course, the tyres still getting up to temperature on board with Javier Ripoll Jr. You can see him just fighting his way up through the pack. But Joel Monegro, after a scary turn 1, has broken clear of second place Eric Santos and has already opened up a gap. There are cars going right, left and centre out of turn 5 in towards turn 6, going wide. So everybody gathering it up. I think we've regained everybody. So it looks like Alexander Dobic and Marabi Mekvabishvili have been able to join at the back of the pack. So they continue on their way. So everyone's kept it out of the barriers, but I think just getting the heat into these slick tyres. Of course, tyre warmers are not allowed, so all of the work has to be done. Right, this is the first corner. Look at the 2224 car. Hit a puddle. A wild moment there. Eric Santos not able to take advantage of that. And then it looked like Alexander Dobic, well, he hit a curb. Marabi Mekvabishvili going as well. So maybe the two cars getting together because it was a synchronized spin. But anyway, it looks like they've been able to rejoin. There was a teeny bit of debris, but I don't think there's been enough damage to take any of them out of the race. So at the moment, everybody continues. And it is Joel Monegro who has complete control of this race. After that wild run into turn 1, he's gathered it up and he's opened up a monstrous gap to Eric Santos. 3.647. We saw how quick he was in quali this morning. And he's putting that pace to good use, as we see. Hugo van der Voosteen challenging the number 77 car of Levent Turtman. So clearly that moment on the formation lap has not deterred van der Voosteen at all as he continues to press forward. So doing a good job up in 7th place. Daniel Lewis in the GT4 car leading the way for the GT4s in 5th place. And he looking to the inside of Javier Ripoll Jr. Remember, he is the only GT4 car in the race. It is a slower car, but in these conditions, he's absolutely wringing the neck of it, and he moves up past Javier Ripoll Jr. So the orange, white and black car, he's come all the way from the UK to race here. He's trying to make it worth his while. If he could get a podium in the overall race, he would be very happy with that. Next up the road is Casper Hoekeboom in the number 8 car. So Daniel Lewis, the man on a mission, the quickest man on the track at the moment by some distance is Joel Monegro. His last lap was a 1:57.020. Everybody else was above 2 minutes. So Lewis has passed Javier Ripoll Jr., so up into 4th place. He'll be closing in on Casper Huckerboom next. Our race leader, Joel Monegro, very much under control of this race. 2nd place, the other of the track experienced by Manthey cars with Eric Santos at the wheel. Then it's Casper Huckerboom in the Team GP Elite car. We know how quick those cars are. Then Daniel Lewis, then Javier Ripoll Jr., then Levent Turkman, and then Hugo van der Voosteen, then Hans Frisch, then Jan Klemberg, Alexander Dobik, and Marabi Mekbabishvili has peeled off into the pits, which is a real shame. On board with Javier Ripoll Jr. now in the number 91 car. And you can see Daniel Lewis to the inside of Casper Huckerboom in that 3rd place. Around turn 5 they come, going very, very deep into the corner. Huckerboom not able to defend or fight. And so Daniel Lewis comes sailing through. Great stuff from Daniel Lewis here. Javier Ripoll Jr. trying to come back in the more powerful car. But Daniel Lewis fighting for all he's worth in the GT4 car. Casper Huckerboom was in that 3rd place, now having to fight to stay on the podium. Daniel Lewis, man on a mission as he pushes his way forwards, but Javier Ripoll Jr. making hay while the sun shines, almost literally, and now broken clear in that 3rd place. So Daniel Lewis in that 4th place, defending from Casper Huckerboom. Keep an eye on Levent Turkman. He's starting to get quicker and quicker as it goes on. Meanwhile, Joe Monegro, 5.893 to the good at the top of the field. Leading the way from his teammate, Eric Santos. Javier Ripoll Jr., look at the colour of that sky in the background. Is it going to stay dark? There is Daniel Lewis. Behind him, Casper Huckerboom. Then Levent Turkman in 6th place. Behind them, Hugo van der Voosteen doing a really sterling job, now running side by side. So Turkman now trying to challenge for position out across the line on the outside of Casper Huckerboom, and through into position he comes. So the 77 car doing a good job moving forwards. Levent Turkman, the driver for MDM Motorsport from the Netherlands, making really good progress. Casper Huckerboom going in the wrong direction at the moment in the Team GP Elite car. Just behind him is Hugo van der Voosteen in the number 245 car in 7th place. Then it's Hans Frisch now making the challenge on the inside of Daniel Lewis. Levent Turkman taking another position, so he suddenly found a load of pace. The driver who only entered this in the dying moments of the week of last week, very last minute entry into this series, and now showing how it's done, moving his way up into 4th place. What a sterling drive from him. Joel Monegro really in control though, 9.7 seconds ahead of Eric Santos in that 2nd place. We're looking at the 77 car of Levent Turkman for MDM Motorsport. Daniel Lewis trying to come back at him in the Race Car Consultants GT4 car. A car that has significantly less power, but in the hands of Daniel Lewis, looking very competitive. Lewis would dearly love it if it started raining, because he knows that car really handles well in the wet. But at the moment, it's all dry. The cars are all on slick tyres, but the clouds are starting to close in. Joel Monegro continues to stretch his legs at the front. Santos in 2nd place. Doesn't look like he's able to do anything about the race leader. 12.475, and we're not even at the 1/3 distance yet. So Joel Monegro really dominating this race as things stand. Casper Huckerboom coming under pressure from Hugo van der Voosteen, and van der Voosteen once again the back end of the car stepping out. Such a shame after such good progress, but under braking, losing traction at the back. It shows you just how hard these drivers are pushing, how on the knife edge these cars are. But no such problems for Joel Monegro at the moment. He leads the way from Eric Santos. Third place, Javier Ripoll Jr. in the number 91 car, 1.5 seconds back from second place. Here's a look again at that moment for Hugo van der Voosteen. Just under braking, the back end switching around, and we saw him having that moment on the formation lap, and once again just getting caught out by the conditions. But it shows how hard these drivers are pushing, how tricky it is out there, particularly on these slick tyres. Casper Hockerboom, 6th place in the GP Elite car. Behind him, Hans Frisch in the 92 car. Then Jan Klingenberg in the treble 2 car in 8th place. That is the fight for 6th place. 6th, 7th, 8th running together. Joel Monegro continues to record the fastest lap of 150.061. Nearly 3 seconds quicker than any other car on the track. Casper Hockerboom goes deep into the corner, leaves himself vulnerable to Jan Klingenberg. Klingenberg is through. Hans Frisch is already through. So Hockerboom travelling the wrong way through the pack at the moment. Such a shame after a great qualifying and a good start to the race. But now in that 8th place, Hugo van der Voosteen is a little way back after that spin. So Hockerboom good for the moment, but we'll need to regather it. Looking for the dry patches on the track, keeping the heat in the tyres. Joel Monegro continues to dominate. 15 seconds clear of second place, Javier Ripoll Jr. Ripoll Jr. having found a route past Eric Santos. So Javier Ripoll Jr., the man on a mission moving forwards. He's found a route past the 221 car up into second place. Can he do anything about the race leader? His last lap was about 2/10 slower than the race leader, but now he'll have an open track in front of him. So we're going to keep an eye on the timing screens and see whether Javier Ripoll Jr., who we ride with now for S1 Racing, can do anything about Joel Monegro, who leads the way. So on board with Javier Ripoll Jr., the number 91 car. We can see him fighting the wheel, trying to hit all the apexes exactly right, trying to get it absolutely perfect. Every second, every fraction of a second counts. Out onto the pit straight he comes. You can see the undulation as well. He goes up the hill and then he goes down the hill towards turn 1. That's a pit straight of nearly a kilometre. Then the heavy braking, 3rd gear into turn 1 he comes, then out in towards turn 2. This turn taken flat out in dry conditions, heading out towards turn 3, Lagos. The hairpin, the sharp right-hander, taken in 1st gear, and then it's down in towards turn 4, a 3rd gear turn, and then it's that run up and then down towards turn 5. This is the tight corner, the one that catches so many out under braking. Turn 5, the Torre Vip turn. And then out up the hill he comes towards turn 6, taken flat out. Up he goes up the hill once again into turn 7. The right-hander taken in 4th gear. And then it's around up towards turn 8. Now this is steep. This is the blind crest. It takes a lot of courage to keep your foot buried on it when you can't see what's the other side of that hill. And then down into the left-hander, the Craig Jones turn 9. Then in towards turn 10, the right-hander. And into turn 11, 2nd gear corner. And then it's downhill once again towards turn 12. Taken flat out in dry conditions. Then it's uphill to turn 13, left-hander, 2nd gear. And then back down again towards turn 14. It really is a roller coaster ride around this track. Out of 14, it's a fairly long corner. Out of 14, slight straight section, but then a long sweeping turn 15, taken in about 4th gear, slightly uphill as well. And then on the exit of the corner, it's downhill back onto the pit straight once again. It's a real up and down ride as the cars negotiate the undulation of this circuit. a real challenge. And in these conditions, when the track has wet patches as well, keeping it all together, really, really important. And while we've been looking at that, Joel Monegro has stretched his lead. We were riding on board with the second place Javier Ripoll Jr., but he's some 19.5 seconds back. So Joel Monegro very much in control of this race, and Ripoll Jr. really looking for something to befall the race leader to be able to get past. While that's been going on, Levent Turkman has moved past Eric Santos. So front row starter, Eric Santos now down to 4th place. Hans Frisch there in the number 92 yellow and black car, with Daniel Lewis in the GT4 car in 6th place. Behind Lewis is Jan Klingenberg with a lot more horsepower. Looking again, that was the move, with Santos losing the place to Levent Turkman into that turn 5 and then up towards turn 6. So that was for 3rd place. And the 92 car of Hans Frisch in 5th, Daniel Lewis in 6th, Jan Klingenberg in 7th, running together. They've got a good gap now. Casper Hockerboom still dropping back, really struggling in these conditions, but he's still well clear of Hugo van der Voosteen, who's in 9th place after that spin. Alexander Dobic in 10th place. And our only driver that has retired so far, Marabi Mekvabishvili, as a challenge from Jan Klingenberg for 6th place on the inside of Daniel Lewis, taking a much tighter line. Daniel Lewis doesn't have the horsepower to defend out along the pit straight, so it's going to be vulnerable to Klingenberg as they head in towards turn 1. Klingenberg looks to the inside, ducks back behind Lewis. Lewis has him held off at the moment into turn 1. Head around towards turn 2, he will come. Up ahead of them, Hans Frisch has broken clear. One driver that we haven't seen in this race is Ernst Inderbitzen, who did not make the start. I would remind you that he was running without ABS, and it may be that he's chosen not to take the start of this race for that reason. But he never took the green flag of this race. So the only retiree we have at the moment is Marabi Mekvabishvili, as Daniel Lewis continues to hold on to 6th place. We're past the halfway point of the race. And Daniel Lewis has a lot of attention coming from Jan Klingenberg in the Treble 2 car for FAC Autotech, the driver who's been coached by Alex FAC Jr., a winner in ADAC GT Masters, a winner in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup, coaching this driver in the number Treble 2 car. And of course the name FAC, a legendary name in Porsche racing. And Jan Klingenberg in the number Treble 2 car, who was in Porsche Sports Cup Suisse in 2023, has guested in quite a few different categories, including British GT, GT Open, 24-hour series, challenging Daniel Lewis for that 6th place. So the Treble 2 car in 7th at the moment. Daniel Lewis doing a sterling job holding him off. To remind you, there's less horsepower on that GT4 car, particularly vulnerable out along the straights here. Klingenberg would be able to close in, but Daniel Lewis really leaving his braking late and covering it off. You saw the back end of the car just snaking slightly, under braking into the corner. Still holding off the attention from Jan Klingenberg. Meanwhile, Joel Monegro continues to stretch his legs, 23.137 seconds at the front, making this look almost easy. Javier Ripoll Jr. in a solid 2nd place, although Levent Turkman 2.3 behind, so he could be vulnerable towards the end of the race. At the moment though, everything under control. There's your race leader, running very much on his own. A lonely race for Joel Monegro. We haven't seen much of him because he's been running pretty well on his own. The gap between him and Javier Ripoll Jr., 23.137. And he comes running solo, just focusing on keeping everything together extending that gap. Out across the line he comes once again, in towards turn 1. Javier Ripoll Jr. still yet to come in to the final corner, and already Joel Monegro is in and around turn 1, heading towards turn 2. We still wait for Javier Ripoll Jr. to cross the start-finish line to see what the gap is. 24.246. So Monegro showing no signs of backing off, no signs of resting on his laurels. Javier Ripoll Jr. has Levent Turkman behind him, 2.699. So Turkman will want to keep the pressure onto Javier Ripoll Jr. Ripoll will be very much focused on what's happening behind and not so much what's in front. He certainly won't be able to see what's in front because Joel Monegro is a long, long way ahead. Daniel Lewis still holding off Jan Klingenberg. 10.5 minutes remaining. David and Goliath. Daniel Lewis in the little GT4. Jan Klingenberg with the mighty 991, 992 generation car. Into turn 5 and back up the hill, and still Lewis has that 6th place. Hans Frisch just ahead of him, having got past and broken clear Eric Santos, who started 2nd, currently running on his own in 4th place. This is the closest battle on the track at the moment. Daniel Lewis, the orange and white GT4 car, now with Jan Klingenberg seemingly closer than ever. And still, Lewis holds on. Still defending for all he's worth. 6th place. Klingenberg there, ready to jump. If Lewis puts one wheel wrong, he'll be there, ready to jump. And at the moment, Lewis looking very proficient, very dialed in. Mixing it with the bigger cars and staying in front. Now Klingenberg to the inside. He's got the gap on the inside, but Daniel Lewis has that faster outside line. Can he hold on to that 6th place? The 2 cars running side by side. Daniel Lewis now running absolutely side by side. Jan Klingenberg there as well, but Klingenberg will have the inside line into turn 1. Can Daniel Lewis hang it around the outside? He's going to be braking as late as he dare, but it looks like Klingenberg has finally got the job done. And Daniel Lewis, having held on for so long, is shuffled down into 7th place. But a brilliant job holding on for so long, and he's not done yet. You can see he's still looking to fight back. So Daniel Lewis fighting back. He's in 7th at the moment. Klingenberg in that 6th place. But he's got to get it right. He's got to keep it right. He's got to keep it tidy, because Daniel Lewis will be back past if he gets any opportunity at all. Joel Monegro still leads by 25.2 seconds. Javier Ripoll Jr., Levent Turkman, Eric Santos, Hans Frisch, and then this battle here, Jan Klingenberg, Daniel Lewis. They're some 5 seconds clear of Kasper Hockerboom behind them in 8th place. And now Klingenberg breaks clear with 7 3/4 minutes remaining. Daniel Lewis looking fairly solid in that 7th place. Kasper Hockerboom is some 4.3 seconds back. So not really a challenger for that position at the moment. And with the pace that Daniel is showing in the number 19 car, it's going to take maybe some kind of mistake from Daniel Lewis for him to catch up. You can see him just coming into the top of the picture. Head along the pit straight once again. In towards turn 1. There is Kasper Hockerboom in the background. Jan Klingenberg had to work hard for that 6th place. Daniel Lewis gave it everything he'd got, defending that 6th place, and is not allowing Jan Klingenberg to get clear, really, is he? There's Kasper Hockerboom in 8th place. Joel Monegro continues to stretch his legs. Yet another purple. A fastest lap has just put in fastest lap after fastest lap. The only driver in the 40s, a 148.629. The next fastest lap would be a 150.305. And that would have been set by second place Javier Ripoll Jr. and Casper Hockerburn pushing hard. And now 7th place really does look to be out of reach. The back end of the car steps out with 6 minutes to go. The GP Elite car spinning around at turn 14. He puts it into gear. He rejoins. But now, suddenly, any chance of catching 7th place Daniel Lewis looking to be gone. Going deep into the corner. Trying to regather himself. Takes a little while just to get yourself back in the rhythm. You should look in here, he's running on his own and didn't really get onto the white line. I think the back end had gone before then, and it shows you again how tricky it is out on track. Traction very much at a premium. So he regathers it, carries on his way. In the meantime, Alexander Dobic has found a route past Hugo van der Voosteen. So Alexander Dobic, after dramas at the opening lap of this race, is up into 9th place, but he's still some 37.5 seconds back from Casper Hockerburn. There is Daniel Lewis in 7th place. As long as he can keep it all together, looking solid there now, particularly with Hockerburn gone. Jan Klingenberg having worked his way past the number 19 car, just opening up a gap. Heading towards 2.3 seconds. It's 2.249 at the moment. And soon Joel Monegro is going to be leading this race by 30 seconds from Javier Ripoll Jr. Such is his dominance. Daniel Lewis has come here to get himself up to speed for the Great Britain Series, Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain. Was hoping for a few more GT4 cars to race against, but he must be really buoyed by the pace he has shown alongside the bigger brother 991 cars. So Daniel Lewis in that 7th place now just needs to keep it together. So easy to make a mistake in these conditions with the track so slippery offline. It would be so easy just to spin around when you're running on your own. I'm told that just keeping your focus a lot of the time is half the problem, because you're not targeting anybody, you are just focused on hot laps. There's Javier Ripoll Jr. just gone past through your picture. There's Levent Turkman, the very pretty number 77 car, 2.676 back from 2nd place. So not closing in anymore at the moment, whereas Joel Monegro has now stretched his lead to 31.3 seconds. There's 2nd, there's 3rd, in towards the tricky turn 5. Pleased to say we've not had too many track limit infringements, although Daniel Lewis did have one on lap 13. But on the whole, most of the drivers have taken the warnings seriously about track limits. 221, Eric Santos, 4th place at the moment. The sister car to the one that's leading the race, started on the front row, running on his own at the moment. You can see that dry line, all the drivers just aiming for that. The rain that we were worried about looks like it's going to hold off. We've only got 2 minutes and 20 seconds plus 1 lap remaining of this race. Joel Monegro, after a very sketchy run into turn 1, has pulled away, has absolutely dominated this race. Javier Ripoll Jr. had to work hard to push his way forwards. Started in 3rd, now up into 2nd place. Great drive from the 77 car. Levent Turkman started in 5th, now up into 3rd. Eric Santos, who you see now, started on the front row and was shuffled back through the pack. And along past the start-finish line once again. 1.5 minutes of timed racing remaining. 33 seconds is the gap between first and second. Javier Ripoll Jr. just occupied with keeping the 77 car of Levent Turkman behind him. Then it's Eric Santos, about 6 seconds behind them. Monegro totally in control of this. You can see the track now almost completely dry in the racing line. Into turn 5 once again. Up the hill yet again we come. In towards turn 6, then towards turn 7. The 4th gear corner. Less than a minute remaining of this race. Of the time of this race, then it's the +1 lap after that. Just looking to see where our race leader is. He's just on to the start finish line at the moment, so it'll be 2 laps remaining of this, the first race of the season for the club division in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The clock will strike 0 during this lap, and then it'll be 1 more after that for our race leader Joel Monegro, who's currently up into turn 1. Javier Ripoll Jr. in second place, but a very, very distant second place now. Monegro, who originally came into this series as a Pro-Am driver and was switched to the Michelin Cup. This is the first year of Michelin Cup, and it has proven to be very entertaining. 33.793, the gap between first and second. So the 1, 2, 3 looking pretty solid at the moment. Monegro, nearly 34 seconds clear. Javier Ripoll Jr. is about 3.9, just about 4 seconds clear of Levent Turkman, who in turn is 5.7 seconds clear of Eric Santos. Here's our race leader, still going for it. Joel Monegro on his penultimate lap up towards turn 14 once again. And then around into 15 he will come. And then out onto the pit lane to start, to his pit line to start his final lap of the race. So Joel Monegro has shown the same kind of pace he showed in qualifying this morning. Out along across the start finish line to start the last lap of the race. He was some 34.2 seconds clear, 33.7 seconds clear of second place coming into this lap. He's going to be over 34, I think, at this rate. Javier Ripoll Jr. still yet to come out of the final corner across the start finish line. And then Turkman, that's your 1, 2, 3 on the final lap of this opening race of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. And this is the man who has not put a wheel wrong after he got out of that moment on turn 1, has just kept it all together and has continued to dominate this race. The driver who's come from the Rennsport Academy in Germany has come up through the ropes. Last year was in the Middle East Trophy. The 24-hour Middle East Trophy was in the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup the year before. A really, really useful pilot who now leads this race on the final lap with just a handful of corners remaining. Out in towards turn 13, he'll come. And then up to 14. And then it'll be the final corner of the race. Joel Monegro has looked nothing less than a winner from the moment this race started, from the moment quali started this morning. He mastered the wet conditions. He put the car on pole position. He's led every single lap of this race. And now he receives the checkered flag to win race 1 for the club division here in Portimão Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Joel Monegro is the race winner. We now have a wait because Javier Ripoll Jr. is still up at turn 14 at the moment. So we wait for Javier Ripoll Jr. to come and take that second place There is Levent Turkman in third place as well. So Javier Ripoll Jr. out of that final corner, held it all together. We ride on board with him as he crosses the finish line to receive that second place and the checkered flag. Then it's Levent Turkman in third. That's your podium finishers. And now we wait for Eric Santos to cross the line. And then it'll be this car here, Hans Frisch, with Jan Klingenberg, who'd been slowly nibbling away to try and close in on him. Out across the line, they will come 5th and 6th place. And now we have the wait for the only GT4 car, so it'll be a win in the GT4 category. But the 7th place will be very significant for Daniel Lewis because he showed such good pace, has held off and fought with cars that are more powerful and more advanced than the one he's driving. So the GT4 car crossed the line in 7th place, and now we wait for Casper Hockerboom. Gathered it up after that spin, and he crosses the line in 8th place. And then it'll be Alexander Dobik, who will come across in 9th, with Ug van der Voosteen rounding out the top 10. The only car that we lost in all of that was Marabi Mekvabishvili, who retired in the early stages of this race, after the first lap, in fact, after that incident that we saw. So that concludes the first of 8 rounds of racing for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. And of course, we get to see all these cars again later on this afternoon for their second round. And it could all be different because if the weather forecast is anything to go by, we may well be in the rain by the time these cars line up next. But at the moment, it's Joel Monegro from the Dominican Republic, who started on pole position, who comes into Parc Fermé. Dominated qualifying this morning, has dominated the race this afternoon, and has proven himself to be a force to be reckoned with track experience by Manthey as his team, some amazing car preparation and mentoring. The legendary team, headed up by Olaf Manthey. And now one of their drivers coming through the ranks, and he receives the applause from the team. Joel Monegro, the winner of the first race of 2026 for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. Never looked like anyone was ever going to get near him, did it? But of course, the second race this afternoon may well be very different. So still waiting for the other cars to come in. He's so far ahead, he's been able to get out of the car before the other cars even came into Parc Fermé. So here come the rest of the cars now. Joel Monegro, track experience by Manthey, takes his first ever win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Piers gives him a moment to take his helmet off, and hopefully we're going to grab another word with him in just a few moments. And look, the rain is now coming down just in the nick of time, and you can see Joel Monegro just glancing to the sky. Right, Piers is ready for us in the pit lane, and a word with our race winner.
Joel, I can see you looking up at the sky there, thankful that the rain didn't come any earlier, but to be honest, I don't think it would have made much difference. You won by 35 seconds. That's pretty dominant.
Damn.
Damn indeed.
No wonder I was alone.
That was a great race. I mean, the pace was just metronomic. Every lap was consistent. You were like over a second faster at some points. Fastest lap of the race was a good over a second quicker. Okay. I mean, amazing.
That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, the car was great, the track had traction, and there were some damp spots, and so there was still a little bit of room for pace, but it sounds like it was perfect, so no complaints.
No complaints. It was a bit closer in qualifying when it was wet. The rain's starting to fall now, maybe not Do you think he'll be a bit closer for the second race of today?
Yeah, maybe we'll get a wet race. That would be a good combo.
And maybe you'll still get the win.
Yeah.
Joel Monegro, our winner in the club division. Great work from Joel. I'm going to see if I can grab a quick word with anyone else, but I think everyone else is already headed to the podium, so I'll hand back up to Brian to talk through the highlights of that club race.
Thank you very much, Piers. And just in the nick of time, we could see the rain coming down. It was dry at the start, though, as the cars came out of the final corner. They were on a rolling start, and it was a fairly sketchy run into turn one because the track had those puddles, it had those wet patches. Look at the 224 car switch into turn one, the back end stepping out, but Joel Monegro was able to gather it all up, keep it together. No such luck for Alexander Dobik and Marabi Metvabishvili, who both went spinning, and it meant that Metvabishvili was to go into retirement. The man who was mixing it was Daniel Lewis. It was a real David and Goliath moment. The little GT4 car going wheel to wheel with the much bigger brothers and holding them off, but eventually he had to give way. And it was Levent Turkman who made great progress pushing through the pack, fighting his way forwards. A spin for Hugo van der Voosteen in the 245 car, and he realised quite how little traction there was on those slick tyres. Another one who appeared to be struggling with traction was Casper Huckerboom in the number 8 car. He was passed by Jan Klingenberg initially, and then was struggling a little bit for pace towards the end of the race. Eric Santos, who started on the front row, had to submit to the very rapid Levent Turkman, and Daniel Lewis fighting with all those around him and doing a sterling job just holding it all together. Jan Klingenberg, when he did catch him, was putting a lot of pressure on, but Daniel Lewis held him off for so long. Jan Klingenberg did eventually get past, but Daniel Lewis did not make it easy for him, using that little car to great extent to stay in front for as long as he did. The 224 car, Joel Monegro, continued to stretch at the front, opening up a monstrous gap in the closing stages of the race. Some 35 seconds was going to be his win. Meanwhile, challenges going further back. Again, Daniel Lewis, Jan Klingenberg, the two of them had been glued together for so long. Casper Huckerboom losing the back end meant that his challenge on Daniel Lewis was never going to happen. But still, the march continued at the front for Joel Monegro. The gap up to 35.7 seconds when he received that checkered flag. Javier Ripoll Jr. made really good progress coming through into second place, and Levent Turkman showing that he's going to be one to watch in the future, coming home in third and the last of the podium positions. Joel Monegro climbed from the car, received congratulations from Track Experience by Manthey, and concluded the first of 2 races for the club division Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2026. You can see, as we look down at turn 5, it is distinctly gloomy. The rain has started to come down briefly, so the wet weather tyres could well be an issue as the next 2 races get ready to go. Right, I believe that Piers is now on the podium with our race winners.
Thanks very much, Brian. Yes, we have our club division podium, and we'll start with our third place driver. The number 77 from the Netherlands, well, actually from Turkey, is Levent Turkman. Congratulations, Levent. Amazing job for the track experience. Yes, third place, please take your space. You've earned it. Congratulations, Levent. Second place, the number 91 from Venezuela, Javier Ripoll Jr. Congratulations. It's for the S1 racing team. And then our eventual winner in the club division by a measly 35 seconds is from the Dominican Republic, the 224, Joel Monegro. Congratulations, Joel. Amazing job by the Track Experience by Manthey team as well. Great job. And we'll also have invited to our podium our GT4 winner, the number 19 from England, Daniel Lewis. Congratulations, Daniel. Daniel racing for Race Car Consultancy. We'll now have the Dominican Republic National Anthem. Congratulations to our top three in the club division in the Michelin Cup, and also to our GT4 winner. Trophies being handed out by series organiser Lars Plato. Third place in the Michelin Cup was Levent Turkman. Second place, Javier Ripoll, besting his third places that he achieved. 5 of those last year, 1 better this year. And then our 2 winners in the club division, our Michelin Cup winner, Joel Monegro, and our GT4 winner, Daniel Lewis. So a round of applause for our podium in the club division, the first of 2026. Great job by all of them. We'll collect you on the top step of the podium for a photo opportunity to memorise this moment for the future. Javier, maybe one day this season we'll see you go one higher and get on the top step. We'll have to work hard to get past Joel Monegro at the moment. You're welcome to spray the champagne, but you've still got one more race to go. So I don't know, it's completely up to you. I think that's a no. Well, they're going to do it? No, later. We'll have it for race number 2 later on. Champagne for everyone. You can drink this one. Congratulations. Another round of applause to our top 3 in the Michelin Cup and our GT4 winner for round number 1 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Please make your way downstairs. Congratulations, guys. We'll see you go out for the second round of the championship later on this afternoon. That'll come up in just over half an hour's time. Congratulations, guys. And that gives us a chance to now look ahead to our second race in the club division. The sport division. We've just had the club division. That first race we had earlier on was electric. The rain has started to fall. The winner of the first race was on slicks, everyone else on wets. Will we see drivers start on slicks and then someone come into wets? Who knows? That's all to come. I'll hand back up to Brian now as we look ahead to the second round of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division.
Thank you, Piers. Yeah, every race is a bit of an adventure here, isn't it? Because the weather just keeps changing, keeps throwing curved balls. I think if this next race is anything like the previous one, we are in for a treat. Well, the rain is starting to come down, and we will be getting ready to go with it in just a couple of minutes. So just 2 minutes, we will be getting ready to go. Could you grab that bit of paper that's got the printed? Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe round 2 is getting ready to go. In round 1, we saw the weather playing a very, very significant part. All the cars started on wet weather tyres. That was until the end of the formation lap when one Mr. Walter Borkamps decided to pit and put slick tyres. He started from the pit lane. He had a 30-second gap to last place at one point, but he made it up and he eventually dominated the race, winning by a proverbial mile. It was a spectacular race. So many other stories apart from that, though. The battle for second, third, fourth, fifth, raging on all the way through the race. It was one of the best Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe races we've ever seen. And we've got something quite similar now because it's the same front row. Milan Marchak, Jelter Hofner starting alongside each other. Milan Marchak on pole position will be wanting to improve on his fifth place from the last race. On the second row, Marco Giltrap and Walter Borkamps in fourth place. Now, whether the others can get one over him, whether he can get one over the others again, it remains to be seen because the weather conditions very, very iffy. I'm hoping Piers is going to tell us what tyres they're on at some point. Tira Ellenis and Jesse Polderdijk are lining up behind Walter Borkamps as well. And Levin Gelf and Nick Ho are there also. So this is set to be quite a battle. It could come down to tyres. Depends on what the weather does. You can see there has been a shower, but there are some, what look to me like some dry patches along the pit straight. But it could be another strategy race. And all the drivers and all the teams will be looking sideways at the number 30 car to see what he does, because that was a spectacular strategy call at the start of that previous race. And Piers is down on the grid at the moment. I'll bet you're looking forward to this one, Piers.
Oh, God, I am so looking forward to this one. The one that we had earlier on was, as I mentioned, I think probably one of the best Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe races ever. Some things to note. As you'll see, the circuit on the start-finish line is still fairly damp, apart from where the drivers were searching for dry or wetter parts of the circuit. So the inside line is actually the drier part of the circuit, which is unusual, which means that the non-racing line is probably going to get a better standing start. But our driver on pole position, much the same as it was in the first race, Milan Marchak. Now, we're on slick tyres for now. Everyone, as far as I'm aware, has come to the grid on slick tyres. However, we saw there a bit of rain falling as we were having the podium for the club division. It hasn't fallen any heavier than that for a few minutes now, so I don't think it's wetted the circuit, but the clouds are definitely coming in. It's getting cooler, and who knows, we may see the complete opposite of the first race today. Jelter Hofner goes, the number 919 for MDM. He goes from the inside of row number one, or it's just one by one staggered, so second place on the inside of the grid. To have the advantage of that slightly drier run off the start-finish line. As I speak right now, the rain is starting to fall a little bit once again. It's very much going to be 50-50. I think by the looks of it, everyone's pretty much committed to slicks, but the rain could fall at any minute. Who knows? Someone who pits might have the advantage. I'm going to try and jump in and grab a word with Jelter if he's available. Jelter, can we have a quick chat? Yep. I'm just going to jump on in. Sorry. Jelter, that first race was tricky conditions. Unfortunately, also you got involved in something, damage to the car. Looks like it's all fixed now at the front, but there's a bit of work going on at the back. Is everything okay?
Yeah, so we were still on a little bit of a wet setup, and we found some good new data. So we just want to try some stuff out for the dry race.
What do you reckon is the circuit conditions are going to be like out there? You've had one lap to the grid. Is it dry, wet? What's the conditions like?
Well, I'm not really sure. The only thing I know is that it's the same for everybody. So.
That is true. Good luck in this one. Front row start for Jelter. Again, he's had a lot of improvement over the last year or so. He's going from second place on the grid. Third place, the number 66, Marco Giltrap. He was the fastest of those wet tyre runners in that previous race. Again, I've mentioned it. Very different ball game this time. Last time it was a drying track on wet tyres. This time it's a potentially wettening track on dry tyres. Marco, you were the best of the wet runners in that last race. You managed to keep them alive much longer than everyone else. What was the secret?
Yeah, I think just finding the water on the track and also just really limiting wheel spin, just basically being super conservative.
Yeah, it looked like you sort of deliberately let everyone go for it in the first few laps. You looked like you were just taking it a bit easy, and that came back to you at the end. Probably going to be an opposite sort of situation in this one. The rain now falling a little bit. You can see on your windscreen, everyone on slick tyres as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm almost hoping for a bit of rain. I think it could be quite interesting and makes for some really good racing. So I think there could be some in maybe like 5-10 minutes, so maybe right around the first few laps, which would be spicy.
I suppose this is the whole point of you coming racing at this stage of the year, because this is experience that you otherwise would not be able to get. If it was testing, you'd probably just wait until it rains and put wets on. You don't get much experience of actually having to push, find the limit in conditions like this with competitors around you, unless you're racing in a championship like this.
Yeah, exactly. You don't get it anywhere else really. So, you know, as you said, you can go testing, but at the end of the day here, we've got other people racing against you, so it makes it really interesting.
Well, you've said interesting a fair few times. That sounds good to me. If this race is anything like the previous one, we're in for an absolute barnstormer once again. Now, I'm going to go and ask Wouter Boorkamps what tyres he's going on, because that will give us an indication of what he's not going to be running the race in. Wouter, quick word. Can we have a quick chat again? Wouter, last time I said what tyres, you said it's definitely wet, so then you won the race on slicks. So what tyres are you on at the moment?
It is slicks at the moment, but it could change any time if I see my windscreen. So yeah, maybe we do the same trick again.
Yeah, I was just speaking to number 66 on your left, Marco Giltrap. He said it could be quite interesting if the rain starts to fall during the race. He said it would be good fun to see how it all unfolds. I suppose, do you have the same outlook, or would you rather it just stayed one way or the other?
I don't care too much about it. I'm here to learn. I'm here to get back into my rhythm. So I like to be really on edge and use the slicks in the rain. On the other hand, I think with the track being really wet, it's going to be really tricky. So we're running a dry setup, so I hope some other guys didn't take a gamble, but fair play to them if they did.
Yeah. And also, you know that the Team GP Elite could do a good pit stop. They did in the last one. So if you need to come in, you can. Wouter going from fourth place on the grid. He won the race convincingly in that last one, the only driver on slick tyres. Actually, as we say that, the rain is starting to fall heavier, and Wouter actually joking with series coordinator Lars Plato there, saying, I should change tyres. The 27 there is Theo Elenas. He had a great start to the race, and that one was well in the thick of the action, having a fight for the top 3 positions. In the end, did manage to stay on the podium. It looks like some teams are choosing to go on to wet tyres, which means I won't be able to get in and chat to these drivers, but it'll be interesting to watch them go to work. This is the S1 racing team. This rain falling heavier means that I think everyone was expecting this rain to come, and they were just waiting for the moment for it to fall heavier, which is right now. Really interesting to see how the teams work. They practice this sort of thing day in, day out. They know exactly what they're doing. They've all got jobs. These wheels and tyres are also very heavy. You can see the team having to physically manhandle them on and off the cars. They make it look easy, but it certainly is not. Theo Elenas on wet tyres. Can confirm that Wouter Boorkamps also on wet tyres. The wets haven't gone on Marco Giltrap's car quite yet, nor have they on Jelter Hofner. They are changing the tyres on our pole sitter Milan Marchak. So at the moment, very much a split grid. We could end up with a split strategy here where some teams are on slick, some teams are on wets. So at the moment, it looks like our pole sitter Marchak on wets. Jelter Hofner currently on slicks, but I think they've begun to change those tyres. Yeah, I think now, because the rain is falling even heavier than it has at any moment, we're going to have wets all around. How long have we got until we go racing? Just a few moments, I think. So this is last-minute changes. This is now going to come down to what the tyre pressures are set at, because teams can choose to go higher or lower on the pressures. The higher the tyre pressure, the quicker they'll be at the start of the race. They'll be fast, but then if it stays not wet, tyres will go away towards the end. If they go lower tyre pressures, they'll struggle at the start of the race, but potentially have more grip by the end. The higher the tyre pressure, the harder it works the tread blocks on those wet tyres. Looking down the grid, I think it is pretty much everyone on wet. So I'll walk further down the grid and we'll chat to some of the drivers who have had their tyres changed. Theo Elenas. Actually, because we've got a couple of minutes, I can see some setup changes going on there as well, actually. A couple of the teams making minor adjustments to the alignment of the front wheels as well. There's a fair few things you can do to these Porsche Cup cars which will affect how they handle in wet and dry conditions. And the optimum setup on a wet track on wet tyres is different to the optimum setup on a dry track on slick tyres. On slick tyres, you want the car stiff, you want the car agile, nimble. On wet conditions, you want it predictable, everything to happen a bit slower, a bit softer, because otherwise it can be hard to control. Let's have a jump in and have a word with Levin Gelf. We spoke to him ahead of the previous race, but we'll have a word with him again. Levin, can we have a chat? Levin, last minute change to wets. Looks like everyone has gone for the same strategy. The rain falling heavier now. Different conditions in 2 different races.
Yeah, I'm just trying to survive now.
Survival is the key, is it?
Yeah, survive the first 2 laps and then just find my rhythm and go on with it.
How was your first race start in that last one?
Pretty decent, to be honest. I mean, I've practiced it in the endurance races we did in German Sports Cup. So I know how to use the clutch, but under like the high stress conditions and everything, yeah, was exciting. That.
Very different this time, wet tyres, wet track, so good luck with that one. You'll have plenty of start experience by the time the main season starts, so good luck, Levin. I'll leave you to it now. Levin, in one of his, very early on in his racing career, still getting used to things. I think we've got time for one more interview. I'm going to grab a quick word with Nick Ho. Can I jump in? Very quick. Nick, change of tyres. I think there's going to be some debate about tyre pressures and setup. How do you think this race is going to pan out? You had a good pace at the start of the previous one.
Well, I leave that up to my team, and I'll just go full send.
Full send indeed. Top 5 for the goal, top 3 podium win. What's on your mind?
Let's see where we can get.
Nick Ho, driver for Team GP Elite. He was well in the mix of the action. Unfortunately, got a 5-second penalty after a collision in that previous race. So I think as the rain is falling, the klaxons are being sirened. I'm being ushered off the grid. So it's time to hand back to Brian for the second of the sports division races.
Thank you, Piers. You need to go and get yourself in the dry quickly because it looks horrendous out there now. So the rain is coming down. Was kind of similar to the start of the previous race originally, where everyone was going to be on slicks this time, and then we would suddenly swap over. What is going to happen? I cannot believe that Walter Boerkamps is going to come into the pits and change the slicks in this instance because it is significantly wetter. As we just sit on board with Theo Elinus, you can just hear the silence as the drivers wait, and in a few moments they will start their engines and we will get ready to start on the formation lap. This is going to be an important formation lap. So just a couple of minutes ago, the drivers were all sat in slick shod cars getting ready to start this race. Now they're all in wet shod cars, and it's going to be very, very tricky. This could be a very different kind of race to what we saw in race 1. It is the second round of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division, their final race of the weekend. And we are getting ready to go for 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. I haven't seen any indication that the standing start will be changed to a rolling start. Sometimes when conditions are bad, race directors can change it so that it's a rolling start for safety reasons. At the moment, it's still being shown as a standing start. So in a few moments, they'll start on the formation lap, and it will be time to generate the heat in the tyres and in the brakes to make sure that when they arrive at speed into turn 1, they will have something with which to turn and something with which to stop. So, as with the previous race, it's a front row with Milan Marchak on pole position, Jota Hofner alongside. On the second row, Marco Giltrap has Walter Boerkamps for company. He's going to be making his presence felt from there. Keep an eye on Theo Elinus, was so good in the previous race, constantly alongside other cars. And Jesse Polderdijk, good starting position there from P6. I should think the heart will be racing a little bit there. Levin Gelf, we've heard from him. He too just says, I want to just survive it. And then we've got Nick Ho, who's 8th on the grid ahead of Luciano Martinez, and then Nikola Milkovic, and then it's Matheus Comparato ahead of Hugh Muller, with Cesar van der Voosteen bringing up the rear. So you can see there from the puddles, the rain is still coming down as we get ready on this formation lap. The cars are circulating at the moment, trying to generate the heat in the tyres and the brakes. Right, we're on board there with the 27 car, Theo Elinus, and you can see just what the conditions are like. Heading out of turn 5, up the hill, and I should think the nerves on the drivers at the moment, they're going to be very, very nervous indeed. We've got a car starting on the pit exit, and that the number 11, Matthias Comparato. So the car's now up towards turn 9 and then out towards turn 10. And then it'll be back out onto the pit straight. So here they come on their formation lap, and the car's just getting ready for the start of this race. On board with Theo Elenis as he comes to the grid now, and just weaving to get some final heat into the tyres. You can see the windscreen wipers going. This is really tricky. Alongside him, they're going to be nervous because they're going to want to make sure that when they head in towards turn 1, they've got the grip and that they can actually make it stick around that first corner. So there is Milan Marchak on the left-hand side of the track. On the right-hand side of your picture, there is Jelte Hofner alongside. We have clearance from the back. We are ready for round 2 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and we are go. And there's Nick Ho just jumping out of line to the outside. He ducks back in again. It's a drag race in towards turn 1. Jelte Hofner, who was so angry at the end of turn 1, at the end of race 1, when he had to retire. But Milan Marchak sails around the outside. Keep an eye on Walter Burkamp in second place. Looks to the inside of Jelte Hofner, the number 30 car that won and dominated the first race, dropping back to 4th place. It looks like everybody's made it off the line. There's the 27 car. We're riding on board with Theo Elenis as we head down now towards turn 5, under braking. But Milan Marchak has the lead at the moment. Did exactly what he did in the first race, but this time has held on to that lead. Everybody fighting over those minor positions. 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing ahead of us. So Milan Marchak is our race leader. Walter Burkamp looked good to start off with. Now fighting. He's ahead of Jelte Hofner. Just behind them, a whole gaggle of cars all fighting for position. There's Marco Giltrap into that second place. But Milan Marchak making up for what was a disappointing first race. Now leading the way with a gap over that second place car. Walter Burkamp's fighting hard to come back through the pack here. He's challenging Marco Giltrap for position as well. But Milan Marchak breaking clear at the front. Walter Burkamp's on the same tyres as those around him, looking to the outside of Marco Giltrap. You can see the back end of the car sliding. We're on board with Theo Elenis at the moment in the number 27 car as he fights for position. These opening laps is where it can be all won or lost in these tricky conditions. 28 minutes plus 1 lap of racing ahead of us. Out of the first lap we come across the start finish line, and Milan Marchak leading the way by 1.8 seconds from Marco Giltrap. Then it's Walter Burkamp, then Jelte Hofner. Theo Elenis in 5th place ahead of Nick Ho, Juk Muller, Nikola Milkovic, Jesse Polderdijk and Luciano Martinez rounding out the top 10. So everybody's made it round that opening lap. So good job done by everybody, just holding it all together. The challenge is on now. Jelte Hofner putting the pressure onto Walter Burkamp. So Hofner in the 919 car, fighting for that position, looking for a podium. He had that non-finish in the first race. We'll be looking to make up for it. Walter Burkamp the winner in the first race, under braking into turn 5. Jutta Hoffner trying to be as brave as he can under braking. You can see the first couple of cars disappearing off over the hill. There is Burkamp, there is Jutta Hoffner as well. So, Walter Burkamp and Jutta Hoffner just trying to fight for that position. Marco Giltrap just ahead of them, 1.8 seconds back from Milan Marchak. The cars continue out towards turn 11. Burkamp's taking a deep line into the corner. Jutta Hoffner trying to outwit him, the master and the junior, going wheel to wheel here in round 2 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Meanwhile, Milan Marchak continues to extend his lead at the front. It's Marchak from Giltrap. Look at the fighting going on behind. The car's scrapping over position. Marco Giltrap solid in that second place at the moment. Walter Burkamp in third. Jutta Hoffner looking like a man on a charge. Theo Elinus in the 27 car in 5th place. The driver you see on your screen at the moment has Nick Ho behind him. Out across the start-finish line we come once again. And Milan Marchak's lead is down to 9/10 of a second. So Marco Giltrap, he just showed great patience in the first race, just held back, allowed everybody to do their thing and then turn the heat up. That's exactly what he's doing here. He's recorded the fastest lap of the race. So Marco Giltrap in 2nd place is the man to watch. Walter Burkamp in that 3rd place. There's Nick Ho up with Theo Elinus. So that'll be for 5th place. Behind them is Jörg Muller in 7th place. But Milan Marchak, is he going to feel pressure? Yes, he is. In towards turn 5. It's a move from Marco Giltrap on the inside. Milan Marchak tries to come back, but out of turn 5, up towards turn 6. Your new race leader is Marco Giltrap. He saw the gap on the inside. Milan Marchak's 1.5 second lead disappeared in a moment, and suddenly Giltrap, who showed such patience in race 1, has done exactly the same here and now moves his way into the lead. So Milan Marchak shuffled down to 2nd place. Walter Burkamp in 3rd, with Jutta Hoffner still putting the pressure onto him. There you go, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Theo Elinus 3.212 back, and now Walter Burkamp takes that wider line through the corner. Jutta Hoffner trying to take a tighter, tidier line, but not necessarily the quicker. He looks to the inside, but once again, Burkamp has the momentum around the outside, but you can see the back end of the car sliding in these greasy conditions. Once again, Jutta Hoffner putting the pressure onto the winner of race 1. If he can find a route past the number 30 car and make it onto the podium, he would be delighted. Theo Elinus now coming under pressure from Nick Ho and Jörg Muller, and Jesse Polderdijk having a sterling race in 8th place. There's Milan Marchak. The gap back to Walter Burkamp and Jutta Hoffner. Hoffner to the outside. Along the pit straight they come. In towards turn 1 under braking. Now Burkamp will have the racing line, but can Hoffner carry the momentum around the outside? You can see the car snaking in the wet conditions. Still, Burkamp's holding on to that position. Briefly, Hoffner was shown in 3rd place. He did have his nose in front when they broke the beam on the start-finish line, but it was Walter Burkamp who got it together under braking into turn 1 to hold on to that 3rd position. Riding on board now with 5th place Theo Elinus. He's looking at the fight that's going on up ahead of him, closing in on them. And when the cars are running side by side, so often it allows the cars behind to close in, and they're just sliding across the curbs. Levin Gelf, he said at the start of this race, it was about survival. It was about just getting to the end and really struggling with traction in these really challenging conditions here in Portimão. Walter Burkamp, the more experienced driver, the most experienced driver in the field, currently in 3rd place after that dominant win in race 1, has the young charger, the junior Jutta Hoffner, breathing down his neck. Again, to the inside, Jutta Hoffner has a look. Still, Walter Burkamp knows the quickest way around this circuit. Theo Ellenis in the 27 car in 5th place. Now under pressure from Nick Ho. Nick Ho looks to the inside of Theo Ellenis, ducks back in behind at the moment. Milan Marchak is in that 2nd place, 1.9 back from our race leader. So Marco Giltrap now turning up the heat at the front, opening up that gap. The fight behind Theo Ellenis. You got Nick Ho there, you got Jörg Muller, you got Jesse Polderdijk there as well. Luciano Martinez in the background, not close enough to challenge. This could all change as we approach the 1/3 distance of this race. The fastest man on the track is the one who has a clear track in front of him. Marco Giltrap, the driver from New Zealand, leading the way. There's the number 10 of Jörg Muller in 7th place in amongst the traffic, getting ready for his season in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux in the coming season. He can see a driver who is a winner in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux just ahead of him in the shape of Nick Ho. Behind him, Jesse Polderdijk, looking to have a much better race than he did first time around. He finished 10th in the previous race, but in 8th place and very much in the hunt for the places here as we look through the murky conditions back at turn 5. Once again on board with Theo Ellenis. You can see how hard he's having to fight just to keep his track position. Up ahead of him is Jelte Hofner in the 919 car. Theo Ellenis is there. Nick Ho just behind Jörg Muller in the blue, pink and white car. The silver car of Jesse Polderdijk. Keeping an eye on Polderdijk. He's having a much better race here in round 2 than he did in round 1 earlier on. Just looking to see if there are any track limit infringements, none involving any of our race leading cars. As we see there, the 96 car of Milan Marchak coming under pressure from Walter Boerkamps. So 2nd place suddenly looking a little bit vulnerable. Boerkamps has broken clear of Jelte Hofner. The car's taking very different lines into the corner. Each driver searching for the grip in these greasy conditions. Walter Boerkamps on the wide outside is where he seems to like. It's where he seems to be quickest. Milan Marchak tries to give him the squeeze as he goes to the outside, but that also almost lets Jelte Hofner through on the inside. Now Walter Boerkamps with his nose in front. He slides the car through and into the lead, into that position. Into 2nd place goes Walter Boerkamps, but Milan Marchak coming back just behind Jelte Hofner, doesn't know who to follow, so he goes 3 abreast. This is the fight for 2nd place in towards turn 1. What a move from Jelte Hofner. He takes both of them. Can he get it slowed down into turn 1? No, he can't. Now Walter Boerkamps uses experience to come blasting through. Milan Marchak down into 3rd place. Jelte Hofner had that position for a while, but now Nick Ho is breathing down his neck. But Theo Ellenis taking advantage. Another fantastic scrap between these same drivers who are fighting amongst themselves in the first race. At the moment, Giltrap up in front, Boerkamps in 2nd, but who knows what's happening next. Milan Marchak coming under immense pressure once again. Jelte Hofner, if only he could have got it slowed down, it would have been a monumental move, but he carried too much speed into that turn 1 and ended up losing those positions that he had gained. There's Theo Ellenis taking a very wide line in these conditions that feel like they are getting worse and worse. The cars heading up towards turn 9 they come, and they're down towards turn 10. Milan Marchak trying to defend the podium position of 3rd place. Jelte Hofner putting the pressure on as much as he can. All this is allowing Marco Giltrap to just pull away at the front. 7.5 seconds is his lead at the front of this race. But what a fight for the positions. Giltrap leads. Boerkamps in 2nd. Then is this fight here. Hofner, Marchak, Ho, Theo Ellenis, all in there together. Jesse Polderdijk now joining in. Jörg Muller also joining in. Luciano Martinez. So all these cars in a gaggle. Any one of them can end up in 3rd place. There's Boerkamps who's broken clear of this battle. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars all fighting for that position. Brilliant stuff. This is why we love Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. These cars putting on such entertaining racing. Giltrap continues to set fastest laps. He has a clear track in front of him. He's got nobody close behind him. He is some 9.4 seconds clear of Walter Boerkamps. Now it's Martinez who starts to put the pressure on, challenging Jesse Polderdijk for position. Polderdijk in the background in the silver car. His teammate Milan Marchak currently getting mugged by Theo Ellenus. Nick Ho has got through while all that's been going on. So Nick Ho up into fourth place. Jelte Hofner now having secured that third place, trying to check out. So the 919 car, having worked his way through when they were all fighting, now starts to break clear. 1, 2, 3. Then it's Nick Ho in the 98 car ahead of Theo Ellenus, who never gives up. We're riding on board at the moment with Milan Marchak. You can see it's murky. Visibility's not great. Milan Marchak, our pole sitter, down in 6th place at the moment. He'll be frustrated by that again. Now coming under pressure with Joop Muller in 7th place, breathing down his exhaust pipe. Jesse Polderdijk in the background as well. So 16 minutes remaining plus 1 lap. There's Nick Ho in the 98 car in 4th place. Then it's Theo Ellenus, then Milan Marchak, having been mugged by the pack of cars behind him in 6th place. Joop Muller, Jesse Polderdijk, all queuing up to try and get past. Keep an eye on Luciano Martinez as well in 9th place, but for how much longer? So here we go again. The fighting continues. Brilliant stuff. 15.5 minutes remaining. Now Nick Ho challenging for 3rd place to the inside of Jelte Hofner. Hofner had to work so hard for that last of the podium positions, but is Nick Ho about to steal it away from him? The two cars run side by side. The winner from last year in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux at Assen slots in front of Jelte Hofner into 3rd place. Hofner will try and come back at him, but can he do anything about Nick Ho? No, he can't. Nick Ho up into that 3rd place. Jelte Hofner relegated off the podium positions. So Hofner down to 4th place and into the clutches of Theo Ellenus, but Ellenus has Milan Marchak behind him. Marchak looks to be struggling for traction. Marchak with Joop Muller in 7th place, looking for his route past. Then it's Jesse Polderdijk in the sister Red Ant Racing car. Our leading rookie at the moment is Joop Muller. Second in the rookies is Jesse Polderdijk, but he needs to get to the end. He goes wide on turn 5. A little bit of contact potentially with Joop Muller. The 29 car of Jesse Polderdijk stops on the outside of turn 5 after such a strong battle, just outbraking himself into turn 5. Maybe a little bit of contact, and he's now having to reverse. He's going to be joining a long way back. That releases Joop Muller onto Milan Marchak, now able to attack without losing a position to the car that was with him. To the outside goes Joop Muller, sweeping around the outside of Milan Marchak, and Marchak relegated down into 7th position. So our pole sitter are really struggling with these conditions. Right, let's have a look again. That was Polderdijk on the outside. And there wasn't any contact with Muller. I don't think Muller was moving across to defend his position, and he will argue that. The stewards will no doubt take a look, and they will decide whether Muller had been unfair in the line he had taken. It is under investigation by our race steward, so we'll keep an eye on that. But at the moment, Joop Muller up into 6th place. Milan Marchak down into 7th place. There is Luciano Martinez in 8th, just behind them. Now rushing to join them as well is Matheus Comparato, the other of the Ombra racing cars. We look again at Jelte Hofner in 4th place, Theo Ellenus in 5th. Heading into turn 1 they come. Now Ellenus putting the pressure onto Jelte Hofner. In they come. Still, Hofner trying to make that car as wide as possible. We should remember that Jelte Hofner, only in his 2nd season of racing these Porsche Cup cars, trying to put all of his experience to good use into that troublesome turn 5. Once again, Theo Ellenus taking a much wider line into the corner, maybe looking to cut back on the exit of turn 5 up the hill towards turn 6 they will come. But now He has no other cars behind him, so Elenus able to challenge without the risk of losing a position. Nobody on his back bumper at the moment. Marco Giltrap continues to lead the way, 12.5 seconds clear of Walter Boerkamps. Third place is Nick Ho. He's broken clear of this battle. Jelter Hofner trying to hold on to that fourth place. On board with Tira Elenus, looking at the back of the Jelter Hofner car. This is the fight for fourth place on board from the perspective of Elenus. The windscreen wipers going, having to concentrate, having to focus. Elenus looking to try and find that route past the 919 car, taking a different line into the corner. Jelter Hofner, you've seen him take a very tight line through the corners, trying not to leave gaps on the inside. You look at him here, taking that tight line. You can see Tira Elenus drifting the back end in the background. Clear of Jukmuller in 6th place. Milan Marchak will be thoroughly disappointed with 7th place, having started on pole position. 11 minutes remaining of this race. Once again on board with Tira Elenus. Now he moves to the outside of Jelter Hofner, heading in towards turn 1. He's got the outside line. He's got the job done before they even hit the braking zone. Now slows it down into turn 1. Hofner with nothing to defend with. So the 27 car moving up into 4th place. Now Nick Ho and Walter Boerkamps running very much together out on the circuit. So whether Boerkamps has made a mistake or whether Nick Ho has just made really good progress, but the two Team GP Elite cars running together in 2nd and 3rd place. So that could be an interesting battle. It's still Boerkamps at the moment with that 2nd place. Remember that Boerkamps is the driver coach for Nick Ho. Probably wishing he hadn't taught him so many secrets now. At the moment, Boerkamps holding on to that 2nd place, but Nick Ho putting the pressure on, trying to move up a step on the podium. Tira Elenus in 4th place, not breaking clear of Jelter Hofner. We're into the final third of the race. The rain is now coming down. Certainly no questions over what tyres we're going to be running from here on. Jukmuller keeping this battle in sight, but not really close enough to challenge Jelter Hofner at the moment. So I haven't seen any issues on the timing screen that indicate we're going to get any penalties. The incident between 29 and 10 under investigation. So that was Jukmuller and of course Jesse Polderdijk, but it is just under investigation at the moment. There's been no penalty or anything as we look at the pole sitting car, Milan Marchak. It will probably be quite pleased to move on from Portimão and get the next round underway at Estoril, which takes place in just 5 days' time. Number 11 of Matheus Comparato there, and you can see how tricky it is. Cars going wide, and that is Cesar van der Voosteen in the 46 car. Right, here we go. Challenge for 2nd place. The Master and the Apprentice running side by side into turn 1. Surely Nick Ho's not going to put one on his driver coach. He's certainly going to try. He's got his nose in front. But Walter Boerkamps, we've seen it already in this race. He's just good at keeping his cool, keeping it tight, allowing drivers to show themselves on the outside, but not allowing himself to be distracted by them in any way at all. So Nick Ho, though, what an audacious move. Tried to get past Walter Boerkamps. Couldn't quite make it stick into turn 1, but surely going to give it another go. This allows our race leader, Marco Giltrap, to stretch his legs to nearly 15 seconds at the front. So again, Walter Boerkamps holds on to that 2nd place. Nick Ho very much in his wake. 3rd place. Trying to move in on 2nd. He pulls alongside him once again. Up over the crest of the hill they come. This time he's made it stick. What a move from Nick Ho. Moving into 2nd place. Absolutely brilliant stuff from Nick Ho. Into 2nd place. Now he'll set about after our race leader. But with 7.5 minutes remaining and a 15-second gap, I don't think Nick Ho is going to stand much of a chance of catching Giltrap, unless, of course, Giltrap has a problem. But what a move from Nick Ho, putting a move on the very experienced Walter Burkamps, the driver who dominated the previous race. GP Elite looking on nervously as their two cars fight with each other. So here we go again. Second and third. Is Burkamps going to try and come back at Nick Ho? Try and steal that second place away. Ho opening up a gap now. 7 minutes remaining, plus 1 lap. We have an incident under investigation between cars 10 and 96. So that would be Milan Marchak and Joop Muller. So that is under investigation as well by our race directors. But no penalties or anything have been issued as we look again at second and third place. Once again, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division entertaining us all the way. The leading rookie at the moment is Joop Muller. He's in 6th place. Second in the rookies is Levin Gelf in 12th place overall, with Jesse Polderdijk in 3rd in the rookies in 13th overall. And of course, there will be a podium for the rookies at the end of this. Marco Giltrap in the overall lead has opened up nearly 2 seconds in that last lap with an open track in front of him, has looked after his tyres, has not been fighting wheel to wheel with other cars, and has been able to control the pace of this race. I'm told that the rain is starting to get heavier, so the conditions getting tricky, so nothing is taken as read here. All these positions, the points are only awarded when they collect the checkered flag. If a driver spins or goes wide, it could all change. So Milan Marchak currently in 7th place under pressure from Matthias Comparato. But anything could happen in the next 5.5 minutes. So we ride on board once again with Milan Marchak in 7th place. In the distance, he can see Joop Muller, who's broken clear of him. And Joop Muller, who now has about a 3.2 second gap, should I say, over the 96 car. So he's broken well clear after some great wheel-to-wheel battles. And breaking clear is what Nick Ho has done from Walter Burkamps. So it was 0.6 of a second last time across the line. Now they cross the line and the gap is up to 0.725. So Nick Ho just very slightly stretching his legs over 3rd place Walter Burkamps. Marco Giltrap still 18.5 seconds clear of this battle. So very much in the box seats for this race. Theo Elenas still in it with these tricky, ever-increasing rainy conditions. Theo Elenas could so easily just end up in a podium position. If any of the 3 cars in front of him get into trouble, he could be there. Joop Muller still pressuring Jelte Hofner. The 5th place 919 car has proven to be a tricky customer to get past. And taking a completely different line into the corner, Joop Muller, the leading rookie driver, has a look on the outside, ducks back to the inside. The younger brother of Mace Muller, we chatted to him, of course, comes from a racing family. Both he, his brother, and their father have all raced together in the past. And now to the inside, Joop Muller finds the traction. Jelte Hofner, is he about to get shuffled back to 6th? Yes, he is. Joop Muller up into 5th place. Steals his way past Jelte Hofner. Hofner trying to come back to him on the outside line into turn 11. But has to be careful because could so easily lose the back end in one of the puddles. So Jelte Hofner now relegated down to that 6th place. There's Milan Marchak, our pole sitter in the background. Remember, Jelte Hofner started 2nd on the grid. Milan Marchak started on pole. Now in 6th and 7th place. Giltrap leads. We'll see what the gap is. It was 18.475 last time I looked. So they'll be coming out across the line in just a few moments. And it's 18.836. So Marco Giltrap very much holding station. And Nick Ho having broken clear of Walter Burkamps by about 1.2 seconds. So 1, 2, 3. at the moment, not looking like changing in the next 2.5 minutes, but the fight is certainly on further back. Joop Muller in 5th place. Jelto Hofner wants to come back at him. Will be distinctly grumpy that the number 10 got past him. Now look at him putting the pressure on. Still, Joop Muller, young driver, very little experience, preparing for a coming season in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. So may well be crossing swords with Jelto Hofner many times throughout this year. In towards turn 5, Hofner likes that tight inside line into the corner, doesn't he? Muller taking the wider, faster outside line, holds on to the position. Up towards 6 they come. Up over the hill once again. Time is running out for Jelto Hofner to get that 5th place back from the number 10 car. Muller looks to have this covered off at the moment. Giltrap in control of this race. Here he is in the number 66 car, prepared by Team 75 Motorsport, the legendary team of Timo Bernhard, the Porsche legend. The team that's run by Timo's sister, Jennifer Reisling. They know how to prepare a car. They are race winners in many other categories as well. And here, getting up to speed in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, Marco Giltrap preparing himself for a season in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. Out across the line he comes once again. So it will be 2 laps remaining, and that's Muller at the side of the track. So Joop Muller, after all that effort, surrenders that position, and that looks like Jelto Hofner as well. So we've got several cars, so have they come together? There's another one rejoining just in front, but that is Hofner and Joop Muller. Both of them parked up at the side of the track. Has there been contact between these 2 cars? That will have promoted Theo Elenis certainly up the order. Milan Marchak now. Jelto Hofner gets rolling. But we've had drama in the closing stages of this race. Less than a minute remaining of timed racing. So about 1.5 laps. And that is Joop Muller clearly going no further. Certainly not in a position now to challenge for that position. So what happened? And it was Hofner who lost it under braking, barreled into the number 10 car, and took both cars out of the race effectively, although Hofner has been able to rejoin. So Hofner getting into the back of Joop Muller, and that is a real shame. And there is Nikola Milkovic in the treble 1 car as well. So Hofner has retired into the pits. Muller is out of it as well. We've got a double waved yellow at turn 13. Marco Giltrap currently, I think he's on his last lap. I can't remember if he crossed the line or not. I believe it's his last lap. So Marco Giltrap, with all that drama that's been going on, has just kept his nose clean. A little over 19 seconds to the good at the lead of this race. Nick Ho having put one over Walter Burkamps to get up into 2nd place, and he'll be pretty chuffed about that, I should think. Marco Giltrap will be pretty pleased to see the end of this race, because the conditions have been incredibly hazardous. The rain is absolutely pounding down now, but Marco Giltrap has got to the front. He bided his time getting to the front of this race, and out he comes out across the line. So it is just 1 more lap to go, I believe. So it is just that 1 more for Marco Giltrap. Nick Ho in 2nd, Walter Burkamps in 3rd. They just need to hold it all together for 1 more lap. You've seen how easy it is for it all to fall away. Theo Elenis into 4th place. Milan Marchak is promoted up to 5th. In 6th place is Mateus Comparato, ahead of Luciano Martinez in 7th. Then it's Nikola Milkovic in 8th place. A sterling drive to 9th for Cesar van der Voosteen. And again, just keeping it on the track is a win in itself. Levin Gelf rounding out the top 10. Jesse Polderdijk in 11th place. Levin Gelf is the leading rookie driver and will take the rookie win if things remain as they are. Jesse Polderdijk 2nd in the rookies, but a little way back from Levin Gelf as we look at Marco Giltrap up at turn 9 and up towards 10 once again for the very, very last time here this weekend at Portimão. It has been a real challenge. The elements have played a massive part in this race. In the previous race, it was a second place for Marco Giltrap. He was the leading driver on wet weather tyres, but Walter Boerkamps had stolen the march on tyre choice and had passed him. No such issues now for Marco Giltrap as he heads up to turn 14 for the very last time, past the stricken Joop Muller car, and then into 14 he comes now. It'll be 15 after that. It'll be out onto the pit straight for Marco Giltrap. Here he comes into the final corner of the race. He'll be pleased to see that checkered flag because it's going to indicate a first ever win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for Marco Giltrap. He sees that checkered flag and he takes that victory. A dominant win in such tricky conditions. We'll now have to wait a while before we see Nick Ho in the number 98 car, but he will surely be feeling so pleased that he got one over his teammate, the experienced Walter Boerkamps. Now Nick Ho takes that second place. Boerkamps in third place. Cross the line they come to complete the podium positions. Theo Ellenis with a fourth place, and then we wait for our pole sitter Milan Marchak. Fifth place will be some consolation. Then it's Mateus Comparato ahead of Luciano Martinez, who will cross the line next. And then we wait for Nikola Milkovic to cross the line. Still waiting for Levin Gelf to come, because when Levin Gelf crosses the line, it will be a win in the rookie category. We've seen Cesar van der Voosteen across the line. Now we wait for Levin Gelf, who will take a victory in the rookie category. Top step of the podium. He was so nervous at the start of this race. He was like, I just want to survive it. He did more than survive it. He won for the rookies. Jesse Polderdijk will get second in the rookie categories. And of course, we've lost Jota Hofner and Joop Muller. So another thoroughly entertaining race for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. But what a drive from Marco Giltrap for Team 75 Motorsport. He got in front, he bided his time, he waited, he didn't knock off any panels or get into argy-bargy with other drivers. He waited for his moment, and then he took that lead and pulled away, winning by nearly 19 seconds. Nick Ho second across the line, having passed Walter Boerkamps. You've got to get up pretty early in the morning to put one over Walter Boerkamps. But Nick Ho has done it, making it Team GP Elite second and third. And another solid drive from Theo Ellenis to go with his podium finish from race one. Ellenis finishes in fourth place. For Milan Marchak, it's another fifth place. And I think he'll be disappointed with that. But given the conditions and the situation, I'd say that's a pretty good points haul. 2 fifth places from the 2 races here this weekend in Portimão. And as the rain comes down, the drivers pull off into Parc Fermé. There is Marco Giltrap in the number 66 car. He now has to wait for the other drivers to arrive. You can see how heavy the rain is, and it's going to make the final race of the weekend, round 2 for the club division, very interesting indeed. So from the car gets Marco Giltrap. Right, here comes Nick Ho. As Walter Boerkamps just ahead of him. Then it's Nick Ho. We've got a few incidents that are under investigation from that race, but none involving the cars that finished on the podium. So I'd like to suggest you 1, 2, 3 very much as they cross the line. And Nick Ho, it might have been second. That would have felt like a win. He won in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux last year. A second place is some mean feat when you look at the level of competition around him. But Marco Giltrap has signalled his intent, and by my calculations, will be the points leader as we leave Portimão and head towards Estoril next weekend. It'll be Marco Giltrap who will lead the way in the points standings. 2 very solid drives. Team GP Elite, the Dutch team, who prepared the cars in second and third, and Team 75 Motorsport, who prepared the car that won the race. All very, very rapid cars. Right, I can see that Piers has got our race winner with him. Down in the pit lane. Over to you, Piers.
Marco, tricky conditions, but you made it look easy. 20 seconds, or nearly 20 seconds, 19 seconds over the line to take victory over these two guys. I mean, what more can you ask for?
Yeah, it was interesting. Towards the end, the rain really got a bit heavier and some streams started to break through. But, you know, the team gave me such a good car. So thank you to all the team, Team 75. What a wonderful job they've done for me, you know, really owe it to them.
Absolutely, a great car, but you had to drive it yourself. Just put us in the cockpit. It's tricky out there with those conditions, changing every lap, but we could see when the driver's fighting, you go slightly on the wrong part of the circuit, slippery, easy to make a mistake.
Yeah, it's so slippery, but it's so rewarding, this track, just driving it straight, staying off the racing line. It's really enjoyable to drive and I had a ball out there.
I mean, it looked like good fun. We joked yesterday that you've come from Southern Hemisphere's summer to race in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in winter, and now you've got very wintry weather. I mean, at least if it's wet when in your main championship, you'll be pretty confident.
Yeah, well, we'll go home for the regular season, which will also be winter. So lots of wet driving. So that's awesome.
Amazing, great practice. Congratulations, Marco Giltrap, our winner in the sport division. I'll hand back to Brian to look at some highlights of another thrilling sports classification race.
Thank you, Piers. Well, clearly Marco Giltrap had seen the weather forecast then if he wanted some wet weather practice. He certainly got that. It was Jelter Hofner who stole a march, certainly at the start. Milan Marchak tried to come back at him in the beginning of the race. The two cars ran side by side. Marchak then opening up a fairly decent lead to start off with. A lot of fighting going on in the background. We saw that on board with Tira Elenas, but then Marco Giltrap just picked his moment to move forward. Such mature driving. Didn't get into anything wild, waited for the moment, and then moved past Milan Marchak into the lead. Marchak's day was not going to get any better as the challengers started to come from behind. Walter Boerkamps was going to be a challenger, but he had Jelter Hofner to get past first. The two cars ran side by side. Hofner taking the wide outside. You could see under braking that traction was very, very limited. Walter Boerkamps getting past and into second place. We did wonder whether Boerkamps would then close in on Marco Giltrap, but Giltrap had other ideas about that. And Boerkamps was going to get a lot of pressure from behind. Jelter Hofner getting stuck in, diving his way through, passing two cars at once, but he couldn't get it slowed down into turn one. On board with Tira Elenas, you could see how difficult the conditions were. Also with Milan Marchak, he was having to fight his way through the traffic because first it was Walter Boerkamps who got past, and then it was going to be Nick Ho as well. Milan Marchak getting shuffled back in the pack. We had a moment there with Joop Muller getting together with Cesar with Polderdijk, but Polderdijk was able to recover. But this was the fight that we wanted to see. The two teammates running side by side, Boerkamps and Ho, eventually going the way of Nick Ho, which explains why he was so ecstatic when he got out of the car. Unfortunately, it was all going to end in tears for these two when they got together, and Joop Muller and Jelter Hofner connecting with each other, effectively ending the race for both cars. But what a win from Marco Giltrap. Nearly 19 seconds ahead of Nick Ho. He had to wait quite a long time in the pit lane before the other two cars were able to arrive. But then the congratulations came. It was Team GP Elite second and third, but it was Team 75 Racing who took the top step of the podium with the driver from New Zealand. He's come the furthest to race here, but he certainly made it pay off. Preparing for winter in New Zealand. Well, these are the conditions to do it, and he's done it in style. The rain came down, tried to ruin the race, but instead it made it spectacular. We've had two fantastic races in Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe Sport Division, and now we head to the podium.
It's our second and final podium for the sport division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and we'll start with our third place driver in the overall classification, the number 30, the winner of a race, number 1, Walter Boerkamps. Congratulations, Walter. And his teammate came second from the Netherlands, Nick Ho. Congratulations, Walter. And his teammate came second from the Netherlands, Nick Ho. Congratulations, Walter. And his teammate came second from the Netherlands, Nick Ho. Congratulations, Walter. And his teammate came second from the Netherlands, Nick Ho. but the man who was unbeatable in wet conditions today, the number 66 from New Zealand, racing for Team 75, Marco Giltrap. Congratulations, Marco, winning by nearly 20 seconds in conditions as tricky as that. A truly outstanding drive, and we'll now have the national anthem of New Zealand. Congratulations once again to our top three. The series organiser Lars Plato will now present the trophies. First up to race one winner, it's of course Walter Borkamp's. Second place, the number 98 of Nick Ho, and our eventual winner, Marco Giltrap, coming all the way from New Zealand, returning to the championship and taking his first victory for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We'll now gather our top three onto the podium for a photo. Walter Borkamp's ending this weekend with 2 podiums, as does Marco Giltrap as well. So I think, by my maths, Marco Giltrap will retain the championship lead, but a very close battle between these three. And the champagne, race suit sweaty, wet in the rain, and now soaked in champagne as well. Congratulations to our top three, our podium for the overall classification in the sport division here at the first event at the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in Portimão. Congratulations to our top three. We'll see you all at the next event in just 6 days' time in Estoril. That's going to be good to look forward to. Plenty of racing. And now we have the second podium of the sport division. That will be the rookie classification. Only 2, unfortunately, Joop Muller not finishing as a classified finisher in that race. So therefore, our second place driver, the number 29 from the Netherlands, Jesse Polderdijk. Congratulations, Jesse, racing for Red Ant Racing. But our winner in the rookie classification, the 144 from Germany, Levin Gelf. Yes, good job, Levin. Especially considering it was his first standing start this morning and then taking victory in the rookie classification, the second race. Now the German national anthem. Trophies once again handed out by series coordinator and German Lars Plato. Second place to Jesse Polderdijk, and the first place, Levin Gelf, raises that trophy aloft. You can see how much that means to Levin. Congratulations, and get together on the top step of the podium for your photo, and then feel free to let the champagne flow for the rookie podium. It's a 1v1 here. Who's going to win the? Who's going to win this one? Oh no, Levin's blown early. Congratulations, both of you. Rookie podiums to start with. It will be overall podiums in years to come, I'm sure. Enjoying the taste of the bubbly to celebrate what has been a successful race weekend. What's it, race weekend? Race day, I suppose, in the rookie classification. Congratulations to you both. That is the sport classification complete for this race, event number 1 in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. All that's left to conclude is the second race in the club division. That's coming up next.
he races down. One more to go, and it is chucking it down with rain. The headlights are a must. Windscreen wiper as well, obviously. There will be no discussions about what tyres we're going to be starting the race on. This will be the first race of this weekend where we're not discussing what tyres they're starting on. No doubt now. I think this rain is probably in for the afternoon. Just for everybody who is joining us on the terraces here in Portimão this weekend, I just want to say a massive, massive thank you because we know the conditions have been challenging. You all thought you were coming to the Algarve for a holiday, didn't you, in the sunshine? Well, here we go. This is what it's like in the UK most of the time. But it is great training for these drivers. Many of these drivers are preparing for their coming season. And wet weather training, well, you can't buy that kind of stuff because so often we have events throughout the year, Porsche Carrera Cup and Sprint Cup and Sports Challenge Racing, where it suddenly rains randomly and you've got to be able to deal with it. You can't just park it up and go, oh, well, I'm not going to do that. So this is really good training, really good experience. But it's easy for me to say I'm not stood out in it at the moment. I think Piers is stood in it. And he's going to be loving this next few minutes, isn't he? But hey, it's all part of the fun. It's why we go racing. I'm told that the wind has dropped and this weather is in for the remainder of the event. So I think we're going to say, let's get this race underway while we can still see the cars. And then we'll regather. And hopefully when we gather again in Estoril on Saturday, maybe the sun will be shining and it'll be more traditional Iberian weather. But at the moment, it is pretty horrendous down there. So the cars coming to the grid and we'll be getting ready to go. So in the last race, we saw Joel Monegro taking what was an utterly dominant win. He's not starting on pole position for this race. It's his teammate who starts on pole position, Eric Santos. Joel Monegro will be starting alongside him, so he'll be keen to get in front into turn one. Right, I'm so sorry, Piers. We're going to try and get this over with as quickly as possible. It must be cold, miserable and wet down on the grid.
Yeah, you're correct, Brian. It's hood-up weather here. It's pretty grim, if I'm honest. The wind has dropped. The rain has increased. I don't think, as you mentioned, there's any discussion about who's running which tyres. I'm keeping my paperwork and iPad somewhat hidden, so if I get anything wrong, then that's because my brain can't hold information. It was not my note-taking. Anyway, let's look at the grid. The 245 at the back there, that is Uga van der Woestijn. He will be going from the back of the grid once again for the 2B Motorsports. He's finding the conditions tricky out there, but he'll give it his best shot. And then we've got Alexander Dobic on the outside of the grid. A reminder, this is a rolling start, so the inside of the grid is the odd side. Pole is on the inside, second, fourth, sixth, eighth, etc. on the outside. Alexander Dobic going from the outside there. Daniel Lewis in the GT4, he has had a very good showing, especially at the start of that first club division race we had earlier on. He'll be liking the fact that it's absolutely throwing it down, because as we spoke to him on the grid ahead of the first race of this weekend in the club division, he said that the GT4 definitely suits the wet weather conditions. There's a little bit less of a pace difference between the GT4 and the GT3 in these conditions. Then we move further forward. The number 92 is Hans Frisch. He's going to be going on the outside of the fourth row of the grid, and they're just doing some last-minute tyre pressure adjustments. As you can see, the teams there just doing tyre pressures. Tyre pressures are critical, especially in wet conditions, equally critical in wet and dry conditions. But when it's wet like this, the higher the pressures, as I mentioned earlier on, the better grip you'll have at the start of the race. But too high, potentially those wet tyres can get too hot, overheat, and then fall away towards the end of the race. Then on the inside of row 4, we have Klingenberg going from the number 222, Jan Klingenberg, joining us in the championship for the first time this weekend. He's I'm hoping he's been enjoying the changeable conditions. One thing to note, when I was walking on the way from the podium from the sport division down the pit lane, some of the windscreens of the cars from the sport division were very, very steamy. So a lot of the teams will be wiping a steam-resistant material, a water-resistant material, a condensation-resistant material on the inside of the windscreens to make sure that the breath and the heat and the sweat from the drivers inside doesn't steam up the windscreen and make visibility even worse than it already is. Because this is, I would say, probably on the verge of about where we can go racing. There's quite a lot of standing water in the start-finish straight. Hopefully these drivers can make the most of it. Casper Hochboom, he's going to go from the inside of row 3. Can we come in, Casper? No? No, he wants to keep the inside of the car nice and dry. I think that's probably for the best. Casper had a good run in that last one, made a little mistake. One spin, didn't cost him any positions, but even more tricky conditions in this one. Very much wet tyres out there. The first race, it was slick tyres for most of them, and they were trying their absolute best to stay on the dry part of the circuit. If they ventured off of the standard racing line, they would find wet patches, whereas I think the issue in this race is trying to stay on the same line that everyone else is doing. That's going to be the driest line. If you go away from that racing line, that's where the puddles will be, that's where the rivers will be, a very undulating circuit. Here at the Algarve circuit in Portimão, so where there's undulation, that means that water can pool and run down different parts of the circuit, and the drivers who were paying attention to that in practice yesterday and also this morning in qualifying as well will be the ones potentially who will be avoiding those issues. Mirabi Mekvavishvili, he's going from the outside of row number 3 for lap time performance. He was a driver that was a little bit right in the thick of the action. You can see a bit of a baffled wind right on the front corner there where racing got very, very close in the first race today. A 3-place grid drop. Three-place grid drop for Mirabi Mekvavishvili after he was not aligned correctly for the start of the first race this weekend, so he'll be trying to stay very much in line. So he would have gone off 3rd place, going out of 6th place. Just hearing in my ear, due to the very, very wet conditions, I think it's very much the right decision from race control that this race will be starting under the safety car. So instead of a 2x2 rolling start, it will be a single file start behind the safety car. I assume that means that the first lap will be behind the safety car as well, to give the drivers an extra opportunity to assess the conditions and see what it's like before they eventually hopefully go racing. But if it's too wet, then of course safety must always come as a priority. Outside of row 2, Levent Turkman. We spoke to him a couple of times already this weekend for the MDM team. Loving life, enjoying racing. Good to be in the championship. He was very grateful. I spoke to him just before the podium of the club division race earlier, and I said, I bet you're glad you entered now, having got a podium, and he was very much so. I'm going to see if I can grab a word. Levent, would you be happy to have a word? Yeah? Yes? Great, I'll just jump in quickly. I'll make this quick to not let too much rain in, but it's the rain's getting heavier and heavier by the moment. What's it like out on circuit?
I couldn't hear you, sorry.
It's okay. How wet is it out on the circuit? We can't see from here, but
it's incredibly wet, and I think we have to go a couple of rounds behind the safety car, and it might even take some time before there's a dry line. So I'm not sure what we're going to do now.
Yeah, I've heard that we're starting behind the safety car. I'd confirm that with your team, just double check, but I think that's what they're planning to do.
It's very wet. It's very wet, so we have to be cautious.
Very much so. I'll close the door to keep the... do you want to close the door? I want to make sure that we don't let any rain in the car as possible, because any moisture in the car can accumulate and then evaporate and will then potentially steam up the windscreen. I don't want to inflict that on any of the drivers. Inside of row number 2, a man that's been with us pretty much from the start of this championship, Javier Ripoll Jr. From Venezuela, the driver who's got 2nd place, his best finish in this championship overall. In the last time out, he took 5 third places in the 6 races he competed in last year. The 6th race, he didn't finish. So basically, if he finished a race last year, he came 3rd. So far, he's taken a P2, so bested that by 1 position. He's racing for the Est1 racing team. And he is also our onboard camera, I'm reliably told in my ear as well. So we can have a look at quite how bad the conditions are out on circuit. And then a very familiar grey with dark charcoal grey flashes of the track experience by Manthey front row. Eric Santos is actually the man on pole position. He was the driver that got the fastest, and how do I phrase this? He got the second fastest time of qualifying. So of the driver's 2nd fastest laps, Eric Santos's was ever so slightly faster than race 1 winner and the driver that will go from 2nd place in this race, Joel Monegro. Now, Joel absolutely romped away from the start of the field. If anyone was watching earlier on, they would have seen that, won by over 30 seconds. Easy, made it look easy. However, conditions in qualifying were much more similar to as they are now. Granted, maybe not quite as wet as they are, but it was very much wet conditions for the club division in qualifying. And Joel Monegro was still the man to beat, took the fastest lap time, but it was much, much closer, especially with his teammate Eric Santos. So that means that I think potentially we're going to have even more of a race of it. Let's just spin round and give you a view back down the grid to also give an idea of quite how much darker it is now than it was earlier. You can see the headlights of the cars reflecting off the circuit. And also, that's all that reflection is evident of how much water there is in the surface here. It's quite a coarse tarmac here at the Portimão circuit, which means that there is a decent amount of grip once you do get through the water, but the water does sit on the surface. And I've mentioned, as with the undulation all around the circuit, that means that there is lots of things the drivers have to keep an eye out for. Puddles, rivers, and such like. Starting behind the safety car, I'm getting the buzz in my ear that says that I need to vacate the grid, so I'm going to hand back to Brian Oliver for the start of the final race this weekend here, race 2 of the club division.
Thank you so much, Piers. It looks pretty horrendous down there, so I hope you're going to get somewhere dry. Okay, so we have had that official confirmation that we're starting behind the safety car. Well, you might say to yourself, well, they're starting behind the safety car anyway, aren't they? No, this will be single file, and there will be certainly at least, I would say, a couple of laps where we will circulate behind the safety car. Race director is very keen. Safety is the absolute top priority. Paul Beck is our race director for the club division, and he will make the decision when he's seen the cars going round. So we'll circulate single file behind the safety car, try and generate some heat in the tyres, in the brakes, and see whether it is safe to go racing. So we'll just carry on like that to start off with, and then if and when he feels as though it is safe to go racing, then the safety car will pull in and we will go. So it is very much a voyage of discovery. We're just going to see how this goes, and well, anything can happen in the next 30 minutes, to take a quote. So it could be interesting. The last one, well, we saw that win from Joel Monegro, a very, very dominant win. Well, this time he's going to have his teammate from Track Experience by Manthey in front of him, because they're going to be not alongside each other. So it will be a different dynamic to this race. It is at the moment still chucking it down with rain. Eric Santos on pole position, Joel Monegro alongside. On row 2, Javier Ripoll Jr. Keep an eye on him. He was making great progress in the last race. And also Levent Turkman. Keep an eye on him. He's very much enjoying his debut in Porsche Cup racing. Kasper Hockeboom is lining up 5th on the grid with Marabi Mekvabishvili. We saw him break formation early at the start of the last race. So I had a feeling there might be a penalty incoming, and that's what's happened. So Marabi Mekvabishvili starts 6th, having taken a 3-place grid drop. Just going to break away there. You can see on the dashboard, lights flashing. We have the Genioma system that has been introduced to Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and it's an in-car system that allows the drivers to be marshalled. So when we go full course yellow, when we go green, it will indicate on their dashboard. It's a really good system. We've seen it in some other championships, and it's great that it's in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And it just means that the drivers are more on the button, especially with full course yellows, because they'll get a countdown. If we go to full course yellow, when we come out of it, we'll get a 10-second countdown, so nobody gains an advantage. That's the view from Alexander Dobik in the number 33 car. We'll come back to him at the moment, because just going through the grid on row 4 in 7th place, Jan Klingenberg, who's making good progress in the last race, has Hans Frisch for company. Well, I would say alongside, but behind in this instance. Then is Daniel Lewis, the sole GT4 driver. And if you are cursing the rain, blame Daniel Lewis. He said, I want it to rain because my car is quicker in the rain. So it's his fault. 10th place, Alexander Dobik, who we just were on board with. Then 11th, Ernst Inderbitzen, who didn't make the start on the last race. So as far as I can see, he's not starting this one either, which means that Hugo van der Woestijn is the final runner, which would be effectively 11th place, with Ernst Inderbitzen not starting. So that is the grid as the cars now start on their first lap behind the safety car. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what messages we get, and we'll let you know if we are about to go racing. The clock has started. So when we start behind a safety car, the 30-minute clock starts immediately. So it is still 30 minutes plus 1 lap at the moment, and the clock is ticking down. So the race is effectively underway, but of course, no overtaking allowed. And you can see how difficult it is to see anything out there. And for Eric Santos, if we do go racing, when we do go racing, he will be in a great position because he won't have any of the spray and the murk. He'll have an open track in front of him, whereas everybody else will be peering through the mist to try and see their way through. As Piers already mentioned, it's not just clearing the rain on the outside. There is the inside of the windscreen can steam up, all sorts of issues. If you're a driver who wears glasses, that can also be an issue with the temperature changes, all sorts of issues that can come up racing in these conditions. But it's great experience. It's what we said before, summer wins are made in the winter, and this, referred to as a training championship, is the chance to get the kilometers in the car, improve championship chances. And if you can't race and do well in the wet, you're not going to win a championship. I mean, that's a basic fact, really, isn't it? So it's really important stuff. Easy for me to say, sat here, but important for the drivers to be able to run in the wet. But we do get to a stage where if it becomes unsafe, or indeed too dark, I don't think there's any floodlights at the Portimão circuit, but if it does get to that situation, the race stewards may decide that we can't go racing. But I'm hoping that we're going to be okay. The rain, well, it's coming down, as you can see, but it's certainly, I'm pleased it's not my decision to decide if and when to go racing. But at the moment, you can see now from your graphic, the clock is ticking. So the race is underway. So I can say to you that our race leader is Eric Santos. In second place, Joel Monegro from Javier Ripoll Jr. In fourth place, Levent Turkman, ahead of Kasper Hockenberg. Marabi Mekbabishvili will be looking to make up for that 3-place grid drop. He's been looking very rapid, certainly a vastly improved driver even from last year where he was good. Jan Klingenberg in 7th, ahead of Hans Frith. Then our leading GT4 driver, Daniel Lewis. Alexander Dobek, one of the cars, along with Javier Ripoll Jr., has a camera on board. And then Hugo van der Voosteen, who will be bringing up the rear of the pack, and will have all the spray and the murk. Of course, the headlights are mandatory and essential in these conditions as the cars circulate to try and get a little bit of heat, what heat they can, so that if we do decide to go racing, they will be able to grip and keep the car on the track. So Eric Santos, who comes all the way from Brazil for this. Well, they have some fairly monsoon conditions in Brazil occasionally, as far as I've seen. So Santos will have the clear track in front of him. And he raced here in Portimão last year. Got an 18th and a 13th place. So this would be a heck of a result for him. He's already beaten his best ever result with a 4th place in the first race this afternoon. But he is preparing for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Brazil. And again, you know, it's all good practice in these conditions. But Joel Monegro in the teammate sister car, we've seen how quick he is. He was very, very quick in quali this morning. I was a little surprised, actually, because I had thought that Monegro would have had the best fastest time, which he did, but also the best second fastest time. So hats off to Eric Santos, who put one over on him and got the best second fastest time. Yeah, Santos and Monegro very much appear to be in the class of their own, but Javier Ripoll Jr. is a driver that we have seen many times in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Lives in Miami and races very much on the American Porsche scene. He's a Venezuelan, but lives in Miami. Well, apparently they've got snow in Miami at the moment, haven't they? So, oh, I've got notifications, safety car on this lap. So I think we might be about to go racing, which is great news for everybody. So our race stewards has clearly decided that it is okay to go racing. So the safety car will come in at the end of this lap, which will be in just a few moments. This is going to be a test. Well, the lights are off on the safety car. That is indication to the drivers behind. So it will now pull away. Santos will drop back. He does not want to catch the safety car. He will decide when to go. As long as he doesn't overtake the safety car, then he's all good. He will lead the field across the line, and Joel Monegro will then be looking to challenge into turn 1. So here we go. Round 2, Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe Club Division. We are go. Well, there's a lot of cars in the mist there. It looks to me as though it's Santos who's leading the way into turn 1. No heroics. Often the wet weather just causes drivers actually to take a step and not do the heroics and the big dive bombs into the corner. It's about just giving a little bit of extra space and respect to the cars around you, because nobody wins if you all end up in the gravel trap. But now we are racing, and it is Eric Santos who has that lead over Joel Monegro. But you get the feeling Monegro will be looking to challenge soon. I think Javier Ripoll Jr. may be rubbing his hands together here at the prospect of potentially challenging the 2 silver and black cars in front of him. But Levin Turkman has already proven that he is not here to make up the numbers. He only came this weekend to do testing and ended up loving it so much he's joined the series. And here he is now challenging for a podium position. So Javier Ripoll Jr. will be aware that Turkman is in his mirrors. Santos has that clear track, has track position. How much of a risk is Joel Monegro prepared to take to try and get past his teammates? Will he just settle for the points for second place? Because if he does, and things remain as they are, by my calculations, he will leave Portimão as the championship leader in the club division. But of course, we've got 21 3/4 minutes of racing to come in these treacherous conditions. So anything can happen. Javier Ripoll Jr. certainly putting the pressure onto Joel Monegro. So Monegro not having it as easy as he did in the first race. Santos has opened up a gap at the front. So you can see that gap now. It was about half a second. Well, you can see it's more than that. So we'll see what it is when they cross the start-finish line, which is going to be in just a few moments. But Santos certainly opening up a gap at the front, trying to make hay. I'm not going to say while the sun shines, but trying to take advantage of a clear track in front of him. The fastest lap of the race, 2.679. So that's what a clear track and a confident setup on the car does. Right, we've got a challenge now, and that is Levent Turkman challenging Javier Ripoll Jr. So far from Ripoll challenging Monegro, we've got Turkman coming forwards. So he is absolutely loving his first weekend in this series, and he goes to the inside. Ripoll Jr. did try to come back at him, but he looks to have it covered off at the moment. He gives Javier Ripoll Jr. the squeeze into turn 2 and 3. But at the moment, Turkman has that third place. So that has taken the pressure off Joel Monegro a little bit momentarily. So now Levent Turkman breaks clear from Javier Ripoll Jr., who's down in that 4th place. So Hugo van der Voste has had a track limit warning. I kind of feel like that could be forgivable as Alexander Dobic once again explores downtown Portimão in the number 33 car. You feel as though track limits would be forgivable in these conditions, wouldn't you? But it's all important that it's kept fair. So at the moment, Levin Turkman has dropped Javier Ripoll Jr. fairly quickly and is already setting about Joel Monegro. So Monegro, 2.679 back. The last timing I have at the moment suggests that Turkman may be closing in on Monegro, but we'll see what that is when they cross the start-finish line. No surprises that the fastest lap is Eric Santos. For those who like the stats, it's a 2:11.894. So a fairly reflective lap of the conditions, I think we would say. So Santos leads, Monegro in second, 2.679 back. We'll keep one eye on that. and also an eye on Levent Turkman. So Monegro has closed in on his teammate. 1.6 is the gap. We're about 3.85 back to Turkman. So the 1, 2, 3 are closing in on each other. So we could be in for a bit of a fight here in these conditions. Eric Santos may well feel the wrath of Joe Monegro, who now steals the fastest lap. Mainly, probably because he's also out of the spray of the car in front of him. So obviously, as soon as he catches Santos, he's going to be back into the spray. Right, look at Daniel Lewis in the GT4 car. He's into 8th place at the moment, started 9th. So we saw Alexander Dobic pointing in the wrong direction. He's in 9th place. So Daniel Lewis now up with Jan Klingenberg. Klingenberg showed a clean pair of heels to Lewis in the previous race. So I'm wondering whether Lewis might be looking to seek revenge. Marabi Babishvili in the yellow car. That stands out in the mist, doesn't it? Up ahead of them in 6th place. And Kasper Huckerboom in 5th place at the moment. Everybody driving sensibly, tiptoeing, fingertip steering, just trying to make sure that there are no mistakes, not hitting white lines, not hitting the puddles unnecessarily. That's where the traction disappears without warning and you're suddenly propelled off in a direction you weren't expecting. And Daniel Lewis starting to look now like he might want to put a challenge and get revenge on Jan Klingelberg for the previous round. So currently following in the mist behind him. Up ahead of them, Marabi Babishvili. He's a few seconds back from Kasper Huckerboom in that 5th place. Keeping one eye on the leaders as well. The gap's still 1.6 between 1st and 2nd, but they're crossing the line now. So it's down to 1.2. So Monegro, another fastest lap. He's taken 4/10 out of the lead. Levent Turkman not really making any inroads. 5.491 back. But we'll just keep one eye on that. This is the most entertaining battle on the track at the moment. So good that we're focusing on Daniel Lewis in that 8th place. Challenging for 7th from Jan Klingenberg. Very much roles reversed from what it was in the previous race. Klingenberg in the treble 2 car with the GT4 car just behind him. Right, here's 1st and 2nd. So it was 1.2 last time across the line. Well, you can see it's a lot less than that now. So Monegro has caught Santos. Now Santos not putting up any fight at all by the looks of things. So Monegro, has he got in front of Santos? Yes, he has. He's just sailed past him. So Eric Santos didn't even put up a fight. Drops down to 2nd place. Joel Monegro is our new race leader. And it may be that Santos has decided that he was always going to get past. Better to concentrate on keeping the thing on the track rather than throwing it off into the gravel, trying to defend a lead that he was never going to keep. Only Eric Santos can answer that question, but he's still well clear of Levent Turkman, who is some 5.4 seconds back. But we'll see what that is when they cross the start-finish line. So your new race leader, the driver that dominated the first race, Joel Monegro, now in the lead of this one as we hit the halfway point. Eric Santos, the pole position driver, is relegated down into 2nd place. Levent Turkman, who appears to be loving Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, in 3rd place ahead of Javier Ripoll Jr., Kasper Huckerboom in 5th ahead of Marabi Babishvili, and Daniel Lewis is past Jan Klingenberg. So Lewis is up to 7th place. Klingenberg is into 8th with Alexander Dobic behind him. So Daniel Lewis said he wanted the rain, and he is showing exactly why, because that little Porsche Cayman is proving to be the weapon of choice in these greasy conditions. So Monegro opens up a gap of 2.1 almost in an instant from Eric Santos. Santos in that 2nd place and now has Levent Turkman closing in. So Turkman has taken about 1.5 seconds out of Eric Santos. So he's just 3.5 seconds behind now. So, Levent Turkman may well be a contender for second place when this race shakes out. We see there Marabi Mekbabishvili in sixth place, disappearing through our picture. Every driver just having to fight to look through the spray and the mist. You can see how low the cloud is in the background. The visibility reducing by the moment. There is Daniel Lewis, who has left Jan Klingelberg in his wake by some distance, already opening up the gap and closing in on Marabi Mekbabishvili. So Daniel Lewis clearly loving these conditions. There is Marabi Mekbabishvili in a car that is perfectly painted for these conditions. The 218 car, prepared by Lap Time Performance, finished 11th in the last race. There's Eric Santos in second place, just holding it all together, clearly choosing which battles to fight and which battles to not fight. Looking at Levent Turkman, he's just put in a purple in Sector 2. So Levent Turkman, the quickest of anybody so far in this race in Sector 2. So the number 77 car definitely moving in the right direction. As long as he can keep it on the grey stuff, we may well see Eric Santos being challenged before too long. There is Levent Turkman in the number 77 MDM Motorsport car. Very pretty looking green and white car. I mentioned it earlier, Levent Turkman turned up just to test, just to practice a couple of days ago and loved it so much he decided to sign up for this weekend. I hope he's going to make it a season because he is proving to be a very useful pilot indeed. His previous experience is from the BMW Compact Cup, which is something very, very different. And I believe we may be seeing him in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux in 2026, which will be a real treat because he is really showing himself to be a really spectacular driver. And in these conditions, to be closing in on Eric Santos, who I believe is a lot more experienced than him, that is no mean feat. And leaving Javier Ripoll Jr. behind in his wake as well, as we zoom in on turn 5. So Levent Turkman now closing in on Eric Santos in that second place. So what can Santos do about that? Oh yeah, well you can see the rain has not backed off in any way at all. It is horrendous out there. Less than 11.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. I should think most of these drivers, possibly with the exception of Turkman and Lewis, will be pleased to see the checkered flag. Turkman, the quickest driver, the fastest driver on the previous lap at 206.940. That compares to a 207.5 for Joel Monegro. So about 0.6 of a second quicker than the race leader. So Levent Turkman seems to love these conditions. So he's closing in on Eric Santos. We'll keep one eye on that. There's Javier Ripoll Jr. in 4th place, running pretty well on his own at the moment. Daniel Lewis is still closing on Marabi Mekbabishvili. It was 1.498 last time across the start-finish line. So I think that may have closed up a bit as well. As we look at second place Santos, he will see the 77 car in his mirrors. He will know that the oncoming storm might not just be in front, it might be behind as well. Right, let's have a look at a replay here. That's Alexander Dobik in the 33 car. And that's around turn 5, just losing it on his own. He's had a fairly wretched weekend, I think, so far. He got a 9th in the last race, but has not enjoyed these wet conditions. The owner of Hodeka has guested in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup at Monaco last year. But this is probably an even greater challenge than that in these conditions. Javier Ripoll Jr., the fastest man on the track. So another car that's further back starting to turn the heat up. So Levent Turkman's quickest lap has now been eclipsed. Whoa, under braking. He went to challenge Eric Santos. I had somebody in the audience shouting there as well. Almost got it wrong under braking into turn 5, and that would have ended in tears. So he managed to take avoiding action, but Levent Turkman under braking into turn 5 came very close to the back end of Eric Santos. Fortunately, he was able to take avoiding action as we see Marabi Mekbabishvili. Right, let's have another look here at this. under braking, and well, it was well clear, I think, of Santos, but it was certainly a wild moment. And of course, if it had gone any further and ended up in the gravel trap, it would have been game over. But he's picked it all up, gathered himself off. He's still in a podium position, but Javier Ripoll Jr. in 4th place, quickest man on the track. Unfortunately for Javier, 5.334 back from Levent Turkman, so will require maybe a bit of a mistake from the cars in front to get up into a podium position with 8.5 minutes remaining. Daniel Lewis is trying to force Marabi Mekvabishvili into a mistake. He's putting the pressure on, isn't he? Looking to the left, looking to the right, filling the mirrors, trying to force Marabi Mekvabishvili to miss a braking point. That very nimble Porsche Cayman GT4 car looking very quick. Right, Monegro has responded with a fastest lap. Whoever thought that in these conditions we'd be trading fastest laps, but maybe that's an indication that the rain has possibly backed off a little, that the track is drying out a little. You wouldn't believe it looking there, would you? Look at Daniel Lewis wringing the neck of that number 19 car as they come out across the start-finish line. Once again, he looks to the inside of Marabi Mekvabishvili. Is this going to be a late braking moment? He gets to the inside. Can he slow it down enough? Yes, he can. Daniel Lewis up into 6th place, and Marabi Mekvabishvili is relegated down into 7th place. So good driving from Daniel Lewis as he continues his march forwards. Now they are some 4.5 seconds, 5.7 seconds back from Kasper Huckerboom. So Daniel Lewis may struggle to go much further forwards than 6th place. And of course, he's got the issue of Marabi Mekvabishvili, who may well be trying to come back at him into turn 5, sliding the back end into that turn 5. That's exactly what Mekvabishvili does. He comes back at him. And Daniel Lewis maybe just braking a little late, losing the traction at the back. The car goes deep into turn 5, and Marabi Mekvabishvili is through to retake 6th place from Daniel Lewis. So after all that hard work, he's going to have to do it all again. So we've had a spin from car 92. So Hans Frisch, that's further back. He's had a bit of a moment. That's understandable. Right, look at this, Daniel Lewis. He's got the bit between his teeth now. I should think that the red mist may have descended slightly, but he's overdriving it slightly. The 19 car with the back end sliding out. Marabi Mekvabishvili has this one covered off at the moment into turn 13. And Daniel Lewis pushing as hard as he can, but the front trying to go straight on in these slippery conditions. 6 minutes and 10 seconds plus 1 lap. Joel Monegro continues to put in the fastest laps. So extending his lead to over 6 seconds from Eric Santos. Levent Turkman, after that moment, is some 5.367 back from Eric Santos. So not looking like being able to challenge for second as things stand at the moment. Still, this fight for 6th continues. Daniel Lewis sizing up Marabi Mekvabishvili for the second time. Is it going to be a cut and paste maneuver from last time? No, because he's not as far forwards as he was when he made that move into turn 1 last time. This time has to drop in behind. 5.5 minutes to try and get past the yellow and black car in front, taking an entirely different line into turns 3 and 4. Through the puddles they splash. 5.25 minutes remaining. Joel Monegro in the lead by over 6 seconds. Eric Santos looking a lot more secure in 2nd place now. Levent Turkman in 3rd place. That's your 1, 2, 3. Then Javier Ripoll Jr. running on his own. Then Kasper Huckerboom also running on his own. Then this battle here, 6th and 7th. It's Marabi Mekvabishvili with Daniel Lewis challenging him for position. Is Bulgaria versus Great Britain. Advantage Bulgaria at the moment. Mekvabishvili mastering these conditions. We're looking again at the spin, I think, that the 92 car oh no, it's Alexander Dobik. What do they say? He spent more time with the racetrack going around him than him going around the racetrack. But he's regathered it. He's kept it out the gravel. He's kept it out the barriers. Also into the gravel, the number 8, Kasper Huckerboom. He's also kept it going, although a bit of rallycross going on there. Has he found the track? It looks like the back end has slid away from him again. So Kasper Huckerboom Looks like he got it all wrong, has had a problem, and then has had a problem trying to solve the problem. So he's down in 8th place, and that could be even less than that if he can't get it back out to the track anytime soon. Meanwhile, Daniel Lewis continues his fight for that 5th place. This is personal now. There is Marabi Mekvabishvili. We've got a yellow flag at turn 10. That may be for Casper Huckerboom. And look at Daniel Lewis. He's gone very wide there. Completely missed the braking. And now is way too far back to challenge Marabi Mekvabishvili anytime soon. That was out of turn 15. That would certainly have got the track limits warning flashing. But I don't think he gained any advantage from it, do you? In that position, he sees Marabi Mekvabishvili in 5th place. The gap has opened up. The time is running out. Let's have another look here. And this is Casper Huckerboom. Had a wild moment, got into the gravel. I think he got it out of the gravel. Now, did he manage to get it moving or keep it moving? He went onto the grass, which has very little traction. Looks here as though he may have struggled to get it back onto the track. So Casper Huckerboom drops to last place and is being shown as a non-runner. So no surprises there. That's understandable in these conditions. Just so tricky. He got it out the gravel, which was the hard work, and then cooked it running across the grass. There is Daniel Lewis, also trying to come back from a wild moment in turn 15. So he's regathered it up, but Marabi Mekvabishvili is now well ahead. And with 2 minutes and 20 seconds of times racing, plus the 1 lap remaining, time starting to run out to relieve him of that 5th place. He's still trying though, isn't he? You can't knock him for that, giving it absolutely everything in the GT4 car. So, here we come again. Marabi Mekvabishvili in 5th place. Daniel Lewis, the leader in the GT4 category, just doing everything that he can. Remember, that number 19 car doesn't have as much power as a Porsche Cayman versus one of the big boy Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars. So to be staying with him, not to mention challenging him, is quite a feat. So Marabi Mekvabishvili once again out along the pit straight. Daniel Lewis never gives up. 90 seconds plus 1 lap remaining. Lewis taking that inside line in towards turn 1. He's not close enough to challenge this time around, but he might yet get on the back bumper of Mekvabishvili before this race is done. Our race leader, Joel Monegro, is up at turn 6 at the moment. Depending on how quickly he can get back to the start-finish line will determine how many more laps we've got left of this race. Once the clock strikes 0, the leader continues the lap that he's on, and then we have 1 more after that. And Monegro very much in control. No, 4.2 seconds. So Eric Santos has pegged it back a little bit as Daniel Lewis tries to get around turn 5 a little tidier than last time, and mission accomplished on that front. Out towards 6 once again. But Joel Monegro, he's still got a massive lead, but Eric Santos keeping in touch to a degree. If Monegro does have a problem, Santos will be ready to jump as Daniel Lewis continues his fight in 6th place. Right, I'm looking up at Monegro, who is up into turn 15 at the moment. So not sure whether he can get to the line before it strikes 0. I don't think he will. So he's out of the final turn now. The clock has struck 0. So I'm looking for indication as to whether he crossed the line. If he hadn't crossed the line when the clock struck 0, this will be his last lap. So he continues at the moment in towards turn 1. Whichever way, he's got a 4.7 lead, and yes, it is the final lap of the race. So it did strike 0 before he got there. He'll probably be quite happy about that, because 1 less lap in these conditions is 1 less opportunity to chuck it in the gravel trap and have a problem. So Joel Monegro, 4.7 clear of Eric Santos. That's looking like your 1, 2, 3, because Levent Turkman also looking fairly solid. providing the drivers can all keep it on the grey stuff and not have too many dramas. Then it's Javier Ripoll Jr., a fairly solid 4th place to go with his 2nd place from earlier. And then Murabi Mekvabishvili, who has fended off Daniel Lewis, all the attack from Daniel Lewis, who is in 6th place. So we look at Joel Monegro at the moment. He's into turn 8, and then it'll be round to turn 9 in what has been a truly challenging afternoon for all of these drivers. If this is the training championship, boy, have they had some training. How to drive in monsoon conditions, how to keep it between the white lines. And Joel Monegro, a bit of a masterclass once again. He utterly dominated the first race. He took a little while to catch Eric Santos, but then when he did, Santos not putting up too much of a fight, Monegro made the move, got into the lead, and then pulled out a gap of 4.7 seconds. You could just see Santos in the distant background in that 2nd place, tiptoeing home, choosing which battles to fight. But Joel Monegro is the man who is going to make it 2 out of 2 here. Rounds 1 and rounds 2. Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe Club Division. It's a 2nd win for Joel Monegro in such challenging conditions. Eric Santos in the 221 car will record his best ever finish when he crosses in 2nd place. And what a drive from Levent Turkman to come home with a podium finish on his debut ahead of Javier Ripoll Jr. Murabi Mekvabishvili has fended off Daniel Lewis, I think, but we will wait to see who comes out of the final corner in just a few moments. Has Murabi Mekvabishvili fended off Daniel Lewis? We look to see now. Yes, he has. Daniel Lewis having to settle the 6th place after a brief stint in 5th place. Then Jan Kringelberg in 7th ahead of Hans Frick. We're waiting for Hans Frick to come round. He's up in 13 at the moment. So still waiting for him to do the last couple of corners before we see Hans Frick. Then it will be Hugo van der Woestijn. He, at the moment, also a little way back. Alexander Dobic, well, it's a result, and 10 out of 10 just for getting to the end of this race. It looks like our only non-finisher is likely to be Casper Huckerboom. You can see how much the leading pack pulled away because we're still waiting for Hans Frisch to show up. Here he comes any second now to cross the line and to take that 8th place. We're looking, subject to confirmation, 8th down to 11th, but we're looking at Joel Monegro, Eric Santos, Levent Turkman, Javier Ripoll Jr., Murabi Mekvabishvili. No doubts about the top 5 there. Daniel Lewis taking the win in the GT4 and their 6th place overall. I can confirm that Hans Frisch did eventually reach the finish line, as did Hugo van der Woestijn, who finished in 9th, and Alexander Dobic recording a finish as well. We say a massive thank you to all of these drivers for braving such horrific conditions, for entertaining us. A really good race 2 for the club division, round 2 of their championship. Unbelievably, we're at the quarterway stage of the championship already. But the good bit is we only have to wait 5 days before we get to do it all again in Estoril. And into Parc Fermé comes Joel Monegro. And in a few moments, we'll see Eric Santos pull alongside him and Levent Turkman. So all of the crew, all the marshals who have been out there in the pouring rain, thank you so much for all that you have done to provide us with 2 fantastic rounds of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Absolutely loved all of the racing we've seen. I think the first club division race was maybe a little quiet, still entertaining. The other 3 races have been absolutely brilliant. We have loved all of them, and it's just a taster of what's to come. We've got a lot of drivers that are going to be joining as this season goes on. Certainly a number who have signalled intent and registered for some of the later rounds. So we will see the grids changing as the season progresses, and some new drivers coming in as well. But at the moment, our focus is on these who have entertained us, and receiving the congratulations from friends and family. And once again, track experience by Manthey dominate the race. And a lot of data, information, experience all being gathered as well. The two teammates just comparing notes, and Eric Santos maybe just explaining why he didn't put up too much of a fight when the lead changed hands. I think Levent Turkmen certainly takes one of my nominations for driver of the day, because he has done a phenomenal job. He got a 3rd place in the first race, and he's got a 3rd place in this race as well. And for somebody who this time last week wasn't even planning on racing, that really is job done. So he congratulates the 1st and 2nd place drivers. We're going to be hoping that when we regather in Estoril on Saturday, that conditions might be a little bit better. I can see that Piers is down in the pit lane, getting ready to have a chat to our race winner. So I'm going to throw down to Piers in the pit lane.
Thanks very much, Brian. Joel just said, "Oh, my hair's a mess," but it doesn't matter when you're double race winner, does it?
Yeah, that's fine. I can use the champagne as conditioner.
Absolutely. You look windswept and successful.
Thank you. What's the code? I'm a high-performance athlete.
High-performance athlete. Athlete sweat. Kiki ra ra. Exactly. Anyway, Joel, what a successful day for you, debuting the championship. You know, you've come in, double race win, albeit that one wasn't quite so dominant. He says still winning by 5.5 seconds.
5.5. All right, that's more manageable.
Amazing, though. Great effort.
That's one spin away.
Sorry, say again?
One spin away from not winning, so that's important.
But you didn't. But no, seriously, I mean, amazing effort from you. Also, the track experience by Manthey team with your teammate Eric Santos in 2nd place. Amazing job.
They're fantastic. They're absolutely the best.
I can see that you're really enjoying life as well, so that's great.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I reckon you're the championship leader.
Oh, well, we'll find out.
We'll find out. Congratulations, Joel Monegro. I'm going to grab a word with Levent Turkmen as well, because he's got a double podium. I'll see if I can grab Levent in a moment. He's celebrating with the Team GP Elite team. I'll tell you what, I'll just interrupt. Levent, could we have a quick chat? Why not? Eric Santos has decided that he already wants to get the podium underway, but I'll grab a quick word. Levent, you were very happy earlier on with your podium.
Yeah.
Double podium. I'd say a good day at the office.
A good start, yeah, absolutely.
Great pace in that last one. Your pace was electric, especially in the middle of the part of the race. Had a couple of purple laps in there as well, so clearly very comfortable with the car.
Sorry?
You had some fast laps in the middle of the race. You clearly feel very comfortable in the wet conditions?
Yeah, well, I think the fact that the weather the last couple of days was so bad did turn out fine for me today. But it's difficult to switch from the racing line to the wet line. But it went all well, and here I am again.
Here you are again. Will we see you next weekend?
Absolutely.
Wonderful to hear. Well, I'll let you go and get you prepared for the podium as I hand back up to Brian for the final time to run us through the highlights and close out his section of the show.
To have a word with those drivers, and it's good to hear their perspective. I think with all of them, I like the fact that Joel Monegro says I was one spin away from it all disappearing. Yeah, it just shows you how hard they were pushing. It was a great race, a race 2, which started behind the safety car. The conditions absolutely horrendous. Testing man and machine. It was Eric Santos who led the way when the safety car did come in. And it was Joel Monegro in 2nd place, initially coming under a lot of pressure from the cars behind. And certainly Levent Turkmen and Javier Ripoll Jr. looking like contenders for podium positions right from the word go. The drivers all driving very sensibly. With Eric Santos and putting the pressure on for the lead, but it was going to take a little while. Before that, Santos did actually open up a fairly decent gap because Monegro had Javier Ripoll Jr. and Levent Turkmen breathing down his exhaust pipe. In the background was Casper Hookerboom. He was not going to have a great end to the afternoon. Levent Turkmen with Javier Ripoll Jr. making that challenge on the outside. and Turkman coming back on the inside. But Javier Ripoll Jr. really struggling a little bit in these conditions, and the back end of the car just sliding slightly. Turkman was able to come back at him, eventually sealing that third place. The challenges were up and down the pack, as you always expect, but the most significant one was for the lead when Joe Monegro caught Eric Santos. Santos not really putting up too much of a defense of that lead, deciding that discretion was the better part of valor. The Brazilian giving way. The charge through the pack from Levent Turkman almost came to an end with tears when he closed in on Eric Santos, and under braking got it all wrong. Great driving from Daniel Lewis and Marabi Mekvabishvili. What a fight they had all race long. Daniel Lewis did get in front briefly, but Marabi Mekvabishvili got him back again and was able to hold on to that fifth place. But at the front, Joel Monegro continued to stretch his legs, very much under control, despite what he might say. He received a checkered flag. It's been a clean sweep for Joel Monegro. 2 wins out of 2 so far this season. There is no doubting that he is the championship leader. The question is how well will he do when we regather in Estoril on Saturday? Because it's a very different kind of circuit there. It'll be good to see him then, and that'll be when the club division resumes. It has been a very, very entertaining race to round up the second race for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division here in the pouring rain at Portimão. That's 2 races done in the sport division, 2 done in the club division. Right. We are ready to head back down to the podium for the very last time. It's Piers Pryor.
Brian, thank you so much for taking us through all of the races today. It's been great to have your expert overview of all of that, and we'll hear your voice once again next weekend at Estoril. But for now, we still have a podium to do, and that is the AM classification, the Michelin Cup, as well as our GT4s. And in third place in the Michelin Cup is the 77 from the Netherlands, Levent Turkman. Congratulations, Levent, for MDM Motorsport. Third place. Second place, the number 221 from Brazil, Eric Santos. And big cheer from the Track Experience by Manthey team, and also from Track Experience by Manthey from the Dominican Republic, number 224, Joel Monegro. Congratulations, Joel. And that only leaves our GT4 winner, the number 19 from England, Daniel Lewis. Congratulations, Daniel. That's our top 3, and our winner is Joel Monegro from the Dominican Republic. So we will now have that national anthem. There we have, that's our podium for the Club Division Michelin Cup. Podium drivers are Levent Turkman, third place. Second place is the Brazilian driver Eric Santos, returning to the championship. And then our eventual winner, Joel Monegro. Double podium for the Track Experience by Manthey team. Great job. And then also Race Car Consultants taking the win with Daniel Lewis in the GT4 classification. Thank you for the trophy presentation from series organiser Lars Plato. Our top 3 plus our GT4 winner in the Club Division Michelin Cup. Top 3 GT4 winner Dan Lewis, all on the podium for their photos. And now an opportunity to spray the champagne. Levent Turkman's done that before, bangs it on the ground, and the plenty of champagne being sprayed. The laundrettes will have a decent amount of work to do in Portugal between now and next week, when we will go racing in just 6 days' time. We'll let the drivers from our club division enjoy their last moments on the podium. They won't have long to wait until they get to experience that feeling once again. Congratulations to all 3. I'm just going to seamlessly make my way into shot just like that to round out the show. Thank you so much, everyone who has joined us for this first event of 2026 here in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Thank you from myself to Brian Oliver, who has talked us through all of the races today. Alpha Life for bringing this wonderful broadcast. The Circuit Algarve in Portimão. What a wonderful host they have been for another year. We hope to see them again next season. All the marshals, all the track staff, everyone has helped put on this event. Pro Speed, who put on the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We hope to see you live in just 6 days' time. Not long to wait until we go racing once again here in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. That will be also in Estoril, near Lisbon, at the Estoril circuit. That's on Saturday racing. Saturday only, the 31st of January. Make sure you join us then.